one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully, I think that is what everybody want to see.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
I think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really looked to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing wait. It's like for me it's I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns.
My idol CW.
That's why you also.
Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim. crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Big. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnokur. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our playstyle individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends. Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before. So like this is first time. So like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I can. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Yeah, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully I think that is what everybody wants to see.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate for game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
I think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really look to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing it's like for me it's I cannot still give my my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
FNM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns.
My idol CW.
That's why also.
Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee. Osim.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you? Yes, that's me! Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Dewi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Vic. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnocure. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our playstyle individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain for me. For me, it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends. Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then he didn't really play in MPL scene before. So this is first time. So we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think. I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Ya, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favored team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully, I think that is what everybody want to see.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate again, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
I think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really look to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing it's like for me I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns.
My idol CW.
That's why you also.
Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. uh, hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
MPL SG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
Alrighty, so friends, a super warm welcome right here to day 2 of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore Season 6. And earlier on in day 1 itself, which was just yesterday, it was absolutely out of whack. Everything went out the window of what we once knew about the MPL SG scene. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at what happened yesterday and take a look at the overall standings. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you see right here on your respective screens, right now we have tied neck-to-neck Bleed Esports, Evil, and Homebois SG in no particular order right here, safely in the upper brackets for now. And Team Flash hot on their heels at 4th position. Whereas in lower brackets, we have RSG SG in this unfamiliar territory right here in 5th place. And we have Alchemy SG, Stellark SG, and Vanguard Esports tied neck-to-neck right here in the 6th to 8th position. Wow, what we once knew about MPL SG is totally different right here in Season 6. There is definitely some change in the wind. But of course, continue to support us because anything can happen. It was just day 1 yesterday. Some of them are still revving up their engines and anything can still happen. So support our wonderful talents right here at MPL SG Season 6. Hashtag our pride, our passion. So without further ado, presenting to you today's match schedule. So yes, here on your screens today, opening up the show for day 2 itself for match 1, we see Homebois SG going head-to-head against Bleed Esports happening in just a few moments' time at 10 a.m. Followed by match 2, where we will see Stellark duking it out with Alchemy SG at 12:30 p.m. Thereafter, match 3, we would see Vanguard Esports challenging, our defending champions of RSG SG happening at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, a very exciting one that is not to be missed as well, Team Flash going head-to-head against Evil happening at 5:30 p.m. Another day in the office, another exciting day right here at MPL SG Season 6. So yes, of course, we would love to thank all of our wonderful sponsors for making MPL SG Season 6 possible. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moonton and Zenway Productions, our presenting partner, McDonald's, and our official partner, Head & Shoulders. Let's not forget our partners in esports, OSIM. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, this first match that's going to open up the show is going to be a very interesting one because both teams on both ends have swept the Land of Dawn with 2-0 clean sweeps yesterday for their respective matches. So they're here to duke it out and only one can emerge victorious right here in match 1. So without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? Presenting to you, first up, ladies and gentlemen, Homebois SG. So yes, friends, our homeboys, it's just so nice calling them homeboys. It's just so cute as well. Homeboys, getting themselves comfortable right here at their respective battle stations. And remember yesterday, our two new import players are making significant waves over at the Land of Dawn with Pax as well as Verno Cure. So we're really looking forward to that. And without further ado, presenting the wonderful team that's going to go head-to-head against Homebois SG, presenting to you Bleed Esports. So yes, right here on my left, I have Bleed Esports, a veteran team that is close to many of our hearts right here at MPL SG scene. Now, what's going to be very exciting is, we see significant changes in the roster. We see mid lane changes as well as the gold lane, and it has been making significant impacts, and we're really looking forward to that. But the only difference is, if you guys have watched the earlier video playbacks, we actually have Enya saying that he was looking forward to meet FMM in the gold lane, but apparently it's no longer FMM, but it's going to be Deck. So let's see what the casters have to say about this exciting lineup. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Pretty much missed that.
Yeah, I missed that a lot, man. Like, I haven't heard that all right for so long,
Very
especially from the originator himself.
Originator.
Yeah,
Well,
originator.
That's not something I expect to hear.
I just gotta say, it's good to be back on the desk with
Definitely.
you boys. I'm bleeding to get this show started.
He's starting. He's already
I'm
getting
started.
engine.
I'm getting
the
my
pun
engines warmed
engine
up.
is warmed up. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for joining us for day number 2. Man, the schedule is packed.
It is really packed as well. And packed with us casters as well. My name is Abstract. Together here with me is Chris, or rather Jace, as well as
I got
completely
doxed.
him.
I got doxed.
Completely doxed him right now. But yes, the three of us is going to be a caster for this very first game between Bleed versus Homebois. I would really love to, get a very good understanding about what you guys feel about Homebois as well as Bleed. What do you have for me, Jace?
Well, yesterday, Homebois went up against Alchemy SG. Alchemy SG couldn't even hold a candle against Homebois SG because of their domination in terms of their map pressure. They were constantly hard invading. Don't forget, Derry is a very aggressive roamer. They play around him. The imports coming in also gel really well like them. They work absolutely like a unit as well, but I feel like it's also the magic of Coach Dale to merge these two Singaporean teams and also the ID teams together as one unit.
We'll get to you in a short little bit, Churros, because right now we do want to take a look at what we have in the latest update. Alright, so whatever that you see on the screen, we've got Natalia, Xavier, Lilia, as well as Irithel changes.
That's huge, though.
Yes, we do have quite a few key notes over here. When it comes down to Xavier, the main thing that we are looking out for is a very generic skill increase, or rather damage increase in the early stages as well as the later stages of the game. While in the meantime, for the side of Lilia, we are looking at more skilling out of her physical attack as well as raw damage output in the early stages of the game, instead of 185 to 250. So you can pretty much expect that Natalia will be a lot more annoying than what we expected before. Natalia was already annoying, but you know what? It is what it is. Lilia has a little bit more movement speed, speed onto the glooms that will allow her and enable her to be a little bit more burstier than what it was before in terms of speed, because you gotta have to chain them all up. And Irithel doing Irithel stuff, I suppose, losing more of that cooldown, so she will be able to pop on with that the ultimate a little bit more. Great Dragon Spear as well as Steel Leg Plates have had some increase. We always talk about the fact that Steel Leg Plates are a budget way of getting yourself those physical defense. But now with the increase of 530 to 630, there's definitely a little bit more debates here, because it's not as cheap anymore, and the question is whether it's still worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that Season 6 is a testament of how MPL, or the competitive MPL league, is constantly changing, constantly improving. Moonton bringing back old heroes and bring a new twist, a new spin onto these new heroes. We see Xavier a little bit more relevant right now. Natalia is definitely a little bit more scary. Changes in the passive though, you kind of know where he is. Lilia, I don't think she's going to be used in Irithel. Yesterday's games were just crazy with Irithel, how she scales up, especially when she uses the ultimate. But we got to go to the Homebois lineup.
Yep. Now, when it comes down to Homebois, we are expecting to see quite a bit of importations coming in from other countries as well. In fact, we could say very much the same for many of the teams out there. But for now, we'll focus on Homebois SG. Who do we have here, Jace?
Homebois SG, and yeah, I have a nickname for him. He's gonna cancel me if I say it out loud. But of course, Pex, Bernocchio, Super Jocks, and Derry. Homebois SG is fielding Indonesian players and also a Filipino coach. So that's the identity of Homebois SG. They've been hard at work. If you realize that it's a testament as well. There's already results from yesterday where they really work together like a team. I'm looking forward to what they can do in this particular series.
Now, on the other side of the contenders board, against Homebois SG, we have Bleed Esports. Two of the imports that we have definitely heard of before multiple times, and even at one point in time playing under Execration and performing marvelously in the MSC. Now, who exactly are these people that I'm talking about?
You have Goat Lane playing in Goat Lane. You have Deck FMM in the mid lane, Sagitnu in the EXP lane, QVJ doing a phenomenal job in the core position or jungle position, and of course Professor JPL. You guys know him. He's been so phenomenal yesterday, and I'm so excited to see because I mean not countering, but like to Jace's point, you have Homebois who has a lot of Indonesian or worldwide experience. You have like Coach Dale as well in Bleed. You have Filipino imports coming in as well.
International.
International.
Yeah, this guy no longer Coach Dale.
This is like a pit stop, right? What's next? Antarctica?
Antarctica.
I mean, if we are talking about being very realistic, probably China.
Oh, wow.
There. That's very interesting. Yeah.
Now, of course, Bleed versus Homebois. Everyone gotta have a good idea of who are we looking out for. Okay.
I'm the outlier here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta have to shine the spotlight on you because both Churros and I, 2-1, we understand because Homebois, they look menacing. You need to give us an idea why.
They did, but don't forget, this was casted before I actually watched the game number 1 yesterday. But I feel like the trust right now, apart from JPL being like the roaming factor, the invisible pressure of the roam, you already start to see FMM stepping that up. It's a very interesting point because FMM was a gold laner. Usually gold laners, we're horrible at roaming. We're horrible at rotations. Right?
Yep.
You're a gold laner, you will know me.
Yep.
But when in between seasons, FMN joined these community tournaments, he played as a roam. Impeccable impact, and now he's a mid laner. It's like a roam mid laner at the same time, and that is a deadly combo.
Now, we are moving on to not only our predictions, but your predictions as well. You guys can, of course, let us know what are your predictions just from YouTube as well as Facebook. But for now, this is the lockdown predictions where...
Stressful.
Wow.
We're against the audience. Oh no.
We actually have more people that have tilted their favor more towards Homebois. Now, I would love to understand why is there such a disparity?
Call me controversial, but I think Bleed has had its run. Bleed has had its run. Bleed has had its run, and I think the audience, they want something new, they want something fresh.
That's right.
If Homebois actually beats Bleed this time around, they might solidify themselves as top contenders for the grand final spot.
Now,
how's that sound?
I think that there's a reason for this as well, because Bleed has already showed how they play in the most recent Snapdragon Pro series, right? So maybe the trust in the people is not that big anymore. So, well, maybe that's the case. But for now, we're just gonna move on over to the head-to-heads against these two teams and take a look at what we have here.
Aggressive playstyle. So hopefully this season with my new team and roster, we will be able to give them back the aggressive playstyle that we have of our own.
I'd rather focus on my team instead of studying that the team has a bigger hero pool, or maybe let's say I will study them, but I just gonna figure out which one is the threat for us. So that's the thing that we will gonna prepare.
I still feel, given that they have a roster change, we ourselves at Homebois SG also have our roster change. So I still feel that it's a 50-50 game. I feel that FMM is the only player that he's able to catch the timing correctly, because not many goal laners are able to do that.
For Homeboys, if I'm not wrong, they are bringing their previous Malaysia coach, which is Coach Dale. And Coach Dale actually is a good coach. He kind of show good results in international stages. Like he helped Falcon to get really top, good placings in internationals. And yeah, even in MPL Malaysia previous season, he helped Homeboys to get top 3 as well. So I believe he's a good coach. Just that not sure if he is able to transit to Singapore, with the Singapore players, and with the not sure, maybe they're gonna bring Malaysia players as well, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's about how can he transit those players to adapt into Singapore playstyle.
It'll be very interesting. Yeah, to see a new team coming into Singapore.
We have quite a little bit of a key pointers
That's right.
from the players, and I think that we were just talking about FMM as well as the roaming capabilities. I think that we need to break that down even more. What's so special about a gold laner that can roam?
Yeah, okay. Gold laners usually have some pattern. We're the kind of people that like to stand behind everybody and deal damage.
Right.
But FMM, even Enya felt it. Even during the laning phase, he's able to catch all these timings, and he's transferring that knowledge into the mid lane. And there's a period of time where he was going around under the name FMM Boy, if you guys remember. And then now he's like Gila Suns, alright?
Yes. Gila Suns,
Gila
yeah.
FMM.
Gila
right?
FMM, yeah. Sorry.
Right? So this rotation actually pairs very well with JPL. Even though you see JPL sometimes, delivering the crazy mechanical plays, getting all the crazy catches, then of course, there's already also the secondary FMM where he comes in as an engaged mage as a Valentina yesterday, and hopefully we should be able to see it this time round. Homebois SG, I think they need to try to ban away that Valentina. He's too flexible on that Valentina.
Now, as we are looking out for Homebois to bleed, the one thing that I want to extract out from Homebois SG is the fact that Coach Dale talked about the fact that they are looking out and finding out who are the threats in each and every team. When it comes down to bleed, it does apparently, it's pretty apparent to me that there isn't one that really stands out a lot. I feel that they all have their, they all are good within their own merits. So I really do want to see how Homebois wants to draft this, and if whether they are going to they're going to target ban any one of the members from the side of Bleed, in order to kind of whittle down that one person carry, everyone rotates around that one guy kind of gameplay.
I would say after yesterday's gameplay, FMM has shown phenomenal improvement ever since his performance in Season 5. And Season 6, right now, he's just so flexible. Like Jay said, I think Valentina would be one of the best picks for him right off the bat. Homebois is going to be having the first pick, so they might very well snatch it up themselves. But FMM, adding on to his gold lane experience, having that positioning power, the expertise in that positioning, you have FMM having the flexibility, the versatility to play every single hero. Yesterday's game, Valentina at one point in time had Farsa's ultimate, you had Grok's ultimate at one point, you had, I don't know, every single one's ultimate at one point. So FMM is basically playing 10 heroes within one game, and that was just so stressful for Vanguard when they were facing up against Bleed. So now Homeboys, they're picking up Valentina for themselves, denying it from FMM. So FMM maybe could very well pick up a artillery mage just to counter that potential. But that grounds that knowledge that Bleed wants to play the aggressive playstyle that Homeboys has said during that
Among the
interview.
planes exists
For
the
1 second, I keep on
equilibrium
thinking that
which I was
FMM
made
is
for.
playing as the goal leader.
Yeah, me too.
I
It took
keep
me-
on thinking about that.
There's a big culture shock happening on the side of Bleed, right?
Yeah.
FMM going into the mid role, but I think
I
gold
even
lane is
mentioned
a
that FMM is going to be the goal leader.
I know,
just now.
right? I
Oh.
exactly had the same problem.
Actually, I just have to say, like, after FMM's performance yesterday with the Valentina, his versatility to play any single hero, right now, you know the current meta, the mid lane heroes does not have to be a mage. So you can literally play either Cho, you can play even the Terizla in the mid lane. It's still up for grabs. So right now, they're still playing it flexible. They're still putting Sigitnu in the
Thorns
lead
remain.
so that FMM might have a
Come
sort of
on,
like
Dexter.
the flexibility
It's our
to choose whatever
showtime.
they
Your
choose.
team is
Homeboy, on the other hand, they go for the Lancelot and the Claude. So a late game insurance as well as a early game sort of sneaky type hero.
So, to be honest, there's really nothing out of the ordinary coming in from the side of Homebois SG's lineup. But so far for now, they're looking a lot more of a dive composition. Whatever they want to do, they want to get over to the back lines. And very likely this is all geared towards and around the mage pick over here, which is Eve. You want to anchor down and you want to control the front. But what are you supposed to do against a Claude that is almost never in the front of the battle team fight, or rather, is never with the team, but is around the jungle whatsoever. So Bleed would require to pick up heroes to really dominate in the jungle and find a way to really just encapsulate the entire jungle for themselves in order to drive this Claude away.
See, the thing is, right, Bleed has already kind of set down the jungle. You don't see EXP Martises anyway, so this is a very self-sustaining jungler that could basically fend for himself. Just very explosive attack speed, very good clear, and on top of that, you also got the Kufra that likes to camp onto these bushes. But Homeboys, on the other hand, they've got these iframes and also this jumps. It's very hard for JPL to be able to catch. So that's something a little bit concerning.
Pain
I think Homeboys
is the
might
proof
very
that I'm
well
still
be right.
alive.
They talked about it in the interview. They want to focus on themselves. They want to focus on playing fire with fire. And Bleed, it does look like they have a very, very aggressive early game composition so far. But we talked a lot about the strong players, the threats within Bleed. There's also the weakest link. I think one of the reasons why Homeboy decides to pick up that Lancelot is because they want to identify that deck crumbles under that pressure. So they want to use that Lancelot to their full advantage, make full use of that mid-game power spike, and just focus on getting deck down. I'll talk a little bit about this in the game, but when we see the rotations with Homeboy, they want to just gravitate towards that heavy lane. So the heavy lane being the lane that's always under pressure, always under skirmish, and I think Homeboy wants to play towards that gold lane, leaving Bleed the opportunity to play towards that EXP lane. So EXP lane right now has a lot of options. You have Terizla, you have really fast heroes, so that's why they want to just settle down on that EXP band.
I think that you made a really good point regarding a heavy lane gearing, or rather heavy lane that is more situated more towards a goal, right?
Correct.
Because looking at what Homeboys has banned out as well as Bleed, in fact, whatever heroes for the gold lane is left, there's really not a lot that can really punish the lane. In fact, probably the only one that's left for deck to pick up is very likely going to be the Beatrix. But unfortunately, Homeboys and themselves are going to be banning the Beatrix, the Brody as well, while Bleed themselves banned a Bruno, which is a hero that deck plays. What's left now?
Irithel.
Exactly.
It's just Irithel going in, and it makes a lot of sense because Jox is going to have a tough time catching up to the Irithel. Once you have that sprint, you have the Great Dragon Spear. That's pretty much your core necessities if you play an Irithel. Wait till that late game, play towards the late game power spike that you have, and immediately just wipe them all out.
Now the question is whether the Irithel actually works for them. We understand that Irithel takes some time to ramp up a little bit, probably in fact the same timing as a Claude per se. Technically speaking, when it comes down to the Holy Trinity, right, the 3 items out of the 3 items for attacks, for procs, it is a lot easier and faster than the item pickups for heroes like Beatrix and Brody.
See, this is the thing. Beatrix, as compared to a Claude, Irithel has a better poke in the early game as
Indeed.
compared
That's
to
right.
a Claude. So that's where Bleed needs to really play around that. Beatrix, don't forget there's another new Trinity in town. By the way, it's the Crit Trinity, right? The Heart's Claws, the Berserker's Fury, and Great Dragon Spear. So this is the key item.
This
for
land
the
is our
Bruno.
homeland,
It could also
and
be
it
used
will
for
soon be
Iridel,
your
and
burial
we shall
ground.
see, because Homeboys right here, I think they have to be a little
Tremble
careful,
before
because
the
if they go
might
for
of
this
Taurus.
Iridel from the side of Bleed that we're always talking about, they need some hard lockdowns. That's where the Lapu Lapu comes in. That's where the Minotaur comes in.
So not only just the fact that they want to jump over the backlines, which is something that Lapu as well as Minotaur is capable of doing. They want good sustain in the front. They also want to have a balance of crowd control, which is literally what a Minotaur is capable of doing. You can jump over the backlines, you have a massive AoE, you can crowd control, you pretty much fill in the gaps that the rest of the heroes picked is lacking of. Other than that, the only one other problem is the fact that Homeboys probably doesn't have a lot of priority in lane. That is one thing that I'm looking out for. If Claude can't out-trade the Iridel, which is potentially going to be picked by Bleed, okay,
it's not going to be
out of the window. But the thing remains is that Harif is also a hero that still works very well in a trade situation.
Well, MLBB is still a team sport. Looking at Bleed's lineup, super early game aggression. I expect to see QVJ, JPL just rotating over to the heavy lane, which is pretty much the GOAT lane. And when you have so much map control, so much map pressure up on your gold lane, you have Deck who's able to freely just push the wave back. So you have like early game freeze waves. So, you know, Enya is going to have a tough time farming up, getting his stacks, getting his core items, and getting his power spikes.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to week number 1, day number 2, the very first game of the day to break the morning. Which team is going to be the one that will break our hearts? As we move on to the land of dawn, Homebois SG versus Bleed. Game number 1, let's go.
Explosive game. I think that last draft took all of us off guard. No pun intended, Vanguard right there. And even you hear it leaking into the mics of you guys, right? Literally, people are already screaming at the Harif because I've never seen Deck play Harif. This is a totally midlife crisis is happening for Deck. A jungler turned a gold laner, and now not only just any gold laner, any traditional marksman, he's fielding this Harif.
What I'm looking at right now is Bleed getting that early level 2, getting the mage, getting the EXP lane, going up and clearing that wave, getting that level 2 really quickly. But let's take a moment, look at all the emblems right now. You have lethal ignition for the Valentina, so that's going to hurt a lot in the early game. So a lot of early game damage focus for the side of Homeboys. But for Bleed, it's a lot of defense. You have 2 tenacities all around. You have a little bit more sustain coming with the Impure Rage. But hold on a second right here.
JPL, a little bit too deep. KelVJ also saying the king of the jungle is trying who is boss. Here's the spin as well. He has to get away. He's a little bit low. Hex drew First Blood, slaying the king from Bleed.
And it's really unfortunate based on the fact that Bleed is the one that wanted to whack on straight at them. But it's really unfortunate, I gotta have to say. KelVJ, especially being the jungler here, he's now not able to catch up in terms of EXP versus the Lancelot. Right now, Homeboys already have got the advantage in the early stages of the game. They gotta have to really watch out for what is possible coming in from the Lancelot.
Okay. Jock's using the ultimate already, so which means that there's no ultimate retribution that you can do. That's the strength of the Lancelot. Maybe this is something that Bleed can play around.
You have a heavy lane on the top side, so Bleed, Homeboys, they're all gravitating towards that top side, leaving that bottom side just a loose lane, just letting them do that 1v1 battle. But Homeboys taking advantage of that early game lead, game kill. Oh, KelVJ!
Again! Oh no, this is not what we expected now. Sagitnu has to really tank this one. He's a thick boy. Charisma, mind you, he's also outputting FMM, also in the right place at the right time. The Void Crystal slowing down, not enough damage to deal with Pure. Homeboys take the first turtle. This is a big problem over the side to Bleed.
This is a really huge problem. The fact that the fact that KelVJ is down twice, but in the meantime, talking about Sagitnu.
Nowhere for Sagitnu to run. 3-man jumps onto him. Homeboys right here taking the early game dominance.
this is not looking very good for Bleed. Having a very, very early game aggressive lineup, you need to secure those kills. You need to be able to snowball your way through. QVJ playing on that Martis, you know that Martis is a very, very hard fall-off hero.
Yes.
If you don't get that early game kills, you don't get the early game pressure on the opponent's side of the map, being level 5 already, basically that Martis should be able to live in Homeboys' jungle.
Here's the
But
thing
this is not the
also.
case.
Yeah, because the thing is, Martis is like an in-your-face hero, right?
Right.
You want to be tanky enough, you want to still deal damage enough as a Martis, but the fact that early game you just don't have the
Topside.
advantage is really sad.
Topside, Winner Cure. Bravest Warrior already committed right here, dealing a lot of damage over to KLVJ. KLVJ and Zaginu are going back to basics, right? Both these two teams were for Smart Omega, Neos, if I'm not mistaken, at the same time. But now, Bleed is taking a back seat, as Homeboys right here, they're playing like an absolute unit. These are Indonesian players, they're not even not as experienced as compared to KLVJ and Zaginu, and they're actually throwing Bleed around.
And you already get building up that Demon Hunter sword. But hold on a second, QVJ in the spot.
A little bit low. That's also going to be a knockup on Super Jogs, bouncing ball for JPL to walk away. No issues for now. Homeboys doesn't really need to basically, press any panic button.
The Homeboys playing on the next level. No, they know that they countered QVJ in the early game. So what that leaves is the EXP lane and the jungle struggling to get a foothold on the rest of the game. So in the early game, they struggle. You have a lot of pressure in the gold lane, which is where deck needs to thrive. You have that Harith, you have the Claude, who's already doing that early game lane swap. You're gonna get that double item power spike. So Enya's just collecting the Infinity Stones as of right now.
And not only just that, Winner Cure, that's a 4-man stun. Just smacking Bleed like no tomorrow. KLVJ nowhere near the jungle turtle as well. Winner Cure now would have to exit. Real one manipulation by FMM will be able to slow down. Also pick up the kill. That goes into Summon Force. Up in the damage. Derry burns a flicker as well. JPL bouncing ball around. One man down, but it's still Homeboys taking the turtle.
So it doesn't seem like Homeboys exactly lost everything at all. In fact, they're looking at different value trading. We were hoping to see that the Cloud will be able to effectively bring down the first tier defense turret in the top lane, but it doesn't seem like they were able to do that. So for now, it's a bit of like unrealized losses for the side of Homeboys from that previous team fight. But at least they do have some insurance by getting 2 kills down onto KLVJ.
Very, very smart. Clock goes up. They force that fight in that purple and on the purple buff, forcing Deck to go over and help out. This gives a lot of space and time for Enya to just farm up. Take a look at the player's gold. Enya being at the top of the chart. Burner Cure definitely going up because he is one of those players that is constantly proxying the waves and going in for the early game invades.
So at least when it comes down to Virno Kill getting himself the top gold farm, that is actually a little bit of a surprise to me, right? Because I know that Lapu definitely has got a lot better trades than a Terizla. You are a lot less comical. You can just throw your swords and you will be able to get the farm and you poke the opponents at the same time. But to actually be able to top the charts when it comes down to farm is unimaginable to me. They just pretty much sets the kind of pace that Homeboys has.
Oh, the timing coming out from the Super Jocks is really good. We'll be able to shove FMM away. JPL needs to jump. And there's a knockup coming from Derry. Enya cracks open topside turret.
Disciplined plays so far from the side of Homeboys.
Actually, Lapu, this Burner Cure on the Lapu on the EXP lane, what he did right now was very top tier micro play. He cleared the wave, he knew he was going to take some damage, and then he immediately rotated up because he is up ahead in terms of levels, in terms of economy from Sagitnu. Knowing that you have that trade, you have a little bit more pressure from the EXP lane, and that's correct. You as an EXP laner, you need to be that loose man, but as that loose man, you have to be one of the members within every single one of the team fights. You are one of the anyways.
Yeah, EXP laner is one of the hardest role, I gotta have to say, when it comes down to macro gaming, right? Because you really gotta have to understand when is the right time to actually stick to your lane, split push, or to go for trades whatsoever. But speaking of the Lapu having a tough time, or rather Lapu being a tough hero and a role to play, you can pretty much see that he's trying to start things out. And he knows that because he has the gold lead, he can be the one that initiates and let Dairy comes in for a follow-up afterwards.
7 minutes on the clock. You see the tipping win conditions for Homeboys. They're coming into play. You see protect the... I want to say protect the president. The defensive strat. The protect strat going in with the mid trio, and then Jocks going off on the loose side or the off lane, just trying to get that split push. Slowly building up his items. Warrack's already built up. Valentina getting the Enchanted Talisman to just poke. You don't have to kill anyone. You just want to poke as much as you can and deny them their farm that they so desperately need.
There's a turret out, FMM, one manipulation packs, there's a
Oh,
jump,
JPL!
That's the ultimate just to defend! Sakinu follows up the fight at the same time. Baron Kerr looking at the flank, will be able to fight FMM. FMM Victor's massive mechanical play coming out from Bleed just to defend, but they will take down the roamer only from Homeboys.
Excellent defense coming in from the side of Bleed, even though KillVJ as well as Sakinu is not doing a very good time at all. They still manage to get a very nice defense thanks to JPL, and the bottom lane first tier defense turret is still up and running. Here's the thing, the first tier defense turret is very important. If they do not keep it up, then Homeboys will eventually be able to get a very steady snowball with the amount of free real estate that they have.
8 minutes into the game, Deck just bought his first power spike item, the Feather of Heaven. It's not looking too good for Deck's farm right now. Homeboys already looking at a lot more items. I think they should have 3 core items, being 3K gold ahead. Right now, Homeboys should be looking at gravitating towards mid side, taking down that mid lane turret. I agree with you, Abstract. Tier 1 turret, very important because you open up a lot of the map, but the mid lane turret is the one that you should be gunning for.
I would say that Homeboys gotta have to look out for the mid stages of the game. They need to get themselves the win in the mid stages because they will be able to get that power spike that they need. That normally in a normal tempo, they get it in the late stages.
Yep.
But because of the fact that they are ahead, they will be able to get that power spike a little bit earlier than Bleed. And during that small period of time, during that small little golden ratio, they gotta have to end Bleed or perhaps deal so much impact onto Bleed's line in order to get even more lead.
Cure zoning around, KLBJ as well is getting stuck, Super Dogs working on the Lord instead, and here comes in for the beautiful blazing the wind at the same time, cleans it up, gives Homeboys the opportunity to take down and secure the Lord for themselves.
That is an amazing play coming from the side of Homeboys. They caught something and then they continue on with whatever that they need in order to extend the team fight a little bit longer. Sakino and FMM, I believe that they are the one that got caught.
Deck trying to outplay, that's also going to be the Zaman Force. Don't forget, Jox is actually a very tanky Lancelot at the same time. JPL still holding on. I think the charge get cancelled. Gary's Spider Sense is tinkling right there. Amazing microplays coming up from Homeboys as of now.
Did you see what Davey did there? It's like he didn't even know that he accidentally stopped JPL at all.
Yep, he did. I think it was a phenomenal play from Homeboys, but they are a little bit too overconfident. Target prioritization comes into play really handy in that mid stage of the game. This is still the first Lord, so they are looking to take down all tier teams, opening up the entire map. So forcing Bleed to go on that defense. So this is where Homeboys might break. If they are a little bit too greedy, a little bit too overconfident of their lead, they might lose that 6K gold lead.
On the other hand, we do have Homeboys that is just going to go
Homeboys, that's a flicker ultimate as well, and also FMN takes it instead, but the damage coming from Homeboys is a little bit overwhelming. They all have to walk away, but they're still not down. Jerry is the first one to fall. The aggression coming up home, Homeboys paid off in the favor of Bleed.
All the exterior stars are now down, which is exactly what they want coming in from the very first Lord. From this point onwards, Homeboys pretty much will have the snowball as long as they are capable of holding down the front lines in the bottom lane or in the bottom jungle or perhaps in the top jungle. They can't allow Bleed to take over, especially since they are up by 3,000 gold. It's more than enough to play a good defensive game on their part while holding on to their own territory.
In this stage of the game, it's all about vision play. It's all about revealing yourself, or not revealing yourself for that matter. You see how Homeboy is pathing around. They're not revealing themselves. They want to keep Enya safe because they know in this stage of the game, Enya is the one that's going to peel out so much damage and have Jox to clean the rest of Bleed out.
In most normal situations, you would want to take over the enemy's jungle, hide inside of brushes. However, for Homeboy's lineup, things are a little bit different because they do not have a team composition or a hero that is specialized in catch. So they can't make full potential out of the brushes. They can't really burst down one person almost immediately and locking them down for an extended period of time. This is a lot more of a dive as well as a lot more of a team fight comp for Homeboys. So whatever it is more about their rotations that would ultimately be the bane of Bleed's lineup.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. Homeboys like long extended team fights. That's where Enya shines, and that's where Jox shines as well. You see in this late game, Jox doesn't really have a lot of damage. You might think he does, but he kind of doesn't. And what Homeboys wants to do is get Gary to throw his body, be the sacrificial lamb or bull that he is, and just get a nice either 3 to 4 man setup, and Homeboys just fight front to back all the way through. Bleed, they want to catch things fast, they want to burst anyone down, and Deck really needs to show up in this time, in this line.
So it is only about half HP for the Lord, while the rest of the members from the side of Bleed, they're preparing themselves for the eventual death of the Lord to come in for the proper steal. It's all on to kill VJ for the steal, and in the meantime, it is all about the front line for Bleed to do something about this.
Oh, that's going to be FMN using the real world manipulation. Homeboys right here running around, trying to catch for some pickup right here. Derry distracting Sagitnu away, blazing the way coming in, but that gets denied by Sagitnu with the penalties over. Derry still takes the Lord down, securing it for themselves, and now they will look for more, and that's also going to be Deck falling down for the count as well. KVJ, the king, trying to spin. JPL needs to go in and land down with reinforcement. Dogs have 4. Sagitnu joins the fight at the same time. So for Jogs, Cure and Pex just hiding, just trading, just sharing the damage coming up from Bleed, and Pex picks up a killing spree. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Bleed wipeout. Homeboys just sweeping the floor with the bodies of Bleed.
Boom, shakalaka!
Oh, that was such a good play by Homeboys. They knew what target they were. You see all 5 members going for one target. Once they took down FMM, once they took down Deck, those were the threats. Once the threats were down, Homeboys, they were just cleaning up. They were just cleaning up on aisle 5.
Yeah, they pretty much know who are the main threat, which is exactly what Coach Dale is looking out for.
Pex figures forward. It's a real one manipulation on FMM. He will respond with his own. There's a Ravens Warrior to slow down, but Vienna Crew, he's still unstoppable. There's a Lord, there's also
the throne! The throne!
Trying to buy some time. Bleed! No! Homeboys! To Homeboys SG!
What a turnout! Game number 1 is already so hyped out. Bleed literally bled out.
Boys, the audience might be right.
Oh man.
Oh man, that's embarrassing.
Oh man.
I like to be wrong.
You like to be wrong. I do
like,
too.
Yeah, I like to be proven wrong. That means that, you know, the viewers know so much more than us. That shows the amount of passion that they have for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys, you have pretty much like 3 streamers playing on the same team, and I think the community has showed up. The community has granted their support towards Homeboys. It's sort of like the people's team, you know what I'm saying?
They're Homeboys after all.
The Homeboys.
They are Homeboys after all. It was like the Homeboys of Malaysia, now we have our Homeboys of Singapore.
Yeah, that's right. I feel
the
like
khakis. The Singapore khakis.
After watching all of this, and you also start to see, you know, Vienna Cure and Pex, they're demons from Indonesia, and they manage to just overcome experienced players from PH that both Singaporean teams are fielding. And on top of that, you also got Enya coming in at the perfect moment to come in to clean up with a blazing duet. Derry just throwing bodies just to set it up, and Vienna Cure just follows up like a boss.
Let's take a look at the itemizations just right as of now. It's a lot of highly like Homeboys, they were just focusing fire on getting that damage through. Only Derry was the one that was building up a lot of defense. Super Jox, although he was going a little bit more on the semi-tank route, he still built up that endless battle. He's almost completing all of his items as well. Bleed, on the other hand, forced to go defensive. Look at most of their heroes, just defense. Sagitnu going in, jumping in, can't do much, no damage whatsoever, just a lot of defense. This, I think, Bleed, what they're lacking is just that damage to follow up with any one of either JPL or Sagitnu's setups.
I'm just kind of like trying to understand if whether itemizations was really anything that is like out of the ordinary or anything.
Yeah, FMM goes for defensive because he knows his team is behind.
And he also knows that Vienna Cure, as well as like literally FMM is going to be one of the main people that is going to be in the opponent's eyes. Homeboys is locked and loaded onto him. In the meantime, we have an idea as to emblems. Anything out of the ordinary here, Churros?
Well, I always see Claude building up that common emblem, and I think Jace would understand
Makes
this.
sense.
So he builds up that marksman emblem.
He's
This
greedy.
is really interesting to me.
Enya is a greedy marksman, and
He's
I
greedy.
enjoy a greedy marksman.
Yeah, it's greedy. You need to recall back to refill your mana,
Yeah.
but he trusts so much in his team to be able to give him that much amount of
The
space,
space, yeah.
to be able to time and create that tempo for his first skill and to farm up. He's just phasing the lanes. Like phasing the lanes and waiting for the right time to clear his lane in order to get that push. So it's really just a lot of lane management on the side of Enya.
So it also comes to the point whereby the mage, the mage player, really gonna have to make his way down every now and then in order to cover for the tracks of Enya. So what essentially we are looking out for is Enya sacrificing quality of life for more damage output.
Correct. It's just very, very greedy. A lot of damage, a lot of poke, a lot of bleed, so to speak, in order for Jox to just clean up. And taking a look at the Q participation from the game, Pex is the one that is basically a cornerstone for Homeboys, as well as Derry. The mid duo is just so tight. The way that they rotate, the way that they clear the mid wave together to be able to have that lane priority and then have that early game invade into the jungles of Bleed was just so well structured. It was just so textbook. Bleed, on the other hand, a little bit too greedy in the early game, causing them to lose out on that snowball opportunity.
I definitely did not expect that Homeboys will literally take the brunt of the game all the way from the start to the end, right? When it comes down to the snowball factor, at that point in time, yeah, I can kind of understand what is going on there, but when it comes down to heroes like, or rather roles like mages, right? I'm pretty much on the fence, right? It makes sense for him to build up defensive because he's just not surviving long enough.
Just building the Ice Cream Wand as a utility, but we have to see who the MVP of the game is. And my take, I think Derry. It is Derry.
Did you cheat on that?
No, I did not. I did not.
There's a
I just wanted to say.
transition. He sees that
That
one.
yeah, he's gonna see like the smoke, that mustache. No, that's not mustache. A beard coming in.
No, hear me out, boys. Hear me out, boys.
All right, go ahead.
His setups was just so unexpected. Like he hits his Minoan Rage, he flickers in onto 3 or onto 4. There's no one point of time that he uses his ultimate defensively or to save someone. It's just all out attack, all out engage. And once he goes in, the rest of his team follow up. So Derry was a cornerstone of his team as well. The mid duo, I have to say, for Homeboys was just chef's kiss.
But this is just
game one.
This
is just game one. We're just waking up.
We're just waking up. Well,
I
we're
woke
looking
up.
at 2-1.
I definitely woke up as a Bleed fan, right? Back then.
Oh,
I definitely woke up from
back
this.
then.
Weren't you the
That's
one?
the keyword, back then.
Weren't you the one
2-0.
that put 2-0?
That's right.
Immediately on game number 1, he's like out of out and running.
We're still not. We're still not out of the woods. We're still
You can't
okay.
need to support your enemy's team.
Are you invoking the caster's curse?
He's manifesting it. He's manifesting the caster's curse right there and then.
At this point
right
in time,
there
I
and
don't know if whether that is literally his intention or he's just using it, just conveniently using the caster's curse as a way to say that, you know, I'm not wrong, kind of thing.
Fair,
you know,
fair.
Maybe.
There's a lot of things
You
that we
never
can
know.
learn.
You'll never know.
There's a lot of things that we can learn from this game itself.
we
And
need the highlights.
We are going to be looking at the highlights, but take a look at the positioning. Vinocure going in straight. Derry Pex quick to follow up. They know that Vinocure is going to be sustaining a little bit more, but the slight juke out of the real world manipulation keeps him alive just a little bit more for the rest of his team to come back up. This is basically the turtle dance and the lord dance in its essence, and this was the one that I was talking about. Derry unexpectedly jumping in, jumping over the wall, and just knocking up 2, securing them the 2 easy kills, and then the rest of the team, the rest of Homeboys, just cycling through.
honestly, the past 2 clips, what we are looking out for is mostly Vinocure that is literally in the face of the enemies. He's doing what a martyr usually would do.
He's doing God's work.
He's doing God's work. And he's the one that really initiates a lot for the team. It is kind of like a pair, a duo between Derry as well as Veer, that they have to work together. If Veer just goes in without the help of Derry, Veer's dead. In the meantime, if Derry just goes straight in while Veer is not the one that initiates, then Derry's probably dead. So there is a lot of that trust between Derry as well as Veer, and they are just going to, you know, kind of ping pong ping pong amongst one another, and they have a very good idea what their role is. When does Derry initiate, or when does Derry follow up?
Yep, you saw the ping pong happening at the last particular highlight when Pex is just basically JPL goes in for the re-engage, with kill VJ, and then you see Pex positioning. They're gonna fight. I'm just gonna stand back.
Yep.
Wait for my cooldowns, come in, spit at them again, and then go back out. Right?
Yeah, they know their
roles.
timings, their critical timings for all of their skills. They also know the critical timings to jump in.
That's right.
Wait for JPL to go in, and then you're pretty much free. You don't have a stun to look out for. You don't have crowd control to worry about. So you just deal your damage willy-nilly. It's just going in, doing your first skill, and then the combo all the way through. You had a fear, which is a small little slight crowd control over there as well. But we have to talk about the other side of the coin as well. Bleed, they had this lost, but I think they should be hungry to get back into the game.
I think that they have a very good idea who they should be focusing on. I think Veer is actually a very important player that they gonna have to lock down, and I feel that the entire gameplay of Homeboys rotates around Veer a little bit more. He initiates, he creates the follow-up, he creates that kind of opportunity and space in order for Derry to control the game for the rest of Homeboys to play. And that is just absolutely, like you said, chef's kiss. And not only that game was a chef's kiss, McDonald's is a chef's kiss. See how that segue just works perfectly together?
Actually, Juro's already set it up.
I already set up the chef's kiss, but
he was charging
don't mind
his
me.
Kufa
At least I
ult.
caught it. I caught it. Right?
Okay.
No, I caught it.
Okay, anyways, the most important thing that you all have to talk about is how crispy and crunchy victory feels like. You can taste that with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now we have the spicy addition for you, spicy lovers out there. You can feel the crunch that fuels your glory to fight for another day, especially for the side of Bleed. They need all that energy to go into game number 2.
We also have thousands of in-game diamonds
That's right.
for grabs for you and your, not just you only, because your squad is going to be part of this as well. So make sure that you guys go on and smash your hunger and take a look at what McDonald's have got to offer. And of course, use McDelivery to get yourself the all-new Chicken McCrispy. I'm hungry.
You know, when I was...
we're actually famished right now.
It's in the morning. You haven't had your breakfast. You had a little bit of coffee.
We haven't had breakfast yet, but I believe Homeboys had Bleed for breakfast.
Amen. That was so good. That was so good, James. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was just...
Yeah, that was
again, chef's kiss.
There's a lot of things that Bleed has to go back to reinforce to take a look. But apart from that, Homeboys, they're executing each of their role to the T. They identify the win conditions of Bleed in the early game. They identified it, which is KLVJ. They don't need that Martis to snowball out of control, and they managed to stop it in the tracks.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Homeboys executing everything perfectly. Let's talk about what broke down for Bleed and what they should do to rectify the situation, to rectify that execution. Because I think Professor JPL, he's still doing the right, he's still making the right moves, making the right calls, but he's a little bit too out of position. Call it a miscommunication, but every time JPL goes in, there is literally zero follow-up from Bleed. I don't think it's they can't kill the heroes, but it's just too far.
I think it's very difficult, right? If you look at what Homeboys have secured for themselves, Valentina that could always take the penalties on the way. There's Derry, which is a Minotaur known to disrupt JPL's combo. You saw him disrupting that charge, and part of that, there's also the flexibility coming out from the side of the Bravest Warrior from the Lapu Lapu to engage. So even if, yes, there's communication that's solid from the side of Bleed, against a roster like this, it's pretty tough to go to the backline when Enya could just BMI in and just take all the do all the damage. Don't forget Pex as well. Turns out he is also an engaged Valentina as well. This man is crazy.
I honestly feel that it is not entirely about what went well also for Homeboys, because they executed their gameplay to the T.
That's right.
While for Bleed, they are just still, kind of vibing around. They're still getting their feet wet. Yes, they are reacting. So they're not exactly following exactly to their gameplay, especially since what they are looking out for is catch. They're making full use of this Kufra in order to find the perfect opportunity to run right down and allow Sagitnu to be the one to go for a follow-up, because it takes time for the penalty zone to eventually set in, even though, yes, you can definitely have a penalty zone start off first as an initiation. So at least between Sagitnu as well as JPL, it's very interchangeable. It's also a very ping-pong thing. If in massive team fights, you want Sagitnu to initiate first, and then JPL follow up afterwards. But then if JPL is in a brush, and you find the opportunity to catch someone, which happens actually quite a lot, then JPL is just going to spring into action. But unfortunately, Sagitnu, being an EXP laner, being falling behind, losing in trades, there just isn't a lot of opportunities for Sagitnu to actually get that lane priority and roam as fast as this Lapu Lapu.
That's right. I feel like the fact that Homeboys identified the snowball, they slowed down KLVJ, that was also the turning point. All of a sudden, you lost jungle priority, and then everything will crumble, especially in this particular patch, where jungle and first turtle is so important. Homeboys has secured 3 turtles from themselves. Usually, that will allow you to snowball out of control as a team.
Yeah, unpopular opinion though. Like, do you think the Harith was just testing? They were just testing it out, see if it works, and if it doesn't, let's change it in the next round, because we don't need Homeboys to just repeat the same thing that they did to us in game number 1. And in all honesty, though, I felt that personally, Bleed won that draft. Bleed had a lot of early game pressure, a lot of iframes going about, a lot of early game initiations, and the aggression, and all fell apart because they were a little bit too, I would say, a little bit too deep into the jungle in that first blue buff that caused that snowball for Homeboys.
I think that was a gamble coming out from Bleed, right?
It was.
A little bit gamble. They tried to gamble the 50-50, but ultimately they fell flat to the face, because don't forget, in the early game, Valentina Kid loves it when you come in close, because every person that you hit, you gain bonus EXP that allow your mid lane to scale as well, even faster for the side of Homeboys.
Yep.
So yeah, Bleed took the gamble, they failed, and Homeboys took advantage of it, and they start also hard invading. They slow down KLVJ, they slow down Sagitnu, and then everything just fall apart from that point onwards.
You know, QVJ is infamously known as an assassin hero. So, do you think that Bleed will finally put out an assassin this time around? I think it might be viable, because you see Homeboys, they like to play a team fight. They always like to play a loose man. So, knowing how Homeboys rotate around and knowing how Homeboys like to play their composition in those team fights, you have a loose man. You can't have an assassin at any one point in time just chase down that loose man. All you need is a little bit more information. And I think Bleed, they have the experience to do so.
Is space the question for the side of Bleed? Because it does seem as though they are unable to get enough space for for deck to get the proper farm until the later stages of the game. In fact, KLVJ as well as Sagitnu actually lost their life a lot earlier. And this, unfortunately, just feels as though that this is a disparity in meta, disparity in how a team in player in Singapore and a player in Philippines play, because they Sagitnu as well as KLVJ is a lot more frontline. They are a lot more aggressive. They want to get in your face. While Bleed, the rest of the players, FMM, maybe they just want to hold back a little bit. They have an idea how they want to play because of how SG ranked game works like, and they just want to hold back a little bit. We are behind, so let's just wait until we get our power spike onto deck.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing, right? For the side of, well, we're in the drafts already halfway through, the bans is already going on, but I would like to also add on to that point that, don't forget, Bleed, Sagitnu, and KLVJ has already played for Bleed since Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yes.
So there's a lot more time for them to practice, whereas Homeboys, you know, they've onboarded Pax and Vernal Cure, I believe, even later in this years. And Homeboys is making all of this work. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
You know, as Frederick is the first pick because it's right off the bench, I have to add to Jace's point. You have Filipino imports and you have Indonesian imports. It does like come to show that Singapore, we take a lot of the play style from Indonesian play style. Like we can adapt Indonesian play styles, can adapt a little bit more to how we play here in Singapore. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more flashy.
Indonesian imports.
There's always a chance for a comeback.
Yeah, we do.
That's why I
in
love
general
football.
terms, at least in MPL SG, right? And I think it's a very good point that you guys stated that, right? Especially when Jay said that, you know, Bleed had more time to play in SPS, while Homeboys was formed a little bit later. In fact, actually quite a lot later. So I actually wanted to give Bleed that benefit of doubt, right? That they had more time to really gel with one another, understand each other's playstyle, to the point that I wouldn't expect to see a disparity between Sagitnu, QVJ with the rest of the Bleed. But so far in game number 1, it feels like they went back to, well, unfortunately, what they were before.
Yeah.
What we saw in SPS.
Okay, look. For Bleed, yesterday's performance, they're phenomenal because
Okay.
there's a lot of
You
things
don't see something like that.
No,
right?
it's very different Bleed.
The art
in day
of
number 2.
miracle.
You've got what happened yesterday was JPL was the one that baked every single ultimate and all those kind of stuff.
Okay.
Then FMN can come in as a secondary engage as a Valentina, by the way. That's why Homeboys banned it away in the first phase ban. And then Sagitnu and KLVJ joins in the fight. And that's where Deck goes in for the kill.
So it's a lot more of
Bumblebee
a
reporting for duty. Your
Bleed,
team
just because
is
of the fact that they are picking out the what was it, Fredrin, right? Just picking Fredrin out just immediately just tells us that he's going jungle because of the Terizla pick. So
It might not. It might not.
The falling
Terizla can
stars
play
brought us
very
here.
well
Your
in
team
mid lane.
is banning.
Because all you need to do in mid
Are
lane,
you,
clear waves
has
fast.
Vertical taught you?
No, I
show
mean,
you
I mean,
the forbidden.
the forbidden meta, right?
No,
I
no,
think
no,
it's
no.
quite interesting that the Terizla was picked up here. It's still pretty flexible if we go down to the higher
if you're
levels
looking
of
at an
gameplay.
alternate dimension, I suppose. But okay,
It might be a canon event right here.
All right, right
Shift
now,
the meta.
let's take a look at the bans. Novara ban gets banned away. Don't
Just
forget
cutting us
Homeboys. The Rock can always go to the XP lane. Xborg can go to the XP lane. But don't forget, recently, there's also this jungle Xborg that's also quite prevalent because of the triple slow that you can get. Ice Red Tree, Ice
Your
1,
team
and
is banning.
well, now Bleak takes away the markers for now. Homeboys
and
turns
not
to
a
the ban.
single worthy foe.
Again, I think Bleed trying to go for that aggressive playstyle, but right now they have to really focus their attention onto Deck. Babysit Deck and see if he gets his items a little bit faster. It's gonna be a little bit tougher because Homeboys with Enya playing on the Bruno, you know how Bruno is one of those marksmen that is really, really tough to beat in lane in a 1v1 situation because of his attack speed, because of the ever-scaling critical hit, and because of the changes in the Has clause being that one of the first 2 core items that Bruno will pick up. And right now, Homeboys, they are waiting for Bleed to have
Let's
that.
go!
Oh, okay,
Let's
okay.
go!
Kin will be happy when Gord is being picked. Right.
Let's go! Gord is going to be making his debut.
I was
The
really hoping that
the Indonesian meta is already seeping into Singapore, and I love it. There's so many AoEs from the side of Homeboys, the Mystic Gush, the Lost Insanity, and also the Wild Charge knockup, the Worldy on top of the Bruno. My goodness me, this is a scary drop that Bleed has to crack.
This is a very early game draft from the side of
They took out the 3 artillery mages.
No wonder!
They took out all 4 mages, actually. 4 mid lane mages.
So much
Kadita,
respect.
Valentina, Novaria, and the Farsa. The only thing that can disrupt Gord. So Gord just needs to kick his
And there.
basically just has a really nice time. And Belir,
Oh
Lily
my
has picked
God.
up.
Wait, what's going on for the side of Bleed?
No, okay. No. Now, the main thing that we are looking out for is why a Valir roam, right? Why a Valir roam? What makes them...
The Filipino meta coming up versus the Indonesian meta. It's really interesting.
So at least we know for a matter of fact that we have a very tanky EXP laner.
Yep.
We have a very tanky front line from the jungle. So at least you are able to play more of a supportive role in the Roman situation. But what allows you, or what makes you want to use the Searing Torrent? What makes you think that your entire lineup needs the Searing Torrent? What helps you in this situation? Is it really just to repel packs away? Or is it something that really helps your entire team to disengage? Because this is a very engaged setup. This is a lineup from Bleed that is very much of a team that I jump in and I die now, or I just don't die. but Valir opened things up a little bit. If I'm capable of helping my team disengage, perhaps we'll be having another better way to fight things out. Which means that Valir and Lilia in a team fight / chase, the both of them gel together very well to find opportunities for comebacks.
Honestly, I like Homeboys' pick right off the bat because of the fact that they have a dive insurance. You have that Lapu Lapu going straight to that back line, taking out the Lilia as well as the Brody. What Bleed doesn't have is someone who can dive to the back line. So Homeboys itself, you have the X-Board, you have the Lapu, and you have the Brock, three really thick boys standing right in front, and you have two just really rangy kinds of heroes in that Bruno, in that Gord. It's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
So, Searing Torrent is good here, Searing Torrent is bad here. Now, that's a question that we all want to know. Maybe the audience also have a very good idea, or you have your own comments. Make sure you guys comment in the YouTube chat box or perhaps Facebook chat box. Let us know what you feel about this Valir pick.
I actually want to talk about the Lilia though, because we've seen that in the meta changes and the patch notes of 1.8.08, right?
The glooms are faster now.
The glooms are faster, but when I experimented on Lilia, it does seem like the ultimate has a huge, I would say nerf in my opinion, because when you pop your ultimate, when you pop your black shoes, you don't have you don't reset the 5 balls.
I actually hate that.
I hate that so much.
Why did he kick out so early on? Once again, he tries to invade Homeboys earlier just now. Don't forget, in game number 1, they got punished, and they're trying to do the same thing again. Homeboys, their bulwark is too strong.
FMM as a Lilia actually did not pick up the Assassin Emblem, which have went through quite a lot of tests time and time again, that eventually as a mage you would want to have impact in the early stages. Hold on a second, Virno Kill.
Okay, the PH duo coming in. Virno Cure just merely... Okay, he has the better flicker to just get on away. No flicker Reverse Warrior for the next turtle fight.
Kill VJ, he's just anchoring himself down to the bottom lane and making sure that Virno Kill would not have a very good time. But back to what I want to talk about, right? FMM playing as a Lilia without the Assassin Emblem. What do you think here, Joe?
I think that, you know, Lilia's just there for wave clear and just going down for that early game rotations because they want to be aggressive. They want to stay.
Oh, the
look at that
Raph in the mid. Xbox immediately gone. No more Xbox going into the turtle fight for now. Dean will take this opportunity to quickly try to burst down this turtle.
This is really interesting. You have JPL, who's a Valir, who's always constantly on the invade. You have JPL basically living in Homeboys' jungle. If we have a heat map, you'll see JPL just living on the Homeboys' edge of the jungle. But look at the top side though. You have Bruno almost taking out the Brody.
No, BJ still managed to secure the turtle for now. Zagino going in with the penalty zone, also trying to slow down, but Virno Cure burns the bravest warrior to get on away. Lead for now, trying to stabilize in the mid-early game.
Just by looking at how JPL is playing, this annoying Valir. Last time we were just thinking about, you know, Valir is just kind of like borderline annoying, or sometimes even very annoying. But in this very special instance, or not say special, I will say, but Valir is really just poking the crap out of Dairy, and it doesn't seem like Dairy can do anything about this. I think that the main reason why they also picked up Valir is that Homeboys actually lacks mobility.
Yeah, I do feel like that Valir pick, the way that he's playing, he's just hard invading, hard pressuring that jungle lane, and it does work very, very well for Bleed, because then you have a lot of free farm for QVJ, free farm for FMM, enabling them to just roam around, and you have Pegs trying to focus attention on JPL, but hold on a second, another skirmish right here.
It really depends whether Bleed and Homeboys want to handshake this fight. Don't forget, there's still some time for another turtle. So, okay, there is going to burn it. JPL immediately pops the ultimate kill. BJ looking for a point of entry. The wall slows down, but no Ice Cream 1, so which means that he doesn't really have the enhanced slow. Dak tries to step forward to try to put some damage, but Homeboy just gives him a huge arms breath. Or KLVJ has something else in mind. He's able to tag onto Super Jocks, though. The slow coming up from Pegs. Nothing sticks for now.
From a micro perspective, I think that Valir pick also has a built-in Purify. So when whatever Homeboys throw at them, when it was directed to a straight PL, he just pops his ultimate, and then he's just free to roam around. So Bleed, on the other hand, is just baiting out so much ultimates and just protecting deck on that heavy lane. You can see the rotations already coming in for that turtle lane. You have the early switcheroo for that lane swap.
Now, also notice one thing, that JPL is actually not playing with a support emblem or whatsoever emblem. He's actually going for a lot more survivability.
Oh, wild charge. JPL gets knocked up. He's down almost. He got swell burns. The members of Bleed, but there you go. Derry actually sacrificed as well. Super Jogs burns the last insanity, but to no avail. KLBJ knocks him down with a taunt. That will be one first kill over to the side of Bleed. At the same time, no, make it 3 in this particular fight. Man, Bleed this time around is stabilizing in the early game a lot better than game number 1.
The main thing that Bleed is getting a hold on rather, is the fact that they have control of maps. They have information as to where Derry is. The main thing about what you want from a Grog, secondary to that, is that he's got damage. But primarily to that is that he's got control of maps, and he's unparalleled in the jungle, in the river. No one can kind of stop him because of the CC immunity, right? So you get information. But Valir does the same.
Valir's actually trying to output some damage at the same time, but there you go, a little bit late for the party. Jogs is already going down. They don't really need a Valir, but KLBJ will be traded over the side of Homeboys.
So taking a look at the rotations again for Bleed, they are looking for a lot of early game team fights and creating a lot of space for deck to just fight fire from that back.
Pure, Burst of Flicker, Saginu right into. There's also the first kill, but not enough to seal the deal. Saginu bursts his own Flicker at the same time, gets on the way. Homeboys don't really dare to come into a Bleed this time around. They're playing a little bit overly safe as coming at game number 1.
A lot of movements now from Bleed, and they have mostly been just focusing up in the top lane. You can see that wherever that Brody is trying to go to, Valir is giving crucial information. Unlike many other roamers out there, you gotta go in there, face tank it, you receive the damage, run away. But Valir acts a little bit differently. You are a ranged unit that is capable of throwing people off the Searing Torrent in order to get yourself a retreat, or perhaps even pop a free Purify off an ultimate, and you even have got a wider view of the map. So there's so much utility that Bleed is getting for themselves out of this roam position, but information as well as communication is super important.
Yeah, definitely. I got a conspiracy theory here for the fans. FMM picks the Lilia just to show the Neo Beast skin.
It's just a couple of Neon V skin with QVJ.
Actually, no. Bleed picks both the Lilia and the Fredrin to show us the Neo Beast skin. Looks really good, by the way.
Taking a look at the itemizations, it does look like this is a very defensive Valir. It's not going to be a offensive. He does need to still build his Ice Queen wand, and then I think JPL is probably going a semi-tank Valir, which is pretty interesting to me. This is something very, very new as well, because take a look at his emblems. He does have that Brave Smite, so every single hit he gets onto a hero at every 6 seconds or so, he's going to get healed up as well. So he does have a little bit more sustain, a little bit more tankiness.
A small little bit of concern for me is that Homeboys is a lot more of an early game-centric team. They do have Enya that gets a power fight in the early stages, as well as Derry that can actually deal quite a truckload of damage in the early stages. But it doesn't seem like Homeboys is really getting a control of that. The main thing that we need to look out for is how is Homeboys get's out of this?
Homeboys just now already committed the wild charge with the wall as well. FMM luckily burns the Purify. So that's also a timing that Homeboys is actually catching on upon. And now Homeboys, yes, they do have a decent early game with Derry, but late game, Gord, that Mystic Gush, that ultimate cooldown, it's very quick, right?
I forgot about that.
Yeah. But aside the Bleed, by the way, for JPL, Valir as a roam can exist as a tank, because your role is just constantly throw the Searing Torrent while the fireballs at you and tank it as well. JPL is actually kind of smart with this one, because every time he hits, he's actually clearing. So speaking of JPL, he's actually still surviving. Fear No Cure right in the middle. That's also going to be slow. Abrasive Trap will not be able to connect. Second Makers with a Fantasy Zone, catching Fear No Cure. Last Insanity trying to push him away. This is different Bleed as compared to game number 1. And finally is nowhere to be seen in this particular fight. He's still farming up, but he has already secured the Berserker's Fury.
It's powered by McDonald's right here. I saw JPL eating his McDonald's takeout just now, but the name of the game is just map control. Bleed has so much mobility, and mobility not in the sense of like how many dashes you have, but how fast they rotate around the map. You have JPL and FMM who are a little bit faster on the mages, who clear the lane a little bit faster. Once you have that lane priority, you can focus fires on those two opposite sides of that map. And the Homeboys, they are forced to stick together at every point of time. Look at how they're going.
There's also going to be Last Insanity tags onto JPL. Great Smite not good enough. Sagino still catches two with the penalty zone. Super Jocks already burned away, but Derry, the wild charge, able to catch Zach beyond the frontliners, and now he's in spot of trouble. At the same time, another fight ensues. Up top side, KelBJ, there'll be another person taken down, and you're already gone. When he finally joined the team fight, he's already dead. Bleed takes full advantage of the situation. KelBJ picks up another.
I would say that is probably the fact that Homeboys was trying to look out for a pickoff onto JPL, but their team is not necessarily made to pick off, right? They have a different kind of setup that they are looking to go for. So when they expended 2 Ultimates just to bring JPL down and Bleed responded with a follow-up, that is just, we pretty much know that it spells doom for Homeboys.
Bleed, they are just really looking for a lot of team fights, but I think FMM is basically the forgotten one over here. Every single member of Homeboys, they're focusing fire on Sagitnu, on QBJ. You have a lot of dive opportunities, a lot of setups from Sagitnu, and quick follow-ups from QVJ and from FMM himself. And the fact of the matter is, FMM is dealing a ton of damage, a ton of invisible damage. You don't feel it until like you're pretty much a third of your health. And this is where Homeboys, they are a little bit more anxious right now. They want to play on the defense. They want to maintain their presence within their own jungle, but Bleed is not letting them. Look at how different they are playing from Homeboys. And Homeboys' first game, they gave up the Bleed side of the jungle and gave them a little bit more farm, but Bleed, they know how to play that macro game so well in this part of time. Every single one of the members of Bleed, they are on the opposing side of the map.
They're not exactly going for a 3-lane complete push out. They're actually leaving the top lane to naturally push by themselves. Now, hold on a second.
Sanity, there's also been a kill maybe catching onto deck, but then again the Lord will get taken out. Taunted, Derry has nowhere to run, gets knocked up as well. FMN coming in, trying to slow him down with a glue. And JPL just throwing the slow snowball, nowhere for Derry to retreat back to safety. Sagitnu, the sacrificer, land from the side of Bleed.
The main thing that they wanted to bring down is heroes that is capable of clearing waves pretty fast, because now it's all about wave advantage. But unfortunately, the Homeboys actually have got a lot of wave clear options. So
that's right.
At least Veer going down makes sense. Derry going down, it makes sense as well, because those two are the main frontline heroes after all.
Yep, taking a look at items right now, you have Lilia building up the Lightning Truncheon, so that is a little bit more damage on that every single beam burst that they have. And Sagitnu going again for full tank Terizla. So that Terizla is going to just, his job is just to set up for the rest of Bleed, but the follow-up right now is working a lot better for Bleed. And they did that slow push earlier on, where when they had that Lord on that bottom side, the top side just slowly cleared off. This leaves a lot of pressure open on that bottom side. So Homeboys, again, reacting to this play. But Homeboys, the silver lining is, Abstract, you were right. They have a lot of high ground right now. Look at the damage dealt. FMM still staying on the top of the charts.
Right now, I just feel like, you know, we asked the question, where did Pex and Vinegar go? Because game 1, they were super crank, but hold on your horses. Continue play, gets denied by JPL.
Oh, man. That was a very smart play from JPL. 5-man conceal going towards where Deck was, and JPL just stopped them in their tracks. That one pushback through that block alone just halted Homeboys, and they just all retreated. So Homeboys very defensive, and I think this is where Homeboys will start to crack down, because Bleed, they're just denying every single opportunity. But hold on a second, Bin.
No cure, FMM pops the magic shoes just in the nick of time. KelBJ coming in, Last Ascendant this time around will be able to clip onto FMM. There's another fight happening. Sagitnu trying to push back the front and back line for the side of Homeboys. At the same time, Jogs will be able to shut down FMM this time round. But then again, the members of Bleed will congregate, all converge onto him. The Firaga armor already burned. The Praises Trap in the very last pixel tags onto Homeboys. And now Derry, Wall Charge, misses one more, especially the main person from the side of Bleed. It's Sagignu goes to the back line, reaches onto the Enya, tears him apart where he stands. The fight's over yet. The flicker, penalty zone, catch onto the main damage dealer, Sagignu. You madman! You go in at the very last minute with the power of JPL. No, they're still holding on. The Braves fight and the life seal coming in clutch. Killing spree for Vernal Cure.
This is pretty much a game of chess, I suppose.
Ping pong, not chess. Ping pong.
Ping pong. Okay, we'll put it as that, right? Because Bleed, we're starting to see the problem of Bleed in the previous game now happening on the Homeboys.
Yeah.
We're starting to see Veer that is initiating the fights, but Dairy have got other plans. He's hiding within the brushes together with Pigs as well as Enya. It kind of seems as though he has an idea that he wants to be more defensive, and he knows, as a matter of fact, that Sagitnu is going to be jumping over to the back line. So what they did, or rather what he did instead, is instead of following up together with Vernocure, he held behind to wait for Sagitnu to actually jump on the Pigs as well as Enya. So he's kind of like balancing the skills. He's trying to understand what is more valuable to the team.
The Lord is marching down right here, but the lead, the toughest part about facing up against this entire matchup is splitting them apart. But hold on a second right here. Super jump from the back line.
Tag from the back line. Last insanity doesn't do damage. Pegs, gut rush, missing guts already committed. The Lord gets isolated right into the base. Homeboys will be able to take it down, but they lose to mid and also bot lane turrets right here. Another fat wave coming up from the side of Bleed on the way up top instead. Super Jogs right here. Sagino penalty zone doesn't really able to catch anybody for now, but we'll be able to zone away the members of Homeboys to take the turret up top. It's still burning though. It's still burning though. They're trying to wave clear, but Bleed will walk out of the base with 3 turrets from the side of Homeboys already down.
As I was saying, the toughest part about facing up against Bleed is to split them apart. Homeboys, they have Super Jogs and Vernocure, whose only job is to face up against that back line. But that wildcard pick, the Valier from JPL, is denying them that opportunity to do so. Every time they jump into the back, it's just pushed away. They can't do a single thing. Vernocure, once his Bravest Fighter ends, he's pretty much left to his own devices. He's pretty much wide open. His weakness is shown.
Yeah, I think it's really not just that. You know, JPL playing as a Valier, whenever he pokes someone, he slows them down whenever he buys the Ice Queen's Ward. One of the main problems coming in from Bleed's lineup is follow-ups as well as to continue with a chase on. So at least when we are looking at Fredrin, whenever he uses up his dash, he can't dash anymore. He can't. The main problem about Fredrin is that he can't stick onto an opponent long enough. But JPL is the roam. He's the one that constantly is capable of poking people, slowing them down, allowing KillVJ as well as Sagitnu to actually start something.
Yep. Not only just the fact that you also got sticking power with the help of JPL on the S1. Don't forget, KLVJ purposely went for the Quantum Charge to kind of alleviate a little bit that very symptom.
So he actually loses a bit of that survivability.
That's right.
But it allows him to unlock more of his potential.
Now, I just want to add as well that Bleed is freezing the lanes in the 17-minute mark because facing up against something that has very strong artillery in Homeboys, they want to pull them out into the jungle. That's where Bleed flies. That's where Bleed wants to fight because everything is just super messy for Homeboys. You can't split Bleed up without having to sacrifice at least one member of the team. Last Insanity already being forced by Jogs defensively. That's not where you want to go.
It kind of seems as though this is more of an all-in game from Homeboys. They need the damage coming from Pigs. They need to ensure that Pigs as well as Enya stays alive because they are going to be the one that deals the majority of the damage to the front line. We need to keep our eyes on the Dairy, Super Jogs as well as Vernocure, how they're going to be starting up this fight, or rather, how are they going to be contesting for this Lord?
Super Jogs this time around does have last.
You're behind!
A little bit low. KLVJ secures the retribution. Derry a little bit late for the wild charge. Amazing play coming up on Bleed for now. KLVJ appraises Ram. Mystic Gush coming out from the side of Pegs. Sagitnu coming for the flag. We'll be able to catch on 2. Damage dealer, look at the damage done by Sagitnu. A little bit crazy. FMN lets his man led as well. Coming in for the flag, allowing him to slow down. Don't forget, he also has slowing potential. Super Jogs committing the last insanity as well. JPL may get kicked on in collateral. Immortality coming in just in time. Deck going in, finishing the job.
That is really annoying from the side of Bleed. One thing is that Sagitnu found an entryway to the easiest entryway to find pigs as well as Anya. Once he's done with his damage, he moves away because he already gotten a lot of that taunt onto himself. But that is when FMM comes in from another angle. Wherever they go, it just doesn't seem to be safe.
FMM coming in, that's also the flicker committed by JPL as well. JP, they're looking to end, they will take game 2.
Man, what a play by Bleed. Very methodical, very structured. Very structured. It was just very, very crisp within the entirety of the game. And Sagitnu really showed up this time, having the right setups, having the right moves, and finding the right targets in the back. In the draft, I was saying the only setback of Bleed is that they can't dive into the back line, but Sagitnu really, really proved me wrong. And I gotta say, I am happy they did.
That means that
we are still in the running. We're still in the running. But Jace is gone. Jace
No,
is
it's
out.
okay. That means that I have full trust in Bleed for now. It's a 2-0. Okay, it's okay. At least win is still a win. But more importantly, another thing, this time around, don't forget Super Jocks was from, well, EVOS SG back in the Season 3. Now they're fighting out their old team
I feel
members.
Old.
Yeah,
I feel old.
It's since Season 3. But man, it was a showing, a back and forth, a push and pull between two of these teams that are looking to get that slot for M5.
Taking a little itemizations right now. The tankiness coming up from Valir and that early game presence that JPL has against Homeboy denies them that early game aggression, the early game advantage that they so desperately need in order to snowball their way through and then have an easier game in the mid to late game. It's very, very one-sided because of the fact that Bleed was taking full control of the entirety of that map. FMM building up full damage as well, dealing a lot of damage, and the forgotten one, Deck, who's always in that back line. Homeboy is having a very, very tough time, if not impossible time, trying to find Deck and shutting him down.
Deck is the support this time around.
He is a support, but he was.
Marksman support, yeah, I feel you, Ben. I feel you, Deck. But Sagitnu, man.
Even though he has like full items, he's still kind of like branded as a support.
Yeah.
I think
have you ever seen, remember that joke I used to crack? I'm an expert wingsman, Leslie wants 24 assists.
Wow. You must feel really proud of yourself.
I feel really proud of myself.
This side banter, what is with that, guys? What is with that?
Let me go get a shower. I need to cry underneath a shower.
Guys, this was an amazing game. Taking a look at the emblems for both sides as well, and the objective statistic, it does look like Bleed. Every single kill that they have equates to an objective taken. The tower is taken. Homeboys, they were unable to touch any single tower, any single turrets at all. No lords, no turtles. It just goes to show how dominant Bleed was in this game.
Okay, so with the emblems set out, the same thing occurs here, right? I'm not really a huge fan of the FMM going for the mage emblem on the Lilia, but hey, if it works, it works. I guess he's trading a little bit because he's dealing lesser damage in the early game, but he's got more cooldown reduction.
I would say it's a contrary, because don't forget,
it's all cooldown reduction.
Cooldown for the, because if you go for Lilia, cooldown is very important for you, especially you proc the boots as well.
Yep.
Early game numbers for you actually help you in the early game because you need that numbers to buff up, to help you waker, to help you with stuff. The late game investment is when the penetration comes in. That's why, you see, this is why I love emblem discussions, right? Anything can work. Spell for the other side. This is actually kind of interesting for me because JPL went for the mage emblem instead of the common emblem that I expect. Because usually Valir spams the mana like no tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But the fact that JPL, he needed that slight bit of cooldown reduction to be able to secure the jungle in that early game, gave a lot of dominance towards Bleed and gave a lot of time and space for QVJ and Sagitnu to just do their thing. Just going in, knowing where the Super Jocks was at every single point of time. Taking a look at the teamfight participations on both sides, it does look like Bleed, they're playing together as a team. Teamfight participations very, very close together. Damage dealt, FMM he's just basically that silent guy just dealing so much damage with his glooms. Homeboys on the other hand though, Super Jocks trying his best to fend for the rest of the team. Now, MVP, guys, who do you think it will be? I'd say Sagitnu all the way.
I'm the guy that really appreciates the one that, set up fights.
Yeah.
But this time, JPL for me, the information gathering is just very, very important for me.
Sagitnu is better to watch.
I mean,
amazing
not wrong,
timing on the
not
flicker
wrong.
penalty zone to make sure the lockdown was superb. How many times he also was able to actually catch the backline of Homeboys is just astounding. Okay, I am also part of that problem. I also have that problem, right? Whenever I get caught by the XP laner Kov Abstract, I will somehow congregate with my mid laner, which is another damage dealer, which is the win count of the team.
No, but it makes sense, right? It makes sense. The both of them technically have to stay together because you wouldn't want to split yourselves up to the point that you can't help one another. Because you are a team. Whenever you are being chased, then a mage gotta have to help you. If the mage is being chased upon, you gotta help her.
Yeah, but don't stick together like Terizla, right? You at least need a 60-degree angle. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the mathematics. I'm sorry, maths, right?
Yep.
But you gotta have to have a bit of spacing to support each other, yet not get caught by the same skill together.
I actually agree with Jays on this one. It's like, if you go down, don't go down together,
Yeah,
because then
don't be like
the entire
Titanic.
team.
Don't
Don't
take
be like
Titanic.
Titanic. You just if you just identify as a woman and just go into a lifeboat. You just jump straight right in. But let's take a look at the replays. Sagitnu always finding the right target, jumping in with the penalty zone, setting up, and knowing that Enya needs to go down before the rest of the team follows up. And that was just so beautiful. Sagitnu, he knows that in the early game, he can bank on his passive. He can bank on the attack power that he has to be able to deal as much damage and push the rest of them back. QVJ straight on that follow-up, but Sagitnu, he always finds the right target. He knows that he needs to take down Enya, and he knows that Enya needs to be sent to the nether realm. And that is what he did so perfectly, and that is why I loved him.
Now, the entirety of the game pretty much revolves around Bleed having an upper hand, while the Homeboys, unfortunately, they just don't have a proper way to really lock things down. They don't have the lockdowns that much. They are kind of like keeping the abilities. Like you can see here for Dairy, he's just keeping it just so that if Pix or Enya finds himself in trouble, then he gotta have to pop it out. But unfortunately, it is an ultimate. It's a very big ultimate, and you can't really use it as often. So perhaps a little bit of priority difference here and there. They changed their game plan a little bit here and there, and they ended up with this as a result.
I just wanted to say that in the late game, Bleed has a little bit more economy than Homeboys. They pretty much have all their items, but they invested in the Immortality because they knew in that Lord fight, Immortality will buy a little bit more time. That fight, it's alone, Homeboys had the better end of the stick. They cleared out all of Bleed, but it's just one life. They still have a second life to deal with. It's sort of like a built-in call altar that the rest of Bleed has. So it was very hard for Homeboys to just break down the composition of Bleed. But, I always have that itch knowing the last series of the game, who was going to make it in.
Where?
Probably my head.
You stay away from me. Here you go. Stay away from me.
And this is a segue over to our head.
No. You lead that way. Don't give Dendros over to Abstract too. You're safe here. Don't worry. I have none.
And
I just need to press down my hair. My hair is too high.
And this and this is a segue over to our sponsor as well, Head and Shoulders, where you will be able to get up to 100% protection onto your dandruff and itchy scalp just by using the MLBB version. We call it the Head and Shoulders MLBB.
That's right.
Special edition, limited edition, where there is a design of Tigreal or Eudora that will help you wipe out your
competition.
enemies.
Your competition too. Your competition, and it's perfect for crying in the shower as well at home. And now we both know.
That sounds oddly personal.
Yeah, now we know, Abstract and I, we know that we do not room with churros.
It's just
until you get your
powdered
dandruff
snow
fixed.
That's my ultimate.
Did you know that you can get this onto every supermarket and online stores?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
get yours now.
So get it. So go get it.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Why are we beating him up for saying that he has dandruff? And
He
doesn't?
said it! He
My hair's
admitted
just
on
white.
air!
I just have white hair, and everyone thinks I have dandruff. But I don't.
Look,
I
look,
shower
look.
my hair very regularly. I'm a very, very clean and hygienic young man.
I would like to
It's got awkward very fast.
I would like to get the makeup artist to confirm this for us.
Jace, this is an anti-dandruff shampoo, not an anti-aging shampoo. It has 100 protection for your scalp,
But not aging.
Oh, so unfortunately, we can't
I
help
need
you
immortality right now.
So, I just need the fountain of wealth.
I need
for that
immortality.
matter.
No, get me that item in real life. Immortality.
No, man.
And maybe
you
conceal.
know what I wish is like every single different Head and Shoulders shampoo bottle has like a different flavor for the hero that he
Flavor?
showed.
I mean, technically there is, because there is one that is icy cool, icy cool
Yes,
menthol
one.
for the Tigre one.
That's right.
And when it comes down to the Eudora one, we
Apple
have
Fresh.
Apple Fresh. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, by the way,
I'm trying
I
to see
use
the
that.
correlation.
Yeah,
Yes.
I use that for my for the ad reel, and it actually smells a bit too good, and I don't know how to feel about myself.
Don't make me catch you sniffing on this.
I actually just kind of pluck one and just kind of like smell it for the fun of it.
That's how good it smells as well. But personally, I love the menthol one. I
love
feel
that
the
one.
breezy feeling of my hair.
I don't know where this conversation is going, guys. I need a break. I need a break.
Okay,
really
fine,
bad.
fine.
Yeah, he needs to sniff it. I need to cry in the shower.
No context, but okay. Let us move on to a break, and once we are back, we'll be able to present you with the third game of match number 1 between Bleed versus Homebois. We'll see you guys in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 6, game number 1, or rather, match number 1. We've had Bleed facing off against Homebois, and both of them showed fabulous performance in a 1-1 fashion. As such, we are moving on to game number 3 to find out who is going to be the one to win in this upcoming match and get themselves the point on to the scoreboard. My name is Abstract. With me here is Jimmy Neutron as well as Old Man Churros.
Wait, what?
And the three of us is going to be a caster for this
I
final
thought you
game
don't
of
watch.
match
You
1.
don't see comments during cast.
You did. It's over there.
He does look like Jimmy Neutron. He looks so animated, man. Oh my goodness.
How does the opening of that song sound like?
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
I
No,
do.
that's
Okay,
very
guys. Boys. I do my old hair. You say that I look like Arashi, and then now I do a new hair. You say I look like Jimmy Neutron. What's next, Saitama?
I think you just shave your hair. Who wants to see Jay's ball? Type it down in the comment section right here, and we will make it happen.
And we will call him Saitama.
I need the hair to use Head and Shoulders.
Do you know?
Just keep like one strand. Maybe we'll call you something else.
Upin and Ipin.
Incredible.
Upin and Ipin.
Upin and Ipin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. No.
Oh my goodness.
You know the funny thing about Saitama's name, because Tama literally kind of means egg.
Egg? So
Tamago.
head egg.
Yeah, so it's
You
like
know he doesn't speak. He doesn't know Japanese.
I don't know
That's
Japanese
why
at
He's
all.
not a
I
man
am
of
the
culture.
priestess
That's
of
why
primal lightning,
remember
the hunter of all the
Tamago
evil
is-
gods.
Guys, let's get back into the game.
No.
Homeboys and Bleed. Homeboys and Bleed, Abstract. Homeboys and Bleed. Cho off the tables, as well as Edith for Bleed. Now, both teams very aggressive in game 1s and game 2. It does seem like Homeboys, they know how Bleed was playing. They were testing a little bit on the waters, how Bleed would react to their plays. Bleed, they reciprocated in a way that Homeboys were unable to
I am the
counteract.
power of
And
light
now
incarnate.
Homeboys, they know and they identify that now the draft will be focusing on the comfort heroes on both sides. The threat now shifts from QVJ over to Sagitnu, taking the Terizla right off the table as well.
I think the EXP laners will always be a pivotal point of the game. How much this EXP laner is creating space.
You would know. You would know, Abstract.
Yeah, and if you, of course I do. And
See
if-
value in me?
It's kind of like a point whereby
You
if
should.
the EXP laner is giving so much space and trying to wreak havoc around Land of Dawn, you are forced to react to him. But in the meantime, if you react to him, you're also giving the opponents the space that they are looking out for.
Among
So
the
you gotta have to
planes
find a
exists
reasonable
the
balance between
equilibrium,
how much space you want
which
to give,
I
how much
was
respect
made
you want to give
for.
as well, in order to still have a good balance throughout the entire lanes.
It's interesting. So Bleed is opening up Valentina to Homeboys.
I didn't cure
Yet
the
again,
pain.
Homeboys was
I
snatched
harnessed
right
it.
up.
picking.
Bleed, on the other hand, I don't know. This is pretty much wide and open. Homeboys, they're playing a very, very counteractive approach. They kind of want Bleed to be a little bit over-aggressive in the early game. But then Bleed, they understand that Homeboys, they don't deal well with Valiers and Lilia. Something that is a little bit more early game centric, a little bit more social distancing concept kind of
Social
hero.
distancing.
Yeah, when you
I haven't heard that word
face
in
up-
ages,
When
bro.
you face up against a Valier, it's sort of like you have to it keeps that social distance with his second skill, and that's what causes Gary to be a little
Time
bit
to drop the
held
BFF
back. But
Joy.
Joy is open for the majority of the games, and we never even thought of that Joy.
This is the first game that we have a Joy pick in week number 1 in MPL Singapore thus far. And this is going to be spicy. It's going to go into hands of KelVJ, highly likely. And don't forget, you don't mess with the King of the Jungle.
You don't want to mess with him at all. Now, you can pretty much tell that Homeboys themselves is also putting a lot of respect over to Sagitnu, based on the fact that they are banning the Terizla.
Yep.
Both of the Terizla are played by Bleed for
I love the smell of
Alchemy.
powder in the morning. The art
Your
of
team
miracle.
play something else a little bit different, but maybe still around the same idea as to what a Terizla is capable of doing. You set up fights, you are still capable of, tanking things out. To be honest, I'm not surprised if they was to still pick Axborg. However, with the jungle being Joy, I think that is going to be a problem. They need an EXP laner that can lock down.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that point. Unless JPL picks something really out of the ordinary, you could always go back to the Grok. You could always go back.
I choose my own path.
Okay,
Your
Arlet's gonna get picked up
Okay,
with
that's
this
good.
one in the EXP lane. So it's really just set up
Yes.
for the side of Bleed. But then again, I think that Bleed is still a little bit structured in this first phase of the draft. I can't tell anything yet. I just really need to see the second phase bans coming right off the bat. I think they might still want to go in the aggressive route, the early game aggression, but holding back a little bit with a little bit more late game insurance. I don't know what
Thorns
that might
remain.
be yet.
Your
Maybe
team
hasn't
is
really
banning.
been picked up just yet. FMM could very well use that Arlot to go in that mid lane. We've seen that before happening. And
Why
would
are
be
you,
a
why are
little
you
bit
proposing
interesting.
weird mid laners?
It's not
Cho
weird.
mid
It's not
lane,
weird, but it makes sense.
Arlot mid lane.
Clear
I mean,
lane
we've
pass.
seen the Cho mid lane
Cho
from
mid.
Flash
That
before.
was Flash, but this is Bleed.
Well, hey,
The
you know,
southern
new season,
seas are
new
my
storyline.
domain.
Bleed,
No,
Bleed
no,
might
no,
change it.
no, no,
Might change
no.
it up.
I don't. I know as much as FMM likes to cosplay as Keyboy sometimes. You know, he literally there's a period of time he once ran the IGN code FMM Boy, but I feel like this is not a time where you really want to experiment. This is a time when Bleed needs to overcome a hurdle that Homeboys has tossed at them in game number 1. They finally got the mojo back. I don't think this is something that you go for experimental.
No, I actually believe that what they're trying to go for with this Arlet is essentially just to disengage against a potential catch
Like
coming
by
in
Franco.
from the Franco, yes. So that way, if the Homeboys, the Homeboys are trying to capitalize onto whoever that they manage to catch, the Arlet really needs to be super proactive, which is played by Sagitnu in this very case. I think that is definitely possible. So if we're thinking about more of like that ping-pong situation, what happens after that the Arlet's ultimate, right? So JPL understandably very likely needs to play someone that can follow up after Sagitnu's little final slash. So having a Kufra would still be great. I don't think that they need necessarily a
stars
catch
brought
hero
us
from
here.
JPL,
Your team is
but
picking.
more of an AoE hero to really work their way through.
No, I think if Bleed really wants to just secure the early game and finish the game within like 12 minutes or less, they could very well go into that Farsa because you have a lot of movement speed, you have a lot of mobility within the entirety of the team. So
You
with
are
a Farsa
fencing
or
across
with something that is a little bit more artillery based, you are able to create a lot of space. But Dak picks up the glue. I think it will be Sagitnu going into, Joy going into the jungle, FMM playing in either the roam position and then glue in the EXP lane.
JPL will play Arlot
Yep, correct.
tank.
Yeah,
Blue
Arlot and
goes
roam.
into Sagitnu.
Yeah, I agree. So again, Arlot in that mid lane duo kind of position right there and then. So Bleed having a lot of thick front lines, quite good setups. They have a flyby assassin in that Joy.
Yeah, and that's why they banned the box, yeah. So, yeah, I see why.
punch for a punch. 3,000 worlds.
Martis and Paquito.
And not a single
strong early
worthy
to mid
foe.
game.
Oh
Late
my
game is
God.
gonna be a big problem for the side of Homeboys. They need to win, and they need to win explosively.
A team from the side of Homeboys that is explosive. Let's just put it that way, right? They are a team that specializes in catch, and they do have quite a lot of means and a lot of ways in order to deal very good damage over to their opponents. And one thing that we gotta expect is that I would want to see Veer, you know, piloting this.
I
this
will be
Paquito,
there
because
upon the
as
first
long as he's
blossom.
playing as a Paquito,
Oh
he
my
needs
God.
to time well against this what was it called, Joy.
All right, now here's the thing.
It's a mid lane.
This is a
Angela.
mid lane Joy. This is mid
Mid
lane
lane
Angela, and going into an Arlot tank. This screams Megatron Alpha roster, right? And yeah, Bleed is just taking inspiration from every single team out there, and they're making it their own.
I am loving it. I am loving it so much, but I am a little bit wary of the late game Bleed as well. The only sort of like the super sponge that they have is basically that glue. And Glue's only job is to go straight to that backline and take Brody out of the game. But it's going to be harder and it's easier said than done. We are going to be jumping straight into the game.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at an amazing draft coming in from both sides, but only one can go through and win and get that point. Which one would it be? Lead or Homebois SG?
By the way, the one more combo, guys. The Joy and Angela is crazy. You gain bonus shield on top of the existing shield
That
of
you
the
already
Joy.
have.
You have movement speed in your ultimate, which Angela also provides. Your focusing mark that you're also dealing with the Angela talent as well deals both stacks with KLVJ's ultimate. And then if that all fails, you still got a heartstring. So yeah, this is a very scary combo coming out from Bleed. We'll see how they execute it to the T.
The main priority that we are looking out for is level 4. Once FMM gets himself to level 4, or perhaps even KLVJ, I think that is where havoc will pretty much happen. So right off the bat, we are experiencing, we are looking at the fact that KLVJ is moving more towards the purple to orange buff rotation. So he wants to pilot and just kind of like focus down onto the EXP lane, while things are a little bit of the same coming from Homebois. They are all generating themselves over to the northern part of the map to focus and prepare themselves for the upcoming turtle. So control of the territory is ultimately going to be very important for both of these teams, since both of their jungle rotations is super.
One thing I'm looking forward to analyzing on for this game is the rotations in these early to mid game kind of strategies. You see, Bleed, they are sticking with the norm. They had the Angela, they had the glue going up in the EXP lane and getting that early level 2. But Homebois, on the other hand, they're playing it very, very safe, very, very defensively. And I talked a lot about heavy lane and loose lane. So in this point of time, Bleed should be looking at just targeting onto the EXP lane as the heavy lane. You want to keep Paquito under pressure at all times. If Paquito's under pressure, you have a very slow rotating EXP lane. The turtle dance is ensuing. It's a little bit slow. Super Jox starts on with the fight.
Hex does have the ultimate from Angela as well. KLVJ will take his own. Also looking in, it's going to be Super Jox. It seals the turtle away from the cave, but FMM comes in. He's the true damage of. Oh, he picks up Super Jox, and now KLVJ running for the continuously running. Yigu gets dragged all the way underneath her. KLVJ coming in for the secondary engage. JPL vengeance all the way out. Bleed will lose the turtle, but they still take one person down.
That was a very, very smart play by Bleed. Support our players who are representing with pride, honor, and passion. Scan that QR code and fill in the code. Hashtag our pride, our passion.
I find it fun to see a Valentina actually getting herself the hard card.
Yeah,
I love to see that. Now, of course, with that all said and done, we pretty much have a relatively good idea as to how these two teams pretty much clashes against one another. Even though it is so early in the game, you can see that there's a lot of sustainability that can potentially happen into the later stages. Both teams, they want to leave the gold lane as it is. Let it be a matchup of skill. Because both of these players, it seems like they are very, very confident in their capability.
Okay, ultimate activated as well. Bruno Pure tries to split dash around, but walks right into JPL. He does the final slash! What? Homeboy stack S4 walks right into JPL final slash.
That was beautiful to watch. That was beautiful to watch.
It's literally walking straight into your damage. JPL was like, hello.
Now, that is a testament to what we can expect from Bleed's team fight, right? JPL is capable of pushing out that big final slash, but what happens afterwards? That's the problem. What happens afterwards? Are they able to capitalize on that? Okay. Will they be able to do anything?
There's a bloody hunt as well. Here comes FMM's hard guard at the same time. Final slash will not be able to connect anything for now, so all is a-okay. Crisis averted, but that's a hard guard. Gone in 5 seconds towards the turtle fight.
Homebois are really sticking together this time around. They are leaving that EXP lane open. You see the first rotations coming in with that lane swaps. But Homebois, they should look for easy game pickoffs.
That's another hook. The decimation will come in. Zagino coming in. Flicker forward. The swap combo. The duo from Carney and Mega as well coming in. KLVJ. And then you enjoy the beats of the joy as the members of Homebois fall. Retchy will not be available. Bleed secures the turtle for now.
This is very interesting. Like, Homeboys, they were set up, they were rotating towards the turtle a little bit sooner than Bleed, but Bleed still had the better of them because of the mishook by Darius. Hooked over the wrong person, hooked over someone that would wipe out the entire backside of that team, and yet really needs to farm up, really needs to buy a lot of time. Okay, JPL.
Vengeance coming in, Hardguard coming in, clutch. Hex trying to make a play, but Dak will be there. FMM, the 2 damage healer after all. He just needs to play this game with only one finger, and he's still taking 2 members down.
So the hard guard came in clutch to really give them a lot more of the space and the opportunity to eventually fight back, since the catch momentum just doesn't really quite work out in the early stages anymore because of the hard guard, right? In the later stages, that is where the hard guard starts to have more of a diminishing returns, because Homeboys will eventually congregate together, they will have so much more damage. So the hard guard eventually will come in as a secondary priority from saving anyone that got caught. But the primary priority is, like you said before, Jace, is to really bolster the defense of this very fragile Joy.
2 questions right here, right? Bleed, next time you see the items, take a look.
Yep.
Deck does buy the robe boots as well, so that means that something is a miss right here, but for the side of Homeboys. Pex, do you take the hard guard? That's the biggest question, because I'm not too sure how the Valentina's interaction work. Right?
No, it's not a roam.
It's not a roam boost,
Yeah,
right?
roam
Okay,
boost
maybe
yet,
maybe that thing, the UI is a little bit more of an issue. Just want to double check on that. But okay, Pex, as the Valentina, do you take the hard guard? You're not able to do damage if you go to hard guard as a Angela, am I right or not?
Yes. You won't be able to do anything from
yeah,
that point.
so which means that you remove yourself as one of the main damage dealers from the side of Homeboys.
But you sort of have a free teleport over to whoever's getting injured or in a spot of bother. So it's sort of like an imminent backup for any member of Homeboys. But for Bleed, though, their only key contention is to keep Pure No Cure at bay. Once you keep him at bay, you don't have that burst damage. And like we said during the draft, Homeboys really need to play towards that early game. If they keep buying time, if they play towards the late game, they will have a tough time.
Ultimate already committed by KLBJ. Looking at the Richard Fingers, still going to be secured by Bleed. Derry right here gets immobilized at the same time. JPL steps forward just a little bit. The spray coming out from Bleed, not enough to do any damage, but Homeboys will lose one. But Brandon coming in for the flag at the same time though. He's in a spot of trouble. Pex comes in with the Angela ultimate. JPL looking for a slash, but will not be able to find it for now. I said it! The Casus Curse strikes! Final slash! Catches nobody, unfortunately. He's the one that got caught instead. But Dak with a snipe downtown just will be able to do the damage control as both these 2 teams just disengage.
Rennes apathy from Dak. Oh man, that was
hard,
a very good snipe, good follow up from Bleed, but a little bit slow on the trigger.
No, there's also one thing that we were talking about is about the Valentina, right? Valentina with the hard guard, right? It gives them a very good idea that they want more global presence, right?
Yeah.
They when Pix gets himself that the hard guard, he got global presence, he give shields, and once it pops out, he immediately can start doing damage.
Yeah, but he's doing that because he's reacting to Bleed's drop.
Yes.
And remember, I'm on the side where I don't want to be reacting, I want to be taking the drop, right? So it's just Homeboys adapting to what Bleed wants to do, and Bleed is taking over in terms of the map control, evidently via the kill score.
I on the other hand want to debate with that, right? Because personally, I feel that yes, at points in time, you want to dictate your own pace of the game and create your own tempo. But right now, because they are behind and they are kind of losing out in the early stages of the game, I think it is okay to still be reactive and play a little bit off tempo. And whatever that you can get is, I mean, you just take whatever that you get, right? If Pegs wants to go for final slash, you are setting up for fight. But that also means that you need someone to really come in and follow up.
JPL walks into a bit of a wrong neighborhood. Bennett's rage pushes Homeboys away. There's one flicker burned by Pegs.
I just wanted to add on to both of you guys' point is that Homeboys using or taking up Angela's hard guard to be a little bit more defensive within the plays does work, but we're talking about dictating the plays, being reactive and aggressive and dictating plays. Homeboys, when you have a Franco in your team, you have to be able to go out fishing. You have to be able to secure kills. You have a lot of burst potential. On the top side, though, Virna Cure, very easy
immediately,
kill
you
on
see
that
what
limit.
Derry does. The Bloody Hunt lands. Sakino flash. Oh, that's also JPL with the final slash. Wait, hold on a second. JPL, he's not a roam anymore. He's actually like an EXP laner. Kill VJ going in. Double kill with the ultimate JPL. Wait, this is not a roamer. This is an imposter as he sets his up for team for success.
This is just going out bad for the side of Homeboys because unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the end
Oh,
of it.
not only just that, KLVJ will be able to absorb onto and deck doing Dogfoot, shredding through, Grenade kill, Machox gets immobilized, Saginu coming out at the same time, and then again the lock.
Oh!
Deck, another snipe. Deck is not happy after game number 1.
Oh boy, right on the nail. Deck manages to get that beautiful snipe down. But Bleed, let's break that down a little bit. They eventually managed to find a very good kill just by the game of macro. And of course, we're talking about Lost Dance after all.
A lot of things going on for Homeboys. Homeboys actually had a very, very slight advantage. Yes, they were behind in gold. It's not much. They were behind in kills. It doesn't matter because they secured that first tier mid lane turret. In theory, Homeboys should have just opened up the entirety of Bleed's jungle and just made it their home. Play a little bit more aggressively. You have a little bit more damage from those power spikes. Just take pickoffs by pickoffs, but they focus. They decided to go straight towards the objectives instead, and they were a little bit too greedy. I think that they should just hold back a little bit, play towards their advantages within map control, map tempo.
It does seem like JPL immediately goes down, Dairy goes down in the meantime. But Deck, it seems like he's going to be in a little bit of trouble or not.
He's going to use a sniper like a shotgun instead. Virna Cure try to push, swaps over to the Nibiru as well. Deck on the chase. Meanwhile, KLVJ pushing down. By the way, Homeboys taking losses right here. And there's another Lord that's marching down top.
I didn't even realize that the Lord went down, or rather, I just completely
The Lord was
forgot.
completely forgotten, like Homeboys
completely
did.
forgotten.
Yeah.
So this is the problem now. Bleed has managed to find a kill, or rather find a fight against Homeboys, and now no one's here to stop the Lord.
They're trying to stop it right now, but there's only 2 members making 3. Packs going in, trying to wait for in the mid lane at the same time, but Homeboys, they already lost the topside turret. Harry looking for some form of place to actually kind of him, but no, he actually misses. Immediately get punished. Kevin J puzzles on top of him for now. The Lord will get cleaned up for now, and yeah, it's doing the damage. Then again, Crisis Averted for now. Torn apart memory just in nick of time, but JBL step forward to fight a slash, and he flickers backwards. Suppression by Deck, and also not only just that, it's going to be KLVJ will be able to get out of dodge for now, but FMX taking too much damage. Decimation coming in, and Super Jocks is trying to pay it back. Bleed has successfully cleared up Homeboy's top side and mid, and Bleed overstayed their welcome.
There's a lot of push and pull in this fight, and it is all dictated because of KLVJ. Unfortunately, KLVJ got outplayed a little bit here and there, and once he
still alive though.
I mean, yeah, he's still alive because here's the thing: whenever he got outplayed, he loses that dash, right? He can't follow up with dashes anymore. So now he will tell the entire team of Bleed, look, we cannot take a fight. I cannot pop my ultimate. Look, I cannot do this. I cannot do that. That's why you start to see that Bleed, they are not jumping onto the opponents to extend the Lord's health. It's because of KLVJ unable to pop out the ultimate. There is no creeps for him to continue dashing all the way in order to get that power spike of the ultimate.
In this late stage of the game, I think Bleed got what they came for, taking down 2 tier 3 turrets in the mid lane and the top lane opens up a huge chunk of the map, especially towards the side that the Lord is spawning up. But to add on to your point, in this stage of the game, KLVJ's job as a Joy is not to it's not basically to deal a lot of damage. It's just to keep a lot of members
No! Card! Okay, hover for it. Oh my god, Crisis Averted for now. The Homeboys will take this opportunity. Spotted 2 members down bot, but no, they're releasing the Lord pressure away. They're afraid of the King.
But let's not forget about Virna Cure. He's still going to be pushing down to the bottom lane. Homeboys is probably going to be expecting a movement from the side of Bleed, but now they have information that there are 3 down to the bottom lane, so all they need to do is deal with this 2.
Derry stepping forward just a little bit over-aggressive right here. Saginu does have the stack on top of him at the same time. KVJ coming in at the same time. Saginu, no! Bounces on top of Derry this time around. Will be able to possess. He flickers forward, and the Lord goes over to Super Jocks. Homeboys right here fighting for dear life, and it's all down to Super Jocks extending that life.
Perfect execution from the Homeboys, although I will say that they were literally playing with fire, as Virnocure has created so much space, they have information, but Jocks was still kind of like not really very comical to the fight of the Lord. He should have just kind of like busted down everywhere, but the main thing when I was looking at him, he was just kind of like standing there, waiting for the perfect time for the retribution, waiting for the perfect time to do things. So at least what he have in mind is not about the fact that the rest of members of Bleed is coming in, but what he's concerned about is, I need to land this retreat and take this Lord.
A lot of stress on, definitely on
Yes.
Super Jocks
Agreed.
right here, right?
Red team
I mean, right now, it's just about Bleed just trying to defend this. Super Jocks coming in from the wall, the Bruce Passions come into the deck. Bottom side of Virnocure creating so much pressure. I don't think FMN can hold him down.
So it's a very, very, I would say, a lost lord for Homeboys in this one. Unable to take down the minions as, unable to take down the turrets. As Bleed going on a very, very strong defense. Now the economy is evened out. Bleed should be able to look for kills again and again and again. Try to cycle the rest of Homeboys, because Homeboys, knowing how aggressive they play, knowing how confident they are going into team fights, Bleed should be able to single out one player of the team, should be able to do target prioritization. Derry at this point just throwing his body in. So I would say Bleed, try to look for Enya as best as possible, try to look for Derry as best as possible, but Pex is pretty much the forgotten one in the entirety of Homeboys. If you notice, he's actually taking out QVJ's ultimate, going in with the Rhythm of Joy and clearing out the rest of the backline for Bleed.
So now the main thing that we need to remember is that the inhibitor turrets in the top lane and the middle lane for Homeboys has been taken down. They did manage to take down the Lord, but that only gave them a temporary relief. In the eyes of Bleed, it doesn't matter at all that they got the Lord. It didn't matter that the middle lane second tier defense turret is down. Bleed, all they want to care about is to end the game with the eventual Lord. If they lose it, they can just do it over and over and over again. Because I don't think that there's at any point in time where Homeboys will be capable of farming up to have more gold than Homeboys unless Bleed themselves make a mistake in terms of their number counts.
Okay, Virnocure punching down to JPL for now. But it's a little bit alarming for both these two teams. Right, Homeboys, this is an early to mid-game draft. They're fighting in the late game right now. Bleed, on the other hand, they don't have a high ground. Their main strength and win con is to fight in front of the turrets, and that's what Bleed did, right? Literally, to the point they have to throw bodies just to make sure that doesn't happen.
This is the macro plays coming through for Bleed right now. Experience Hurricane the show. The Vision Orb is popped. They know where Bleed's location is revealed. Bleed was going to go for the loose man for Homeboys because they know that Virnocure is going to be on that offside, which leads to
That's
alone.
a bloody hunt that we missed. Unfortunately, Dag. Oh, the Tornapart memory will be able to tag. Not even FMM, and this time around, Virnocure coming in for the flank. We'll be able to set it up. JBL is like he knew, the only one left on the side of Bleed, apart from KVJ that's getting sold now by Homeboys. JPL is like he knew that have to run for the hills. But there he is asking, where are you going, my good sir? Can I introduce you to more damage? JPL desperately trying to buy time.
Oh my god.
Gary and Super Jocks at the same time. Virnocure left behind. JPL will be trying to do it, trying to buy some time. Bleed right here. They need to buy time. Don't forget. Right now, Homeboys knocking on Bleed's door. And this could be the very GG push. 4 member Mike and 5 on the side of Homeboys. They're all here.
Oh, wait,
and
what?
Derry catch kill VJ.
What?
Bloody hard. And ladies and gentlemen, Homeboys has taken down Bleed.
Massive, massive play, massive find. Finding the right target, taking out deck, and rendering Bleed useless for that last skirmish. Well played to Homeboys.
I need to
That
rewind that.
momentum is injected into Homeboys. The 2-1 score that all casters predicted, or well, except for me, goes over to Homeboys, and that reminds me of last season playoffs.
Doesn't this mean that Vertigo has got 100% accuracy today?
Oh man. Oh man, you don't want to lose to
Wait,
Vertigo.
did he?
Yeah, he did.
It's
He
on
was the
the way.
only one. He was the only one.
Wait,
that
we're
chose.
only our first series, boys and girls.
This is
Yeah,
our first series.
it's just the first series, but he's
We
still
just
100%
started,
for
boys.
today.
We just started. Whoa. We just started for now, and you can see immediately getting taken off guard.
Yeah.
Bled over to Homeboys.
Looks like the crowd favorites They're here to show.
Yeah.
They're here to play.
Oh my
They're here to
goodness.
perform. That was a very, very good game. The reactive approach for the entirety of that game actually worked in that last moment.
Homeboys, Villeneuve coming in for the flank, was able to catch Deck right there and then. FMM once again has to go and save his buddy right there with the hard guard, but he became a 2-for-1. Villeneuve, whenever when Deck dies, he gets hangover, and Villeneuve is like, oh, you're here? Hello. I'm gonna punch you right down in the ground as well, and all of a sudden, Bleed has to fight 3v5. And after that, KelVJ get pushed away by Pex as well. Homeboys, these two boards, they are unpredictable.
This was the game in this entire series that was the closest for both teams. At any one point of time, the scales will tip, and any team might win. But looking at the itemizations, it just shows very much that everyone going on the offense, a lot of damage coming through for both sides. There's no defensive items for both of the majors. FMM on the last minute forced to buy the anti-cuirass, but it doesn't matter because Homeboy, they figured out the key to victory, taking out Deck and rendering Bleed entirely useless. Bled dry. Bled them dry.
Let them dry.
Take a look at the emblems as well. It does look like the Angela on that teleport does work in that early game. You have a little bit more support, have a little bit more faster rotations because Angela, knowing that you play a weaker, sort of like a more glass cannon kind of Angela with a little bit more magic power to engage into the shields in that heart guard, you need to be able to clear the wave a little bit faster because the lane-to-lane matchup, Angela's definitely losing to that Valentina. So you have a little bit more, you have that teleport to give you a little bit more mobility throughout the entirety of the map. But pretty much even Stevens all across the boards, emblems pretty much set on both sides.
How's it even Stevens when Bleed was dominating in the late game? Homeboys on the other hand with that one small fight, the perfect flank coming off from Verno Cure. Won Homeboys that game.
Actually is on the contrary. Let me just I got the opportunity while you guys were talking.
Yep, I know.
Went to the VOD, you know, run on 0.5 speed. The reason why they managed to end the game like that was thanks to one person, Dairy.
Yes.
Dairy actually went out of his way, hooked onto Deck, even though he's stuck with 3 other players.
Yep.
The thing is, Sakinu was far in front. He was opening up the brushes, right? While we've got JPL as well as FMM, they were just around the area. But somehow, his hooks managed to beeline right onto Deck. They caught him, and that was pretty much game over because, let's be honest here, their mage has got no damage.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And it was because they found that vision orb. So they popped the vision orb. They found out Deck.
That was how quick it is.
That was how quick the finding of Deck is. Now, knowing he's a win condition, I mean, you have to act fast. Vision orb, and then you see Deck with 3 other people. Dairy made his call. It was the right call. Won them the game.
MVP Dairy. I'm calling it Dairy.
He says Dairy too.
Dairy. It's got to be Dairy. Damn it!
It's Pegs.
But
actually,
it still makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense too.
The amount of damage participation, kill participation, GPM. I mean, Mage doing Mage things, right? Technically speaking, he's the one that managed to come in and capitalize on the kill that Dairy managed to find. So at least when it comes down to that notion, Valentina is the one that came in and killed. Technically, we still had like the Brody to go in as well.
Pex did well, especially at the end fight, right? He zoned away KelVJ. He has not only just zoned him in game 1, he's also slaying him. So this is the enemy of KelVJ right now. Go when they meet again in the playoff stage.
I definitely cannot expect to see this happening, and I really do want to know, you know, what's really going on in the Homeboy's mind for beating Bleed down. So let us just jump right in and listen to the mic check.
Remember play goal in now, eh?
Hey, can go?
And go? I know, yeah. Nice! Hey, bottom care. Go back. Go, jump Matisse.
No flicker. Hey, Eve no flicker. Matisse also no.
Yeah. I don't like. Airport enemy. Nice one.
Nice! Santai! Hey, no flicker!
Yeah,
no flicker!
Santai.
Santai, mina.
Nice, santai. I come.
Mati.
No, Dewi.
No, he lash on me. I think he'll lash on me.
Can try back the join? Can back the join or not?
I cannot. Wait. I can try back now. Circle. Oh, nice.
Back.
Back.
We got lot.
We win on the
No.
Nice!
Hey, can go.
Hey, help.
Enya, it's okay.
Go.
Hey, santai. Hey, watch me, Ken.
Yeah.
Don't let them clear the mid. Hey, nice!
What a game. What a game.
So I apparently missed that. I was looking at Vergno Kier coming in for the flank. Turns out we had to go back and just rewind that ball once again. Thank you very much, Abstract.
It gave us even more information as to why Pex is also MVP.
Yeah.
He was like in the midst of the entire fight. There was so many things going on.
Yeah.
But yet he still had the idea. He knew that Enya needed help. And from the mic check, I don't think Enya said anything about help or anything of that
but it's
sort.
like, I got you, Enya's safe.
Yeah, it's like immediately, he just hot gun right
I got
onto
your
Enya.
back, bro. I got your back, bro. Don't worry about it. You just do whatever you want to do.
My hard guard is not for my girlfriend.
And if you look very, very closely, it was, I think the torn apart memory was also landed onto deck itself, and then he just bounced because the rest of the entire team was facing up against Enya, and like the defense was just right there. Everyone's just protecting everything. It's just so good. I want to hear what the players think about this entire series. Beating Bleed is no easy feat.
So I really want to hear that out as well. So let us just jump right in over to the host for the quick interview with Homebois SG.
So Churros is not going to be any interview. I'm going to be interviewing my favorite interviewee, may I add, because this gentleman has been lying to me the past 3 seasons. All right? Season 4, he told me there's a high chance he's gonna get benched. We can stitch this up later. We have proof, all right? And then we have the receipts as well. Season 5, at the finals, he gave me his jersey. And now season 6, he's still here. So right now, we're gonna take every season, right, as if it's your last. So we're gonna give you double the airtime right here today. And yeah, is that okay?
Do I have a choice?
So we're very excited to have you here on this hot seat. And firstly, I have to comment. Wow, this hairstyle very yentao eh. Very handsome.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep pushing the limit. Last season, I touched his shoulder. Today, I'm going to touch his hair. Handsome, huh? Yeah. I feel he's going to die of a heart attack anyway. So, okay. I'm going to ask you some really burning questions. You have gone through different teams, all right? And with that being said, how is your feeling here in this brand new team of Homebois SG?
What I'm feeling is that very happy to be playing with people from all over the world. Technically, all over the world, because we have Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia from the Homebois Malaysia side. So it's a very good experience to learn about their culture, how they play, and their play style. So we improve together as well also.
Right, and you cannot be so shy anymore. You're gonna be a superstar. You know, like Homebois Malaysia, like they have a huge fan base, and it seems like it has kind of spilled over into Singapore. Is there anything that you want to say to all of these very, very vocal and supportive voters and supportive viewers of Homebois SG?
Thank you for supporting and trusting us in Homebois SG, and we hope that you will continue to continuously give your support to us, and we will definitely try our best for every season until the playoffs end.
So you won't gonna bench this season lah, huh?
Maybe.
Every season like that, nobody can trust him anymore, and he's in the gold lane, trilogy. All right. So another question is, you said in a lot of your videos that you want to face FMM in the gold lane, but then got surprised you or not? He suddenly turned up in mid lane.
Yes, actually it surprised me a lot, and it was quite upsetting because FMM is one of the locals gold laner I actually looked up to. So fighting him is actually a very challenging task for me. But neitherwise, Deck from Bleed, he also gave me a hard time in the gold lane, but still cannot win FMM.
Right, so do you think that this sudden switch from Bleed is a pleasant surprise, or it is, something that is in your favor?
I feel it is in our favor because definitely FMM is way stronger than Deck. But I'm not saying Deck is bad. Deck is still good, but FMM is way stronger. So hopefully, playoffs they will change FMM to the goal lane. Then that's where we actually took it out in the Land of Dawn.
Okay, so this is very interesting because they have had a relatively easy game in day one. Day two, not so easy. Next week, right, it's going to be a lot harder. You're going to be facing RSGSG and Bleed, and that would be Evil next week. So what's the game plan for you guys?
Our game plan is just train as hard and always have this mindset that meanwhile we are training hard, they are also even training harder. So never get too complacent and always give your best.
Wow, and yeah, you've grown over 3 seasons, right? Can we do like a heart shape for all of our viewers out there, even on Twitch? Like that lah.
Okay.
All right. Yay! Thank you so much, Aya. Thank you. I love it. My favorite interviewee, okay? And I'm not showing any favoritism because this guy looks like he's about to have a heart attack every time I interview him, but he's great. He's collapsing on the side right now, but I love it. So yes, that was Homebois SG, and that was just absolutely phenomenal what they brought on over to the Land of Dawn with their great synergy right here, able to dominate. Now, next up is a very exciting team that's going to come up for match 2, and that will be happening at about 12:45 p.m. That's been a slight delay, but stick around and join us. We'll be seeing the likes of Stellark SG going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. Now, what can we anticipate for this match? You don't have to stick around long to find out, but that will be happening in just a few moments' time right here from match 2 of week 1, day 2.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee. Osim.
Crispy. Might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go our own pace.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Blade and I play jungler.
Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular play style. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah. We got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Okay.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick be tricks. That means without Beatrix I cannot function.
Not bad, I like.
Think we're still improving. Slowly improving.
Yeah,
Not the best yet.
Yeah, we're just trying to work with
Yeah.
what we have now. Then like Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new cause like I don't really scrim a lot last time, like play a lot. Then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more. Cause last time, never mind.
So yeah,
Just say.
Cause
solo ranker.
no, trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
Very helpful.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
Eight Minimum 8
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe not so bad lah. Our goal maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We will try our best.
Yes.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back right here to match 2, day 2. Now it's a very exciting day. Earlier for us, we have seen Homebois SG going head-to-head against Bleed Esports, and that ended with a 2-1. Right here, a best of 3 even for day 2. As you guys can see right here at MPL SG Season 6, things are just heating up. It's just absolutely spicy, just like the Max Spicy that we will have in a few moments' time. So that's super exciting. Now, the next match that's going to come up would be Alchemy SG going head-to-head against Stellark SG. Now, this is a very exciting match. Why? Because we're gonna rewind it a little. It's going to be a grudge match. Because previously in Season 5, it was Stellark SG that actually relegated Alchemy SG. But even though those on paper sounds like a grudge match, this is 2 almost entirely different teams. Because we have Stellark SG with brand new rosters, as we have seen yesterday. 4 new debuts on the desk right here, the Land of Dawn, yesterday. And today we'll be seeing 3, if I'm not wrong, we'll be seeing True and Chessie as our familiar faces, but 3 debuts will be joining us here for this match. And of course, Alchemy SG will be seeing their familiar faces once again. So what will happen at this match? Anything can happen, but I'm very excited for this one because this is going to be a match that is full with Singaporeans. So stay tuned. If you guys are full blue-blooded Singaporeans, this is a match that you would love to support. So without further ado, let's meet the team, shall we? First up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Stellark SG. Now, Stellark SG is getting locked and loaded and ready. Now, what's very interesting is they're so friendly with each other. Hi guys, I'm ready. Hi guys, I'm ready. So let's see if our team going head-to-head against them is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our team that is going to go up against Stellark SG for this grudge match would be Alchemy SG. Now, this is a very interesting lineup. I don't know, in-game in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, who you guys got your coins on. You can literally only stick around to find out. Now, on my right, I have Stellark SG. They're looking super pumped up. And what I feel about Stellark SG right now with 3 debuts right now at the desk is they are a complete wild card. All right, so we don't know what's there to expect, so we can only stick around to find out. Whereas on my left, I do have Alchemy SG. We have seen them before last season. So hopefully right now here, even though it's only day 2, we can see when it comes to their synergy, it has definitely been improved. So what can we expect right here from this true blue Singaporean team on both sides? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Indeed, this is a true blue Singaporean battle between these 2 teams. Who shall be the best Singaporean team in this particular series? We shall soon find out. My name is Jay, joining me right here this time around on the desk. Making his debut on the first season, this time around in this very season. Kin, welcome back, of course. Happy to have you back, my good sir. And of course, Cheryl, you guys already saw him earlier just now, trying to do the all right earlier.
I mean, it's abstract.
No all rights here today. All right.
No all rights here today.
No all rights here today.
But man, Jace, I gotta say, this series is gonna be a banger of a series. I'm really excited.
That's exactly what we say.
towards-
Every series in
Every
MPL
series
Singapore.
is a banger. Every
Yep.
series is something new. I've said it before in the previous series that like
That's right.
MPL Season 6 is a season of upsets. There's a lot of
Yeah.
changes going around. This time around, Stellark SG in particular,
Yeah.
can Chesty bring the new bloods over to, you know, victory
Yeah.
and just rise them up to the players that they know that they
Exactly,
can be.
right? The most important thing that we also have to look out is the fact that Stellark is not having a good time in week 1, right?
Yeah,
In
for
day
sure.
1. They're not having a good time. Same can be said over to Alchemy as well. With that said, let's take a look on the Stellark lineup as well. I think Mr. Kin, you also kind of know who Stellark is, what's going on. Could you just break it down?
Yep, so it's a full revamp here with the exception of Chesty and Chu. We're going to have Howski back on the goal lane, Blade on that jungle, and Yoonski on that roam
Bear.
as well. No Bear, no Forcer, and I think, you know, they're going to try something new today because right now, I mean, we know the answer, right? They didn't exactly have the best performance yesterday.
Yeah.
I think with this lineup here, it could prove a different result. And, you know, there is some bad blood between the two teams here. So I'm expecting a very hot and spicy game
Yeah,
today.
let's not go that way in terms of the bad blood. But of course, let's take a look on the other side of the aisle, right? Alchemy SG. Now, this is a team that I personally have been hyping. Of course, Repo has been taunting. If you guys watch SPS, that right? Yeah, so Churros, take us through what is Alchemy SG's identity?
You know them from community tournaments, Pacifist in the gold lane, Jet in mid lane, Pooski in EXP, Icon, Jungle, and Danny in their own position. We've seen all of them. It's pretty much the same roster as opposed to Stellark SG, where there's no changes, no imports, and it's just them. I don't think they have any coaches just yet. I think the coach used to be Pacifist, but then he sort of like reverted into a player. He used to call
I mean, he is a player coach right now.
Is,
but
yeah.
then again, the biggest problem I have with player coaches is, you know, there's a lot of things that you have to do. All right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things you have to do, especially when you're a gold laner. Coach, shot caller.
Yes.
And in the gold lane, it's extremely difficult to focus, especially you gotta have to use your traits. But with that said, let's take a look at the players' prediction. Just now, it was absolutely disaster for the casters' predictions.
Unfortunate.
But let's take a look at this one this time round. And not only just I'm looking at,
Oh, wow, okay.
you're the odd one out this time round, but, you know, Churros and I have been watching Alchemy SG with great interest, especially with their recent success. But tell me why Stellark 2 won.
Okay, now, we all know Alchemy is a monster at drafting, right? I think that's why one of the main reasons why you guys have picked Alchemy. I like their drafting skills as well. They have always been able to outdraft their opponents, specifically Stellark as well. Now, the reason why I went with Stellark is because I think with this new revamp, they have had these community players who are playing at a higher level, right? So far, yes, it's not been proven yet that they can survive in the MPL at the MPL level, but I think, you know, they haven't gotten their engines running yet. So perhaps today is the first day they will actually put that key into the ignition and start the engine running.
I feel like they forgot the keys yesterday, right? Like, they literally forgot about it. But let's take a look at your predictions, ladies and gents, on every single platform that we have. Seems like Facebook is leaning to, it's almost like a 50-50 battle, but on YouTube, they're, holy moly, it's 75% Alchemy. Thoughts?
This is very, very interesting. I mean, Stellark has the support of Team R, which is one of the community sort of like favorites within Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well. So like, you having that Facebook as a platform, you have a lot of support in that channel to be able to sort of like work towards your way into successes. But Alchemy, on the other hand, it's a lot of community support from community tournaments. We've seen them a lot. That's why I personally voted for Alchemy as well.
I do too.
Even when I was a Stellark supporter in the past.
Yeah, he's a convert.
I'm a convert.
He's not loyal. He's not loyal, ladies and gents. But with that said, before we go into the head-to-head video, I think, for my point, the reason why I go for Alchemy because I believe in Icon. His mechanical skill has improved in between, and we shall see what both these two teams have to say each other. So, ladies and gents, with that said, let's take a look at the video.
But coming into this season, I think they've put in a lot of effort, so I think they will be a different team from last season.
I think their weak point is the mage, which is Jack, because his hero pool was quite small last season. I think it consisted of Fasa, Kajita, and Eve. However, I did see good play from him with Valentina against Reviver.
The Alchemy SG, I think they're really improved a lot compared to last season. They never stop training. As you can see the results on the qualifiers, like their matches are very one-sided also.
I think it'd be quite easy, honestly. 2-0. They might pull out some cheese shreds, but I also heard they had some roster changes. Their core players are out. They have new players in that are quite inexperienced. I wouldn't be too worried.
I'm pretty sure this season will show Stellark that we've improved so much from the last season and that we can put up a pretty good fight against them now and probably won't lose. Actually, I know a lot of members from Stellark, the new roster and everything. So I hope to put up a good fight against them.
Stellark knocked us out last season. We got relegated because of that. But I think we are coming back for revenge. They have a new lineup. I want to see how it goes.
Wow.
A bit of spice, especially between the player coach and the coach itself. Tenchi versus Pacifist right there. Pacifist be like, yo, stop drafting. Get down to the table. Let's go and meet up in the gold lane, right?
What I saw was like, Stellark was like, yeah, I think it would be a very interesting fight. You know, they're a respectable opponent, training a lot. And Pacifist went up there. Yeah, no, I think it'd be
honestly
easy
to wow, okay.
Like
the
contrast is jarring, and I absolutely love it. And apart from that, don't forget, it is Stellark SG that knocked Alchemy SG out from the last season as well, and they had to go that scenic route through MPL qualifiers. What do you feel about that confidence from Alchemy SG? Misguided or just confidence?
I think they are very confident because let's be honest, it was a very painful scenic route, right? They had to go through a lot of troubles, and with that comes experience.
Yeah.
And so now, yes, granted they have a new lineup, but the fact that Icon knows quite a lot of the Stellark players is actually a bit scary to me because that means he might know their playstyles, he might know their comfort picks, and that could change the game, especially in the drafting phase.
That's right. And don't forget, right, like maybe it's a scenic route. Maybe I shouldn't use the term scenic route. It feels like a time skip. You know, when you watch anime, I know you don't watch anime, but like, you know, when you watch anime, yeah, you got this 3 years time skip. If you guys also follow some of the animes, there's one very big time skip happening already for Boruto as well.
We call that the snap. The snap in the Thanos.
Yeah, he doesn't watch anime.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Doesn't watch anime.
For sure, no.
Maybe it's
I only know about like Jujutsu Kaisen because of the skin. I know about Neon Beast. I don't know if Neon Beast is and one Chan. Of course, of course. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping straight into the draft. Alchemy banning out that Joy. They don't want to face up against Joy. Stellark banning out the Edith. It's going to be, I think, yesterday they banned out the games in both sides. So I think that will be off the charts as well.
All right, now I'm going to start this off with Alchemy's side. Alchemy, you know, they have been struggling to get that turtle initiation. That turtle dance at the start of the game has been really difficult for Alchemy, at least from what we have seen yesterday. And this is why they have banned out the Joy. Joy is one of the main heroes that actually can cause a lot of chaos. Not only, you know, securing that turtle retreat, he can also get a couple of free kills in that skirmish as well. Now, they're going to pair up with the Xbox. Xbox, we all know now with the new meta going on, the Ice Queen one, with that slow, there's a lot of damage that goes in, right? There's a lot of damage over time. And that's something that Alchemy does not want to do.
I think one of the pivotal aspects of Xbox is
the Southern Seas are my domain.
Fields. That is the jungle, searching and sourcing for vision, sourcing for intel, and still able to just jump out alive with the pop of his Viraga armor. Kadita, definitely a meta ban that both sides
among the planes exists the equilibrium which I was made for.
So Valentina wide open.
See value in me?
Your team
You should.
First to get picked up.
Now, this is exactly what Icon loves to play, but it already sets the tone, but don't forget, there could be a switch around as well of how Fredrin is very flexible. You can flex it into the XP lane, give it to Puski. Another thing about Xborg is that the fact that you can clear your jungle and remain healthy is one of the few junglers that can do that. Fredrin and Xborgs are one of these few heroes.
Yep. I think one thing I want to add is Alchemy, they have a little bit more experience. They have been in MPL since Season 5. They have 1 more year of experience.
Your
Stellark,
team
Tony has
3,000
Chesty,
worlds,
Chu, which are the
and
mainstays,
not a single worthy foe.
the feuds. But then again, they do have the capacity to experiment a little bit more because they have that experience within a lot of these rotations. Stellark, on the other hand, they are going to be solidifying their first phase pick with the Terizla and with the Martyrs. Very, very mainstays, very early game aggressive heroes.
Yeah, but I like the fact that Blade actually picked up the Martyrs, so they're going to secure the jungle first and leave the door open, right? I want to see what you pick first on the side of Alchemy, and then we can kind of figure out, okay, what's the counter to this potential draft? So now, Alchemy, the ball is in their court, right? Who do they want to secure first? Do they want to make sure that they have a good mid-lane presence? And, you know, it looks like that's the case. They want to have the Novaria. Now, Novaria can reflex as well, but they will secure the Grok. So it's going to be a tough time for Stellark if they get that early game advantage that all teams are vying for because of the new change of the experience gain. And I think, you know, if they get the formula right, Stellark will not have a very easy laning phase.
It's a very decent draft coming up from Stellark. Very, very early game centric. You have the Valentina as well. Chesty's signature pick going up since Season 4. Chesty is going to be able to shot call a lot of the options up against Alchemy. And knowing that Stellark wants to play a little bit more aggressive within that jungle, Alchemy goes for a little bit more of a defensive approach with that Novara and with that Grok.
Everything engulfed in flames.
Alchemy looking like Vision Game, Vision
Let's
Game, Vision
go.
Game. This is a very interesting
Your
ban,
team
by
is
the way,
banning.
phase 2. Valir, what do you think, Kin?
Oh, I think it's absolutely perfect because we have seen what JPL has done with the Valir in our first game of the day. It's a very heavy early game hero that, you know, really just shuts down your growth, right? If you get a Valir open up, because when he uses Searing Torrent, every hit he lands on a hero, he gets a refresh of that skill, and it's you know, it's just based on how much mana you have, which technically it's quite a lot in the early game. You really can push them away.
Common Emblem and every mana troubles is going away.
Exactly. So, you know, you can
troubles.
just keep pushing and poking them, and that's one thing that Stellark, I think, at least for this stage, is something that they cannot deal with because you need the levels, especially on someone as important as Blade. You need that decimation early.
Chivalry is dead.
Artist, very, very early game ball-ish hero. Early game, very, very important. Stellark opting to ban out that Clint.
I will
Alchemy,
protect
on the
you.
other hand,
Your
banning out the
team is
Lolita,
picking.
banning out the Earthel, knowing how Housekeep plays around the late game power spikes, and knowing that Stellark needs the late game insurance from Housekeep as we speak right now. A lot of early game and early game presence for Stellark. Alchemy, they should be looking at
Alchemy,
the approach in this stage.
the art
Stellark
of
is going to
miracle.
Target down onto that turret with that Brody.
I mean, I just want to let you know, Alchemy, so far, based on what they have been showing us since Season 5.
Jungle
is that-
gold lane, pacifist.
Wow! They know the map well.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. They know the map well, and this pairs up exactly with what they plan to do, right? They have a huge poke composition at this point. Novara is going to just keep chunking down the Astro Meteors with the Astro Echoes as well.
This
And you
land
have
is a
Danny, you know,
homeland,
with
and it will
that
soon be a
Starlight
battleground.
trouble that is going to just hammer away at Stellark. And based on how Alchemy has been playing, they can read the map so well. Add that on with a very good drafting ability, and you know, it almost is. It looks like Alchemy has the advantage. At this point.
2 points I want to bring up again.
As
With
fierce
experience
as
comes
fire.
confidence to experiment, and Alchemy is doing just that. You have the Chang'e in that gold lane, and it's not uncommon in normal ranked games, but in this stage of the game, you lack a lot of physical damage in the later
Roma from
stages.
Stellark?
But right now, you have that combo as well for Stellark SG. The combos.
Yunsky.
Okay, Yunsky is going to be playing on the
Roll
Terizla.
Terizla?
Yep.
Interesting. Very easy lane clear, walking together with Chesty as well. So you're going to have 2 peas in a pod rotating together throughout the map. I think that is a fair and viable structured gameplay.
Then they're going to need to fix their problems from yesterday, right? So, you know, we were listening into Youngin yesterday. You know, Stellark did not push their aggression as much as possible in the early games. And actually throughout the games in their series yesterday. So this is something that they need to fix in this game. If they do not do that, they're just going to allow Alchemy to just outpoke them. And when you outpoke your enemy, you know, when you actually have that initiation, it's going to be really difficult for them to get
And
things
you
going.
talk about one of the best pokes in the mage pool, a Chang'e.
And a Novaria.
And a Novaria. So
Welcome
basically
to
Pacifist
Mobile
and
Legends.
Youngin, you know, when they're both coaches, I absolutely love to cast their drafting. And Pacifist, I think this is a very interesting draft. It's a very different, it's a fresh breath air. Whereas Tenchi did the more traditional draft, except for that Terizla role.
Well, they're playing exactly to the strengths of Alchemy, right? And you can see now, this is what exactly Stellark has recognized. They know that they have very good map control in Alchemy. They know how to exponentially grow their farm. So this is Chu's job as the EXP as well as the Roma to try and get things make things difficult for Alchemy.
Oh, right now it's just Hardy base coming on. Stellark is using this I don't know whether you can call it outdated EXP rotation. You know, you got a mage and a EXP Uno down bot. You leave Yunski to clear to get to level 2, but this means that, you know, Yunski does have the one more combos right now, and then immediately cuts the way for Puski going into the early game.
Well, if you take a look at the emblems, right, what we're going to be expecting is we're going to have a lot of survivability from both teams, right? With so many 3 Brave Smites, a couple of Tenacities as well, it's going to be hard to have a burst down on any one of these heroes towards the mid and late game.
What's scary for Alchemy is the Stellark has that Chu-Chesty combo, Wombo combo going down. Chesty and Chu just sticking like 2 peas in a pod. That is why Yunski going over on that mid lane alone. I think Chesty, I don't know. It kind of seems very weird how the positioning. But hold on a second right here. Puski in the spot bother.
Big burst. Where's the follow-up coming off of Alchemy? They need to try to punish this right here. Here comes Icon, but he's only level 3 though. Maybe they really want to pick up that fight right here. Jet will not be able to tag onto the damage onto Chu. Chesty giving 3 damage over the side of Icon. Not looking very well for the side of Alchemy this time around.
Yeah, but it's perfect for Stellark because they push the jungler away. This is essentially a free turtle.
Icon a little bit great right here. Chesty gets a will burst down Icon, and Blade takes the EXP lane. This is a different breed of Stellark coming in. They'll actually just dive right in. Yunski going in the penalty zone. Jet, and also allow Chesty to pick up that double kill, making a 3-man down, and the turtle just is going so well for Stellark.
In the midst of all of that, actually, Alchemy took down the turtle instead from long range.
Wait,
because Stellark,
I missed that.
Blade was actually saving his retribution for their orange buff. So that was a very, very good decision from Stellark. Going to sit within the jungles of Alchemy, making it their home. Look at where Chu is within the entirety of the game. This is still 2 minutes, 50 seconds, or 3 minutes in, but Stellark is making Alchemy's jungle their home.
Okay, not only just that, that's a reason why I make damage coming out from Icon right here. Boosky will be diving with the Bravest Warrior to stun. Chesty burns the flicker just to get to safety for now. But Stellark, this is a very unorthodox draft. I don't think Alchemy's ready for it. Yunski is playing this roam like an EXP laner.
Well, let me fill you in on some of the problems that Alchemy will be facing right now. As of now, because Puski is 0-1 and 0, he has missed out 1 wave of creeps in his EXP lane. And as an EXP laner, if you miss 1 wave and you're 1 level behind, it's really difficult to get things started.
I want to see who actually picks up the roam item.
Yeah, I do want to see that too. I mean, with the itemizations, but we'll just wait for that to come back online. But Stellark, on the other hand, they're just playing with a lot of confidence. Chu will be taken down, vanished to the netherworld, simply put like that. So they won't, Stellark won't have the EXP laner for the next turtle. So Alchemy, they should have the upper hand right now. They should try to take over the situation at this point.
Well, they definitely replied, right? They got 2 kills on 2 already. EXP should be a win for Puski right now.
Yeah. Let's go into a small little clash. Danny was able to clear the waves in mid lane very quickly. Right now, it's just Stellark dictating the pace of the game. Alchemy was still a little bit ahead in terms of because of that turtle, but now that is slowly spinning around. That's why Alchemy really needs to try to fight for this turtle.
I think at this point in time, I think Alchemy do have a lot of combos that he can dish out. Pacifist with the ultimate, as well as Navaria with the Astral Echo as well. You have a lot of distance, you have a lot of vision that you can give over to Stellark.
Okay, big damage. Puski will take some of that. The turtle is already 1/4 HP. Danny's walking all the way while charge misses entirely. The turtle gets resetted. Icon right here. Chesty picks up the killing spree at the same time. Housekeep, oh no, takes down Alchemy, takes down Icon already. And now Chu looking for more with the Pakato. Pushes Danny away, giving Blade to secure the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, but it's difficult, right? Alchemy, you know, Danny made a huge mistake with the wild charge. The moment he missed everything and Alchemy threw all of their ultimates, it was free game for Stellark. So that is how they secured that turtle for themselves.
So your questions are answered. The roam is going to be Yunski on that Terizla. So this is very interesting to me because Terizla needs a little bit more of the the items to stay
important.
within the fight, to sustain himself, to get a bit of damage. We've seen how Turisla builds his itemization, just going pure tank, because all you need to do is just set up for the rest of your team. However, I do want to focus on Pacifist, on that Chang'e. Do you think it's working out in this early stage of the game, Ken?
I think it's quite difficult for him because they already have a bit of magical defense on the side of Yusuke as well. And right now, Hauski already has that Blade of Heptasis completed. So it's going to be a tough for Alchemy to take certain fights against Stellark at this point.
Okay, right now it's just, Stellark just trying to feel out Alchemy just a little bit. Blade coming in, takes a bit of a damage. Jesse kind of spits a little bit, but we're looking for the engage coming with Stellark. It could be going into Yusuke with the penalty zone. He's not going to burn it just yet. There's no main targets for him to take.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting Hauski to have a bit more gold. You can take a look at the rotations. Besides getting the creep farm on the top of the gold lane, he's coming down to get it on the EXP lane as well. So Hauski already being funneled in this place.
Look at how well Stellark is moving the map and controlling the turrets, controlling the objectives. They're just proxying the wave right up front in order to give Hauski the time and space for him to just bust down these turrets and bust down, get a lot of money, get a lot of economy up the wave through.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that right now, Blade is at level 9. He's 2 levels ahead of Icon, so the retry is even stronger for the side of Blade. So this next turtle contest is going to be quite spicy for Alchemy. They need to figure something out.
Icon does a knockup as well. Chu gets a little bit damage. Blade, having that level advantage, he's more than willing to happy to take that fight. Stellark takes down topside at the same time. They have a full turtle control at the turtle pit right now.
Man, this is very different Stellark than we seen yesterday. Very, very methodical, very structured. Once you take down one turret, you go down to the next objective.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Stellark, they're making their waves count. They're making their plays count.
Yep, and as of now, Jet, the last we have seen in the itemization, he only had that Clock of Destiny. So he does not offer too much poke on the side of Alchemy. So Alchemy, they need to figure something out.
Wow, so many ultimates just committed down to one person on the side of Alchemy. Maybe Alchemy can turn this around just a little bit more, but the damage coming on Stellark, torn apart memory, doesn't tag, but it's using wave clear for now.
Oh man, a little bit too far for the torn apart memory. But Hauski, every single bullet hits like a truck now. Yusuke might have been a bit more than he can chew.
Danny will be able to knock out Yusuke up. Danny first the flicker, but decimates right in the face before he can reach his safety.
Alchemy's desperate. Alchemy's just desperate at this point, trying to pick up all the scraps, trying to pick off loose heroes from Stellark, but Stellark's not giving up anything. Taking down buffs after buffs, invading the jungle, making the entire map their own. This is an entirely new Stellark. It's a very, very strong, structured Stellark.
Big damage coming out from Icon right there. Chesty, but Hauski focusing on the turret instead. Yusuke used the penalty zone to zone. Played a little bit low. Decimation in the last minute. Outplay made by the jungler of Stellark.
With a pixel of health.
Yeah, Blade survives that, and he just got his hands on that Radiant armor. So right now, most of the damage comes from Pacifist as well as Jet. And you can take a look at how Stellark actually wins the fight. They get Jet out of the picture in the first place. It always becomes a 4v5.
Yeah, Yusuke is making this Turisla roam work. This is uncharted territory, if you ask me.
I think the fact of the matter is he's staying within the boundaries. He wants to know where the rest of Alchemy members are at all times. Stellark is just clearing out the entirety of Alchemy's jungle. Look at their own side of the map. They're just leaving the buffs open and getting Hauski the time and space that he needs to just feed up. And Stellark, they're just playing it so well. Just taking control of the entire map. It's just map control all the way through. Yusuke just doing a lot to just taunt up the enemies and being an annoyance.
Yusuke is absorbing so much damage, by the way. There's nothing that Alchemy can do but stand in the tree, staring quietly as the Lord gets taken down so easily by the side of Stellark. No big plays coming off from Alchemy as of yet. They're reacting towards Stellark instead, and it's not a very good idea. The Lord's taken down. The damage coming on 2. Chesty takes the ultimate and wall charge. Yusuke lands down a 3-man penalty zone. Busuke won't following the same. Yusuke gets sacrificed. Pacifist coming with a meteor shower. Cleans up shop for the time being, but for how long? Chu comes up for knockout punch. Yusuke will be able to push Chu away.
I mean, the timing of that was impeccable from Stellark because Alchemy, they waited for Alchemy to burn every single thing before they committed. With that stolen wild charge, you thought it was over, right? Alchemy thought that was the end of that push, and suddenly you came in with, Yusuke came in with that penalty zone that crushed them.
Yeah, Busuke, the extended range. Hauski is a spot of trouble. Buzzer flicker at the same time. Chesty also would not be able to follow up with any form of damage. Blade comes in just to peek a little bit. Alchemy, they have their hands full. They have to defend the outside, top turret.
All sides of the map getting battered down. You have 3 fighters on Stellark. How do you deal with 3 sustained fighters? So much setup, so much crowd control. Basically, Alchemy, once you walk out of the jungle, you're stun locked. There's nothing much you can do but just hold back and relax. The silver lining is Alchemy does have a little bit more high ground than Stellark does.
Yep, they have a close to 9k goal lead as they take the other tier 2. Right now, you can see that Stellark's able to absorb a lot of the skills that Alchemy are throwing out without even committing their own ultimates. And it's a really tough situation for Alchemy. They need so much more gold before they can, threaten the existence of Stellark.
It's very one-sided, Jace. It's very one-sided. I mean, this is just Stellark taking full control of this game, just practicing their rotations around. They're just making it their home. They're just walking to territories that they shouldn't walk to. It's just playing it like a second instinct.
So how do we get here, right? How did Stellark manage to overcome all that problems that we pointed out yesterday? Make it work in today's game, kid.
They did a couple of things very differently. The first thing was they actually placed a lot of focus on the EXP lane. Right, so when your EXP laner is far behind, you don't have someone who is supposed to, able to suck in damage and deal the same amount of damage back to them. That was supposed to be the role of Puski, right? But Puski could not achieve that. And the second point I think is that the funneling going to house key has been a big part of the success for Stellark so far.
Wow, there's so many win conditions. Well, okay,
Oh,
Drew coming
here
in.
comes Drew.
That's 1v3. 3 knocks up in the air, slows him down just a little bit. Now Alchemy has a run for the hill.
Conceal
At
play.
the same time, conceal play. Chesty! Wall charge! 2-man! Puski goes down. Torn apart. Memory tears him apart instead. Danny will be punishing Chu. but
caught.
he just jumps over the wall like it's nobody's business. Alchemy, they just lost one. Stellark gets away with murder.
Oh man! Man, oh man, Chesty diving in just like Evil Knievel, making it count. Every single
pun
move
intended,
is
Evil
just
Knievel.
so carefully calculated. Stellark knows that once Alchemy comes out into the jungle, that is Stellark's minefield. That is Stellark's playground. It is time where they just pick off any one member of Alchemy and just deny them, cycle them all the way through.
I just want to let you know, something that Stellark is doing is consciously saving Blade and Yoonski's ultimates to have that counter initiation. Every single fight you'll see that Blade and Yoonski, they are saving it. In the event that Alchemy overcommits, they can come back with the decimation as well as the penalty zone.
We'll just have to wait and see how that Lord push will go, because all 3 waves should be synchronized very, very nicely. What Alchemy doesn't want is to split all 5 of themselves apart. Stellark wants that 1-1-1-1-1k gold lead. Man, what a number.
It's I mean, it's kind of over, right? Stellark right here, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Only saving Grace passive does have a huge shower. Just take a look. Blade, just standing in the front, he doesn't really care when he comes damage. Stellark, I don't think they want to force an issue there. This very hard-earned territory that they finally get after a very bad day number 1. Day number 2 this time around. They tweak a little bit and went back to the drawing board. Tenshi, the minds behind it, doing a great job.
All eyes are on Yoonski. You have a little bit more of the enhanced minions before. Alchemy is safe and sound for now, but Stellark just staying within the boundaries, staying within the parameters. Does look like Alchemy is a little bit passive, if you ask me. Stellark backs off.
Yeah, but this is the important point, right? Alchemy, they're doing exactly what they should be doing. They're waiting for that 15-minute mark. They have to wait and, acquire more gold for the next 1.5 minutes before they can actually try and start a comeback attempt. Because Stellark, at this point, they aren't exactly pushing and, making their lead grow too much. Yes, it's 11k, it is a big amount, but Alchemy is waiting on a couple of items. Once they have those items, Stellark might be in trouble as well. They need a lot of magical penetration. Pacifist, once he has that Genius Wand, it's going to make a huge difference when he uses his ultimate. And also, we also need Puski to come online. He's 1-5-1, he's very far away, but once he gets his items up, he will have the damage and the survivability as well.
Stellark seems like they're using the time stone, trying to slow down time, dictating the tempo
So many
of the
Avengers
game.
references.
A lot of Avengers reference, but just you wait and see, because the Lord.
When are you going to pull out an anime reference?
I don't have any anime references except for maybe the Dawning Light from Xavier, but we don't see a Xavier right here. That is upsetting for me, but it's okay. Stellark just wants to wait.
You don't even call it with Satoru Gojo's name of that ultimate as well.
That's the only anime I know. Bite me, Jace.
You need
Bite
to
me.
be educated. You need to be educated. We'll have a talk after this. I'm gonna
Okay,
glue this to
Jimmy
Netflix
Neutron.
right there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, right here, going into a quick stalemate, but I'm not sure. The longer the time goes, as Danny takes a lot of damage, the longer the time goes, which team is the one that has the favor?
Well, Jet is starting to hurt as well.
Yep, definitely going to be Alchemy, because Alchemy's draft works the best when they're at a standstill. Whenever there's a standoff, Alchemy is at their strongest because they can keep poking you down. And we know when you get chunked down too low, Stellark will not be able to use their main strength, which is the team fight.
Oh, okay, finally Alchemy is the first one that makes a move. We'll be able to checkmate Youngski. Youngski absorbing so much though. He's still alive, but one more done. Well, all said is done. Chu will be able to find Pacifist in the back line for now. Alchemy pulled that trigger, and now they're trying to get away from Murder. Chu, look at him, just beeline straight to the turret. It's a free turret, but then again, immediately Alchemy just really trying to clear the way so that they can, one more done. Chu just walks in, thought he had the opportunity, thought he had the timing. Got away!
It's a win for Stellark. It's a win for Stellark. All this time bought for Stellark to take down that Lord. The economy just keeps increasing. Kin, what does Alchemy do in this situation?
Alchemy just needs to hold on. Right now, the Lord is going to be marching on the top lane as well. Now, let's talk about whether that was a good trade or not in the first place, right? Yes, we sacrificed a Chu on the side of Stellark to get the Lord. But this is an enhanced Lord at 16.5 minutes. It's going to make a big difference on the side of Stellark. So Alchemy, they have a bit of damage, but they're not there yet. They're still short of about 5,000 or 10,000 gold before they actually have the full itemization. And we're not even talking about whether they have funneled this farm properly into the respective heroes as well.
Lord marching out on that top side. Alchemy gravitating towards that. Stellark trying their best to defend.
Flicker, that's two-member connected. Blade pushing Alchemy back. The Lord is rampaging around, but then again, Pacifist activates the Meteor Shower as well. We'll be able to clear off everybody for now. Icon gets followed. Oh no, Alchemy gets caught and flickers away. Jet will not be able to land onto the shot, and now Yusuke is in trouble. Stellark, where's the reinforcement? Two coming in, and the penalty zone in the last minute. Members from the side of Alchemy, also the Praise's Wrath being landed. Pacifist credit for the first kill of now on disengage. The Meteor Shower coming in off cooldown to wave clear has come in clutch in defending this high ground, but Alchemy, the steam is running low. The mid lane is the only one standing.
Yeah, but I just want to point something out. Yes, Stellark, they have this huge advantage, but you know, for the past 2 to 3 minutes, the gold lead has been stuck at 11,000. More or less, right? And this means Alchemy already has some form of comeback potential. They have been able to soak up a couple of the skills already. The previous Chesty stolen wild charge did a huge amount of damage, but Alchemy were tickled with that last one.
We've been here before.
Yes, we definitely have.
Homeboys bleed game 3. I don't know. I'm putting a lot of hope here right now, but like, I don't know. Like mid lane, right now, Alchemy just need to find somewhere, anywhere. But look at them, they're just spread out all across the map.
Dictating in tempo, as always. Stellark just trying to just play it safe, play it smooth. They need vision. They need to know where Alchemy is. As we come down to the last one of the match, will Stellark go for a pickoff, or will Alchemy just stay still?
Well, Danny still has his flicker, so we could expect a flicker wild charge in the perfect scenario. And Stellark looks like they are in a very scary position at this point, because if they get that relevant information, especially with Jet, with the Astro Echo, it could cause a lot of problems for Stellark.
Well, at this point in time, it does look like Chu can very well go for a backdoor approach, but hold on a second, Danny jumping right into Prey.
Gets terrified though. That is the one way that Stellark has been disrupting the one-more combo coming out from Alchemy. Nice flank, the idea was there, but try again.
Stellark gravitating towards that Lord. Chu trying to buy enough time, creating space underneath in the far lane. So the Alchemy will try to split their forces up. Stellark still trying to look for an approach. Oh! Dodge that flicker.
That wall charge, penetration through a wall for some weird reason. Pacifist lands down to her.
Backline, backline.
But hold on a second, Obi, the backline.
Hammer Thor!
Comes in, penalty zone will miss. Chu is punching down Danny for now. Jet will be able to melt through the wall for now. Pacifist looking for an angle to entry. Yusuke gets knocked up sky high for now, and all said and done is you. Stellark focusing on the Lord instead. Icon, the member Stellark desperately trying to buy time. I know they're gonna go for the engage. They're gonna go for the reset. Chesty, this time round, they're stepping forward just a little bit more. Icon, the taunt coming in. Break for grab, that's enough damage. Danny coming in. Jet lands on the stun damage. At the same time, 3 members of the side Stellark are looking down low, but there's still going on. They're still going in with full steam ahead, irregardless of their own HP bars. And Icon, the only one left. Still Jet coming in for the rain. For Chesty, you're so low. Do you really want to commit to this? Do you really want to commit to this?
Oh! No!
It's a big change there, but Jet is left alone. He will not be able to defend
Yeah,
it.
how the GG push, ladies and gents. Stellark, with that said, they put a full stop to this game. They put a full stop to the stalemate. We're going to go into game number 2, ladies and gents. Get Stellark up game 1.
Hey, what did I tell you guys, man? I mean, that's why I'm here on the analyst side. I know what's going to happen next. Now, that was a perfect game from Stellark, and I can assure you they have done their homework, right? They understood the strengths of Alchemy, and they played Alchemy's strengths down to, just grinded them down throughout the entire game. Alchemy had very little map control. They had very little level advantages, and, they baited so many skills out. Danny was trigger happy with his wild charge, and Chesty was always on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, I mean, Pacifist said 2-0. Chesty said no go.
Try again.
For sure.
No. Pacifist says 2-0. Which one?
Which one?
Oh,
which side? Which side?
Which team?
Which side? Man, that's a statement, man.
Yeah,
that's
there's a lot of things that Pacifist has to answer for that one, because Alchemy SG, it feels like, Stellark SG has been dictating the whole flow of the whole map all throughout. Alchemy SG was just playing pure reactionary. It started from the first minute all the way down at the bottom side, where the EXP laner Papluski is having so much pressure.
Don't get me wrong, the Chang'e pick was good. It was good in delaying a lot of the approaches coming in from Stellark. But take a look at itemizations, take a look at the battle statistics. Ken, what can you tell us?
Take a look at the number of purple buffs that Stellark have taken on their side. 15, which means that they're always having constant cooldowns, reduced cooldowns. They have so many skills they can throw at the same time. But what they actually did with these buffs was more impressive, was that they were very calculative with the way they use their ultimates. If you take a look at the replay of this particular match itself, you'll notice that every single time Stellark baits out all of the different ultimates available on Alchemy before they jump in.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Stellark going full on attack mode. Blade buying the Hunter Strike as well. It's rare that we see Martis again within competitive stages buy the Hunter Strike. It's always going for that molten essence, and then going for full defense, because you need Martis to stay in the fray, in the fight, especially when there's turtle fights going on or the turtle dance going on. But there's no one to contest for this, so he just says, heck yeah, I'm going for the Hunter Strike. I need a little bit more damage. I need to go jump straight into that backline, take out Chang'e.
Well, let's talk a bit more about why Alchemy lost this. I think Jet was a bit greedy with his emblem choice. He took Weapons Master. You take that with the expectation that you're going to win the lane. You're going to have an item above your opponent. And that's where, most of your poke damage will come from. But the fact that he didn't achieve that power spike he was looking for at the specific timing they were expecting caused them quite a lot in this game. And yes, we have the emblems on the Grok as well. Tenacity with Brave Smite. I think if you're gonna be greedy with the pokes, just go full on out, right? Just commit to it and go for damage as well on the side of Grok.
I feel like Quantum Charge is also better, so it allows you to have potential chase power to stick onto somebody. I think what Danny is thinking is that, he's gonna receive most of the pokes coming out from Valentina. That's why he went for that. But if you take a look, this is Valentina. If you notice, Pex in the previous series went for Lethal Ignition. This is the only one that went for the Impure Rage.
I think the 3-fighter meta is really starting to shine through for Stellark. You have Chu, Blade, and Yusuke all on fighters, and this is something new that I think we have to take a look at as well. You have 3 fighters, you have a lot of early game potential. Taking a look at a kill fight participation as well, you see so much rotations going on. Everyone is fighting together as a unit, as a team. For Alchemy though, it's all pokes and ditches. They can't sustain themselves within those team fights. It's all long range, but within that long range, you have two missiles just aiming at you, just homing at your face. What do you do?
Yep, exactly. I mean, the point of a poke composition is that you're able to receive that counter initiation and take it on the chin, right? But they could not do it on the side of Alchemy because they were so far behind. No, yes, Jet dealt a heck of a lot of damage, but that damage only started to really surmount and come up together towards the later stages of the game, which at that point, you know, Stellark were already too far ahead. And I just want to point out, Yoonski, this game for me, is probably going to be the MVP for Stellark. He has played very differently from yesterday. And because of his success, that catapulted Howski into this monster of a Brody.
Hey man, he's just warming up. The Ski Brothers. The Ski Brothers. Howski,
I'm pretty sure they're not brothers,
Chesty.
but MVP goes over to Chesty. One of the mainstays, not saying mainstays, he replaced Sync in the mid lane for the side of Stellark. He's also the captain as well. And this time around, bringing Intel apart from his old brother to EXP lane. I feel like the biggest difference that we're seeing this time around from the side of Stellark is the experience players coming back to assist Stellark after this abysmal day number 1.
Yep. Yeah, it was a very, very good game for this Valentina, but I always, whenever there was a team fight, it was Valentina, it was Chesty, who always found the right targets. That final fight that surmounted them, that victory, that cemented their victory, was Chesty being that off laner, trying to find where
the flanker. He flanked them so hard, got the Arcane Shade, got the Shadow Strike, that combination. I mean, I play Valentina myself, and I love it when people just forget that you exist.
Yes.
Right? So the moment Chesty appeared, it was game over.
I think that's the name of the game. It's just revealing it yourself. But let's take a look at the highlights as it's reviewed. Ken, what can you tell us? Break it down.
Yep, so early game, yes, they got the snipe off. But when Icon, the main guy who's supposed to have a higher level, has a very hard time, that's when the game starts to fall apart. And you can see Puski, he's not going to have a good game. And when your EXP lane is lost, it means Stellark will be able to rotate much faster and much harder as well.
The turtle especially, right? You all of a sudden you lose turtle priority. Once you lose turtle priority, it's priority to a jungle priority loss. And then it's evident, right? You saw when Puski has a lot of pressure, Icon was the next person. It's like a domino effect that Stellark has inflicted against Alchemy SG.
Yep, and it does a number on their mental state as well, right? Because at this point, you know, they were chasing Blade. Blade had that pixel health. He ran away as their Martis. And, you know, as Alchemy, you always have that sense of hope that, you know, we can come back. But this is where, you know, the game was totally over for the side.
Let me find that tank of hopium I've been stashing.
No, but it's right. Yeah, you guys make sense, make a lot of sense, and I agree with a lot of you. It's a lot of mental game that comes down into this. And Stellark, they're cementing themselves as one of the main contenders right here. They're here to stay. That's why we knocked you out. We knocked you out once. We're gonna knock you. We're gonna do it again. It's a different team this time.
Did you just sign yourself over to the Alchemy
I did.
camp?
But hold on a second.
But that line is your old self speaking.
Yeah, it was. I still have a soft spot. I still have a soft spot.
Make
but
up
like
your mind.
Statistics say,
Stellark fan, say
doing the
something to
research,
Hey,
literally
one
articles.
more fan is good for me. I don't care.
Hey, what do you mean?
Hey man, this is still game number 1. There's still a lot to prove. There's still a lot to play. Maybe, just maybe, Alchemy is just warming up. They're just getting things started. They want to try something else different. They think they know how to counter Stellark and start throw something. So now they know to know your enemy, know yourself.
All right.
Shinzu.
Okay. You want to talk Art of War? Another Art of War page I rip apart as well. I totally ripped that one out.
Okay.
The Art of Deceiving.
The Art of Deceiving.
Don't forget, Team Evil had the same symptom in the last season.
True. You act like you're the weakest link so that people won't have a second thought about you. And then when they face you, you're like, man, this is a different team. This is a different team. They pull one out.
They're doing it for the drama. They're doing it for the drama.
Okay. You can win the battle, but you may not win the war. You know, that's probably what we could go with on the side of Alchemy.
I thought we had the conversation before.
Yes, we had that. We had that.
Desk. And I'm like, aren't they the same? Immediately my reaction, wait, aren't they the same? I'm like, oh yeah, we had this conversation before.
Yeah, that's the context of that particular quote, right? But of course, I think now it's really about getting teams more comfortable.
Yeah, but I think we can agree to disagree that gaming can get intense sometimes.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's always nice to stay comfortable. Stay comfortable in your OSIM U-Throne chairs. Now, how OSIM has got your back right here and right now. The OSIM U-Throne 5 gaming massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and your body, level up your performance with its patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. So did you know that your chairs right here can actually massage you while you cast your games, guys?
That's what the buttons are for.
That's what the buttons are for, guys.
I thought the buttons like I click and I eject.
So ladies and gentlemen, game in comfort and style with the U-Throne 5 Transformers Edition designs. And remember, OSIM is here to provide support for the well-being even if no one else supports your character in-game.
Yeah,
but
you never,
won't
he
have to
never
worry about
supports
that.
me. I need an OSIM chair.
Hey, who
Minus
carried
one
your,
player.
Who
Minus
carried
one
your butts,
player.
man?
I don't need heroes to carry me in games. I don't need heroes to carry me in games. I just need an OSIM chair.
Airing the dirty laundry here about who's carrying who in ranked games.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Anyways, we're going to go into game number 2 very shortly. The draft pick is around in another 3 more minutes. I like this rebranded Stellark. It feels like, last night, I don't know what kind of pep talk Tenchi has been giving to them, but it works.
Aggression. Let me share with you. So I spent a bit of time with the Stellark boys yesterday.
Number 1 Stellark fan.
And I think the problem they identified yesterday was that
not like you.
Of course.
They needed more aggression. So, Bear, unfortunately, he's not playing today. I think he would have performed very spectacularly today, given how the synergy of the team was like. And main problem was aggression, right? They didn't cut enough waves. They didn't control the map enough. And that's exactly what they did today. Now, granted that Alchemy is an opponent they have knocked out before. We can't discount Alchemy, right? And I think Alchemy, yes, it's not a great start to the game, but let's take a look at things from their perspective. Right now, I think they had a very good draft. It was just that the execution did not go to plan. That's all.
Yeah, I just gotta add on, like, aggression is really on brand for Stellark. Remember the old dogs, Oh Dear Bambi, Smelly Cat, Fossa, Sing.
That was Team Old Man. Now we're
Team Old Man.
Now we're Team New Man.
I know, but like aggression is pretty much like it's uniquely Stellark.
Yeah,
right?
they've given birth to a new age of Stellark. So
I'm on a roll today, James. I'm on a roll.
He's rotating, bro. He's rotating.
It's okay. You can change your scoreline, right?
Hey man, it's game 1.
Wait. Let me text MPL Singapore official right now. Change his score right now. Change his predictions right now.
You know what? Maybe it's still game 1. I'm a little bit going back to my Stellark fanboy days, but hey, I'm saying this time around.
I'll be sorely disappointed if you suddenly switch out to, oh yes, Alchemy is winning. I've been supporting Alchemy.
We shall see, but I really wish that could happen. Alchemy brings us to game number 3, just because I get to see Churros flipping the script again.
Yeah, we'll see how you're gonna lie through your teeth.
Yeah, boy.
Your teeth.
I cannot wait for this game to end. So Stellark, please faster.
We've got 1 more minute.
Okay, we talked a lot about Stellark. Now let's shift sides and talk about Alchemy. What can Alchemy do? What went wrong in the draft, Kim?
I think one of the things they didn't recognize was the fact that EXP lane was so important, right? They did try to rotate members down, but it kind of, Stellark was in a position where they're kind of like a bear trap, right? It doesn't matter who steps into it, we'll just trap you in, right? So at that point, it was unfortunate that Icon was the one that got killed off early game. And yes, let's talk about it. If, let's say, Jet didn't steal the turtle, the game would have ended much faster. It would have been such a difficult time for Alchemy. So Alchemy needs to protect the EXP laner a bit more, because the information from Stellark's end is we just need to cut out 1 or 2 waves away from the EXP laner. That gives our EXP laner so much advantage that he clears the lane much faster, gets that early rotation. And like you said, the Lord or the turtle, it's over. It's a 4v5 because your EXP laner is still stuck trying to clear the way.
It's a free Happy Meal.
Oh, not only just that. You want to continue. Remember, it's a domino effect. 4v5, your XP laner is cancelled. Next on the line is the jungles get cancelled because, the turtle is very important for the jungles, for their growth in the EXP. But we're going to go into second game.
Now, in the second game, I do want to ask you a question. Fredrin being such a phenomenal kind of hero in for both sides of the team. They pay a lot of respect to that Fredrin. Stellark is going to be banning that out. How do you think this will change the entire composition of the draft? Will the aggression still maintain, or will it be a little bit more defensive?
No question, right? The fact that Fredrin is out of the picture, yes, Martis is still available, but here's some quick information about both teams, right? Icon and Blade, both of their favorite jungler is the Lancelot. So we might see a heavy Lancelot contest. I'll be very surprised if either of them ban out the Lancelot, which would then in turn mean that we
They're
have
burning
another
bridges.
threat.
They're just burning bridges right now, right? You don't get a Lancelot, I don't get the Lancelot. I don't get the Frederick right now, Icon's not gonna get a Frederick. That's what Stellark's telling to Alchemy.
It's very, very interesting. Like, I mean, you said it yourself. Icon knows Stellark's ins and outs. They know pretty much 50% of the players in Stellark. So I think Alchemy, they are really taking their time right here. What do they not want to deal with? What do you think is going to be a trouble for Stellark? And now Tarisla off the bats as well. Joy and Kadita, those kinds of standard bans are going to be in the bench. Alchemy, they might look for something that might dictate the tempo of the game, because it does look like for aggression, you need that tempo. Is Martis a viable hero to ban out, do you think?
Definitely one of the scary heroes that they should consider banning out.
Or
you know, but
Valentina?
right at this point, I think Alchemy should change their mindset to really just ban out the heroes on the side of Chesty. Right? Chesty has been playing really well with their Valentina, and I think mid lane is one of the core cornerstones for the side of Alchemy, right? Granted, yes, they have been placing a lot of emphasis on getting a win in the EXP lane, but Chesty as well, if you give him enough space, he is going to run away with the game. So they might have to consider banning out what Chesty is comfortable with.
You know, Chesty works with a lot. Yves is open. That is this uniquely Chesty. It's very, very Chesty. It screams Chesty. But I don't know if that's a viable hero to pick right now.
Punch for a punch.
Oh no!
Oh, it's
Your
a Paquito
team is
Cryo
picking.
pick.
Chu also plays a Paquito quite well in previous seasons as well when he also plays when he goes into EXP lane. But now most likely is just about going into this draft. Alchemy, they have the Valentina wide open, or even take away Chesty's Eve away. I think that's something that's definitely going through Pacifist's mind now.
Yeah, for sure. This two picks will determine how Stellark will respond. Because right now, Paquito, it is still considered a flex pick, right? Yes, it can go into the hands of Chu.
It's more likely going to go into the hands of Chu, especially
more likely.
from Stellark's context.
But you could see a potential change of hands into Blade's hands as well, which I would definitely not prefer. But at this point, it really is up to Alchemy to set the stage here. And they will take away the Eve from Chesty and use it for themselves. Jet very confident with the Eve as well. Icon going back onto the Morris. So let's see if they're going to try and put a perfect front-to-back composition on the side of Alchemy.
As you come to think of it, Stellark and Alchemy kind of seem like a mirror fight. You're fighting off with your alter ego. Chesty, Jet basically have the same hero pool, the same play style. Chu and Puski basically have the same play style as well. It's very, very, very like IMU, if you know what I mean.
And not only just that, right? Both these two teams are the only three teams. Two of these two teams are out of the three teams that did not field any imports, and this is also one of the narratives that we're talking about going to Season 6, where there's a lot of imports all across the board in MPL Singapore.
Wow, this is interesting from the side of Stellark. So they will secure that Franco roam on their side, and this is even more playing towards the strengths of Stellark, right? They like that pick-off strategy, which they have executed perfectly in Game 1. Now they could try a different formula, but with the same play style, where you can have so much instant burst from not just the Franco holding someone on with the Bloody Hunt. You have Chu coming in, you have Irritel. Late game Irritel, it bites for sure.
Yeah, I'm always thinking like, Stellark just gave up the Valentina. Will they pull something out of their bag of tricks? Because Chesty, I mean, the Franco pick on Stellark is basically a deny pick. You want to play the Irritel, you want to be able to have that space to go in and do your thing and throw some bombs and just let every single shot hit like a 10-ton truck. But Alchemy, on the other hand, they don't want to face up with that Valentina. They want to face up against the mages. And you're right, Ken. You're really, really focusing down and knowing that Chesty is the threat. They don't want Chesty to get his hands on any of those of his comfort heroes.
Yeah, right now, Stellark, they're just trying to ban out heroes that, stop and slow down that aggression, early game aggression from their side. One of the most hated heroes in the league, Khalid.
Especially Singapore context, right?
Yeah, made famous by Diablo. We all know that horrible raging sandstorm that comes in that hits
I can
4
hear the
people.
Darude sandstorm in my ear right now.
It's really irritating. And the fact that they have gone with a Cho on the side of Alchemy, they're trying to match up with this early game aggression as well.
something new. Pick off versus pick off. So it won't be like a team fight to team fight kind of composition. Both teams right now with the Cho and with that Franco, they work the best if they just pick off one out of the other and then cycle their enemies through all the way in. This looks like a very, very strong objective-oriented approach going into game number 2.
Alchemy can still technically make this into a teamfight comp. There's a lot of AoEs in the front of Brody, and of course in the Eve. The Danny, technically speaking, yes, the Way of the Dragon is a single target lockdown, but don't forget, if you land a Jikundo on the third one, that's like a 4 or 3-man knockup.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see, Stellark gonna go with the Lilia as well as Xbox. Probably gonna have an Xbox jungle. So there's quite a lot of health to chunk through in the form of the Franco as well as Xbox. But here's the thing, right? If Stellark over commits and burns out that Faraga armor, that's a last insanity that does not exist in teamfights. And that could be the turning point for Alchemy to really just go in. With the amount of poke, Way of the Dragon, they have the real world manipulation as well. And Icon can finish up his plate, finish his food up with the decimation.
Stellark sprints rotation. Stellark actually screams rotation, rotation, rotation. You get that Lilia, you have a Franco. I think we'll have the focusing mark on him as well. You see Lilia taking the wave and then rotating to the heavy side and loose side, all willy-nilly, all on his own. Alchemy will respond with the glue pick, solidifying the second phase, second draft of the second game.
Really love this glue pick because he is probably going to be standing in the front lines when we reach that mid-game where he has a good control of his EXP lane, right? He will happily be hooked and wait for that perfect split opportunity where he could get on his hands on either Husky or Chesty. Of course, primary target will be Husky because no matter how far you run, you know, you have a glue that's sticky glue on you, it's hard to survive that.
Yeah, like a over-obsessive ex-girlfriend that you just don't want to see for 5 years. But
You
of
would know,
course,
Jace.
I would know. But ladies and gents, enough airing of dirty laundry. Let's hop unload into the game, ladies and gents. Stellark going up against Alchemy SG. Stellark coming in with a breath of fresh air. Alchemy SG is still trying to find a spot in the land of dawn. We go. Game number 2 is a Stellark SG spawning in the... I cannot see because it's still spinning around. Stellark SG spawning in the blue and Alchemy SG in the red.
So Alchemy SG going for the level 2 strat, the EXP and roam, going down on that bottom EXP side, just to get that level 2, just to get that quick power spikes, and then rotate up into the jungle. Very, very aggressive difference from Alchemy as compared to Stellark.
Yeah, so I want to point out that Franco, Yunsky actually checked out the orange buff on the side of Alchemy, and now he knows the rotation of Icon.
Mid-side. Lilia.
Oh, a little bit low.
Yeah, and now Alchemy is doing exactly what Stellark did in the previous game. They are putting so much emphasis on making the laning phase difficult for the EXP laner on the side of Stellark. So, you know, Chu is going to have to manage his time, and with the rotation of Icon, he's going to end up in the goal lane of Stellark. So Husky should know this. He should play a bit safer.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine. Alchemy is just living in Stellark's jungle right now because they have their hands on that Martis. They're going to be using it to their full potential. There's nothing much that Yunsky can do about it right now because if he goes in a little bit too close to the sun, he's going to get caught out. He's going to be sent to the netherworld and lose out on a lot of gold leads leading up to the first turtle.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see actually, you know, Inspire being picked up by Icon. He really wants to make full use of his Mortal Coil because right now the only lockdown that they actually have is from Yunsky's Bloody Hunt.
Inspire as in the cooldown, not the
cooldown.
Yeah, guys, just have to make sure that's out of the way. That's also going to be the boy. I know they share the same name, so that's why I was like looking at your notes and you're pointing at that one like, whoa, that's a cooldown one. That's why I was like surprised. But anyways, for now, it's just, you know, a little bit slow as well. The best part about Blade as an Xbox jungle is that you do have a way. Look, that's something that he could pick up. He's already he will heal himself up, so there's a bit of a sustain in the jungle for now. Icon will start on the turtle as well. Yunsky approaching a little bit close. Danny tries to slip one by. But Yunsky will be able to catch up to Chu for now this time round. Jed coming in with a real one manipulation. Chu a little bit down low, but I think Puski should be latching it very, very soon right into Blade and Yunsky at the same time. Danny coming in for the save and say as well. The boy Crystal just slow. Chesty to land down the bombs. Both these two teams, they forgot about the turtle. They touch and they go.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Actually, I was expecting Jet to lay down a better real-world manipulation. He could have gotten that first blood as well as a free turtle for the team. And I think just the positioning was a bit off. Perhaps they were looking for something else besides the turtle because both teams actually reset. Now the Martis will get a free one.
A little bit slow on the level 4s for Chesty as well as Green. If they had that level 4, they would very much easily win out Alchemy's composition within the first turtle fight. But Stellark gravitating towards the heavy side. They know that they need to babysit Howski a little bit more in order for him to deal enough damage. So a lot of eggs in one basket. Stellark, they're trying to focus fire and creating that objective, creating the opportunity for themselves in that Howski.
But they're reading the map very well. Yunski!
Yunski flickers. He caught a big one. That's going to be the first blood as well. Give it over the side for himself.
Yep, it's a big one. And not only that, Chesty's going to get one free wave for himself. And Jet is going to be falling behind, not just in gold, but in damage as well.
Okay, that's the last insanity. Oh, Yunski. He's landing all these marks really well this time round. 3-man gank. Pacifist went down.
Howski already bought his hash claw, so he has a little bit more sustain, but hold on a second right here. Danny kicks him back.
Okay, that's a flicker kick as well. Committed decimation right into the face. Plague will fall for now. Both these two teams are still equal as well, but in terms of the map domination, who gets it?
It's definitely going to be Stellark now because now they have that extra rotation. They're going to get so much gold off the top tower.
At least Danny this time around, but he's actually taking a lot of damage. Coming in is actually a little bit hard. Now here comes Icon this time round. Doesn't have the decimate. He has, if he wants to kill, he has to slice and dice all the way. Jet coming in for the flank as well. Void Crystal to slow.
And
but as of now,
take a look at what Chu is doing. He is taking away the purple buff from Alchemy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's just a fair trade. Like, okay, you're going to be taking, you're going to focus fire on top of that gold lane. I'm going to be in your jungle. I'm going to be sitting in it, and I'm going to be taking out your resources. Stellark is just starving out Alchemy at this point. Alchemy should be playing to their strengths, should be playing to the aggressiveness that their composition provides. Go in, okay, Yunski with the hook onto Danny, will not to amount up to anything.
Yeah, but Alchemy usually known for their aggression, right? What happened? It's like day number 1, they're also kind of mild as well. But Alchemy in this game number 2, they also feels a little bit mild, right? But hold a second, Danny. Oh, that's a kick. We'll be able to land on top of Yunski as well. Icon trying to spin. Decimation, where is it? No, gets done by the Bloody Hunt instead. And the Haunted Upon Memory will be able to tag for now. But True coming in for the flank will be able to catch Danny as well. Blade burns the turtle down to the ground. Given over to Stellark this time round.
Yeah, Icon's life is so difficult, right? He loses his blue buff. He does not find the blue buff from the Stellark side. He gets killed off as well. And there's no turtle.
And his gold laner went down. It's just once again a series of unfortunate events that will scale and overwhelm Alchemy SG.
In 30 seconds, Stellark managed to increase the lead into a fat stack of 2,000 gold lead. Before that turtle fight, before Icon fell down to the hands of Howski, it was just around 400 gold lead. 2,000 gold within the last 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
That was very quick. With that 2,000 gold lead, they have a lot more items as well.
Yep, and he actually got the Sea Halberd on this Martis. He wants to make sure that they have that armor reduction, but Danny...
Okay, that's a JPL move in a sense, I would say. Drew, a little bit of spot of trouble, just walking away. Total Part Memory will tag. Drew doesn't even bother to actually try to get him. He knows he's dead.
Yep, right now they will look for the trade here, right? They need to provide some pressure because at this point, Pacifist is actually making some good work for himself.
Yep, okay, the hook.
Oh, Icon, come back here.
Icon suppressed at the same time. Bloody Hunt will make sure he stays in place. Here comes the last Insanity. Pruski trying to make a run for it, but the split would not provide them the region to get out.
This is what Stellark wants. You want to play the game, play the team fights outside of the base, outside the comfort of the turret. But on that top side though, Pacifist slowly but surely coming up online.
And yep, Chu did his job. He stopped that second tier turret push. They get a trade in the tier 1 bottom on the side of Alchemy as well. So Stellark, it's a win all around for them. It's a slight goal increment from the 2,000 goal lead, but it's 2.7 going to 3K at this point.
Yeah, Stellark's just taking little wins, right, boys and girls? Like, it's just small little wins across the map, and once again, the domino effects start to sink in. Alchemy SG once again in the back foot, even though this time around, they had a better earlier game as compared to game number 1, right?
Yeah, they managed to survive a little bit better. They did some pressure, but Chu Gonna get caught.
He's going freestyle right here. Oh, wait, Danny, why are you kicking? Why do you kick Chu all the way out
Oh,
of
no.
manipulation? Oh my goodness, you just gave him a fighting chance, and he's just zoning around, and while everything's 4 members from the side of Alchemy SG down bot, 3 members from the side of Stellark is just oh my goodness, Yusuke! Stop going fishing in MLBB! Stay away from the fishing rods, and Jan has to burn the flicker away!
And that's the huge mistake, right? Yes, you get Chu, but you burn out your real-world manipulation. You burn out Danny's ultimate as well. And what do you have left to fight against Stellark?
We need an emergency meeting right here. One of us is a little bit sus.
I mean, the sustain coming in from Blade as well is coming to show through. Glue seems like he is very good for exploits. Once you have the flamethrowers on hand, you heal up with the little gloops once you have that split. So Blade, up to full health, even with a pixel, within each and every single team fight. Chesty at the top of the charts as well as Howski. So Stellark, the damage down screams Stellark all the way through.
Yep, and Chu is doing it again. He's getting attention of Alchemy members, looking for ultimates to throw at him. He's tanky, he doesn't care. He wants you to throw those ultimates out so that Stellark can start a fight.
Stellark playing that loose man, Chu on the offside, trying to buy lane pressure so that Alchemy will gravitate towards that top side.
Yeah.
It does look like the whole team's here, the whole game. Goon Squad is coming through. They want to take a fight at that turret.
This time around, Chu has friends this time around.
Chu has friends.
They want to take a fight now because the law is coming up in about 35 seconds. So the later that timing goes down, that's when Stellark actually wants to fight. And they know they can win this.
With an early game team composition, with Immortals, we've said this 1,000 times, you need to have that early game win. That small little win in the early game. In the late game, you just become clunky. You just become a tad bit useless, so to speak. Your only job is to immune CC, try to get into that back line, but it's to no avail. Stellark will overcome this and keep that gold lead increasing. 5k gold lead in the midst of that Lord.
Yep, Icon used his retribution, so they're gonna give up this Lord for sure. The only thing they can kind of do now is to try and protect the base, and maybe if they can try to risk it, try to reset the Lord. But that's not gonna happen at this point because Alchemy, I think they have given up this Lord for sure.
A very aggressive Franco. Just waiting in the brushes. Alchemy doesn't know. Now Alchemy, the jungle is turning into a minefield yet again. It's like every single bush might be the one to send you to your deaths. The Lord taken out, Stellark looking for the offense.
Well, they might have a fighting chance here. Pacifist got that win of nature, but is he going to actually put it to good use? That's a big question here.
Icon, Birds of Decimate, not able to land a kill. Chesty uses the... Oh, nice dunk up coming out. 4-3 man for the side of Chu. Lost the sanity from the side of Blade just to get on out. Big ultimates committed by the side of Stellark. Same to be said over the side of Alchemy. There's a Lord marching up top though. I think Stellark... they probably have... Oh, wait, as I say that, Yusuke continue on. Yusuke right here, but the split at the same time. Icon coming in for the spin and the win. The items in the way just a little bit in terms of the screen, but the most important thing is Stellark is continuing on this rampage. Yusuke, the buzz coming in, will be able to pin Icon down to the ground.
Chesty's just playing as the off man right now. If you saw what happened underneath that turret, it was Chesty who was pushing Icon away, and now it does look like Yusuke wants to go fishing.
Yep, another hook will do it for them here. That will definitely secure them this tier 3 turret in the mid lane. And you know, Chesty has been burning his Blackfoots at maximum efficiency.
Yeah, definitely. Real one manipulation by Jet will be committed right now. Try to push it out. Danny will not be able to find anybody for now. 5 members of the side of Stellark already stacked up, and then again, Alchemy. No kills. Stellark disengages.
This looks a little bit dire for Alchemy. The only high ground that they have is Yves. The rest of the members are really in-your-face kind of heroes. So you really have to get physical with the members of Stellark when you go through that defense. But Stellark, what they want to do is try to draw them out of their base because that's where they shine. Chu likes to play on the flank. Chu wants to look for that flank.
Yep, he's doing exactly what he did earlier. Look at that. Everyone's going to be chasing him.
Oh, man. He's the carrot. He is the carrot, and Chu still once again commits a lot of things from the outside of Alchemy, and once again Yusuke will be able to land down the hook onto Yusuke. Once again, this is just history repeating itself. Blade lost the sanity, clips onto Icon. One third of the HP already gone, still continues burn, and also Pacifist gets drawn out by Yusuke. Where are you going, my brother? Come to me, and I'll give you all the damage. Coming for the secondary re-engage with no respect at all. Danny, I don't know what he's trying to do right here. He's just desperately trying to wave clear.
I mean, are we even watching Mobile Legends? Because it looks like a fishing game when we're looking at Yunsky.
It does, doesn't it? It does. And now Stellark on the offensive. Yunsky, all eyes are on him. This guy just can't miss. He's on fire today. Alchemy, just a little bit intimidated by Stellark.
I'd be intimidated by Yunsky right now.
I would be too, man.
I am a Franco hook magnet.
You are a Franco yourself. What are you talking about, Jay?
I was like, wait, are you trying to imply that I play Franco? Then I was like, wait,
you are a Franco.
Guys, don't make me don't make me cosplay the Franco, all right?
You're gonna cosplay Franco
with a fishing hook, with a fishing rod as well, right? Oh dear Lord.
Okay, back to the game. Tempo slowing down. Stellark wants to draw Alchemy out, but
big try.
I heard that. I wasn't paying attention to the screen. I heard the hook as we go with Chu coming in for the left hook instead of his own. Zoning away Alchemy for now. Purple buff still in the hands of Chesty. Icon needs to find a way to unlock that.
Yep, actually right now they're just trying to force Icon to use his retreat and just keep him at bay. Yeah, because right now it's a free Lord. Howski is the one that secures it for Stellark, and with this, they're going to reset. Look at that triple item buy from Stellark. They have achieved that 10,000 gold lead once again. Yunsky!
Oh no! Every single hook. My heart drops, my heart flies, man.
But Yunsky burns the flicker, right? Which means that there's no flicker for the next potential Lord fight going in with a bloody hunt at the same time. So
I don't
that's
think
something
you need
yeah, at this point, it's not really important because Alchemy has the group together. They will need to deal with this Lord. So he will have that open room to really just walk into the back line of Alchemy to just catch who he wants.
I think Alchemy right now is in shambles. They have the wrong target prioritization, if I can say so myself. They went for the purple buff instead of that Lord. They didn't want to touch that Lord at all, knowing that the rest of Stellark are within that purple buff area. Now, skirmish is coming through. Lord midway through the base, breaking in the barriers. Stellark looking for the right opening, looking for the next window of opportunity.
Yep, all on Yunsky here. All he needs is that Iron Hook to land on one unfortunate member.
Waiting for it right now, right? Wait for the fish to bite. But Alchemy right here is not biting as of now. But look at Stellark just wave clearing so much. Wave clear so much AoE, ladies and gents. The wave clear coming off of Stellark. Alchemy is just desperately trying to keep up. Burns a real one manipulation as well. Puski will be able to tag onto Howski. Howski goes into the heavy crossbow. The explosion coming out of Last Insanity doesn't tag anybody. And the members of Alchemy just fighting for the defense. True coming in and out, bobbing and weaving like how nice would like to say it. The real one manipulation. Oh, sorry. The totem pod memory tags onto members of Stellark, but doesn't connect and kill anybody from Stellark. It merely tickles.
I just want to point out, I'm not sure why Icon keeps choosing to chase Chesty.
I keep noticing that too. It's like Icon is taking Chesty as bait.
Yeah, it's like what we saw. Hades trying to go for the Diablo yesterday, right? If it doesn't work, don't bash your head to the wall again.
Exactly. Who's the next win condition, or who is the main win condition for Stellark?
You go find Howski.
It's Howski. Icon, I mean, sorry, not Icon, but Danny and Puski, they actually made a right play going for Howski, but unfortunately, Blade was there defending Howski with his life. It's sort of like that buddy system that never goes away since primary school.
And you're talking about that trifecta of crit as well. Howski already has that Dragon Lance. It's really difficult, but here we go, Blade.
Oh, big damage coming out. Blade burns the Firaga armor. Yusuke flickers forward, will not be able to tag anybody. Danny in the middle of everybody. Jab real lands on the artillery fire support. Babuski all stacked all together. Members from the side of Alchemy, they're just eating Chesty's bombs after one another. Chesty is laying down the zone of denial right now. Alchemy needs to double back because there's some minions coming in, flashing on the core.
They eat those damage for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They should have
Chesty
McDonald's.
is force-feeding it.
Man.
Force-feeding damage down Alchemy's show they can't even handle.
But hey, base is cracked open. The core is exposed at any one point in time. Stellark might go for a backdoor attempt. I'm just waiting and seeing right now. The Lord is being set up. What Stellark could do right now is open up the opportunity for Alchemy to come out their base into the jungle.
Why do you need the backdoor when you're
Exactly, you have the full advantage already. They're going to take this Lord for themselves. And, you know, at this point, reaching that 17-minute mark, it really is a game for Stellark. I don't see how Alchemy is going to come back from this because Stellark, they have everything in conjunction together. They are able to soak in the damage, everything thrown from the side of Alchemy, and Stellark still stands with at least half their life.
Yeah, even if Alchemy wipes Stellark out, right? Look at the turrets on the side of Stellark.
Everything's still standing.
Except
just one.
Yeah, you gotta penetrate through all of that. And by the time you penetrate through all of that, I don't think you have enough steam to basically take down the core. So which means that Stellark should be able to survive quite a few things. This overwhelming amount of lead that Stellark has garnered for themselves. Yeah, Alchemy is just putting another Team Evo in last season.
Yep, I don't know what Tenshi is feeding these boys at Stellark, but this is...
I hope it's not damage.
They're like perpetually on steroids right now. It's a really different team. But
Alright, this is going to be the GG push right here. Real one manipulation coming in right there. Blade coming in. Lost sanity, just a wave clear, but the core ultimately forgotten by the side of Alchemy. It's going to be the Lord that's going to MVP right here that ends the game for Stellark. Takes one series, their first one.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Stellark. All right, so let me be clear. Let me tell you what I've been experiencing so far. Since Season 4 and Season 5, I have been rooting for Stellark quietly on my own, right?
Okay.
Every game...
No, you had this.
Okay, wait. Just me first, right?
Okay,
so besides that, every game that I've casted for them, they have lost. And this is the first game that I've casted that they have won. So
maybe
super
I'm
happy.
the curse. Maybe I'm the curse, Kin.
Yeah, you started not supporting the Stellark brand,
and then they came through. They came through for the boys.
Hey, we always welcome you back with open arms. You know, we don't mind another.
I don't think they want me
supporter.
anymore. I think Tenshi is elsewhere.
Tenshi has closed the door for you.
He's like, no. Yeah. I think
you
it's
see the player room now.
It's new churros.
Ban churros. Ban churros right there. But congratulations on the side of Stellark. They will be able to walk away with their first series after a major revamp in terms of their strategy, in terms of their players as well.
Yunsky is, once again, my MVP. I think he did a lot of work in this game too. Once again, it's so many buffs being taken away from Alchemy, and you can't blame them because the early game, they did a little bit better, but it was still a bad start for them, and they just couldn't recover. The way that Stellark played, they rendered all of the different emblems useless on the side of Alchemy. You had Killing Spree on the Martyrs, but they could not get a single kill. It's 4 kills in the entirety of close to 18 minutes.
How many times Chesty has ate the Decimate at the last minute mark and then just ultimates?
With the Black Boot.
Yeah.
0 deaths on Chesty.
Actually, 2 of the players, Chesty, Howski, just perfect game through and through for this series. It's so difficult for Alchemy to even get to that back line.
And Blade as well, playing really efficiently with his Faraga armor every single time. I mean, if I was on the Alchemy perspective, I would have gone to Blade so many times because the moment his Faraga armor is off, it looked like, hey, that's a free kill.
That's right. I mean, I want to say again, like Chesty has been doing a good job just pulling Icon away from that, but taking a look at the emblems yet again, it does seem like the Mystery Shop as well as the Tenacity worked very well for the 2 main damage dealers for Stellark. Alchemy couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I want to point out that you mentioned about the focusing mark, and that they really made the focusing mark work for Yunsky. Every single hook was an extra 6% damage onto the target itself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, Franco, with the focusing mark, it's always like a pick-off. You know how he's going to play. When you get hooked, you have someone to back you up. If you do, you're pretty much gone. And Stellark, they executed this draft so well. Yunsky came through. He woke up today, and he came through.
Yeah, but even with the, all of the smack talk in the interviews itself, I think they paid a lot of respect to Danny as well, because both Chesty and Howski actually took the Purify, right? To make sure that even if they got caught out by Danny, there was always a safety net for them.
Yeah, taking a look at the kill participation, there's a lot of things that we can talk about as well. Chu, kill participation at 14%. He's always on the offside. They're playing Blade, Chesty, Howski, Yunsky together as a
The Ski
unit.
Brothers from the side of Stellark.
The Ski Brothers. The Ski Brothers. And then
the
kill participation
broskies.
on Alchemy, it does look like Danny was trying to make opportunities, trying to make pickoffs count.
Okay.
But there's no follow-up.
Don't forget, Alchemy icons are Fredrin, icons are Fanny. Danny actually pulled out one of his don't say the trump card, right? One of his comfort, a Cho. It still did not work against the revamped Stellark of day number 2. And that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the MVP this time round. Not going to do any predictions because my predictions are always bad, right, boys and girls? But of course, that's going to be going to Yunsky. The hooks land all the time. 85% was his kill participation. Hooks after hooks was the one that delivered and hooked the game in for Stellark SG.
Oh man, he loves the smell of gunpowder in the morning. Yunsky was just on fire today.
No, you better not be on
No, well,
get fire.
there's
You
Singaporeans-
explode.
There's a Singaporean saying, like,
Uh-huh.
not every day is a Sunday. Well, today is a Sunday. It's actually a Sunday
man.
for you.
Can you not remind me?
It was just perfect.
I'm feeling the Monday blues already, boys.
I am too, but man, what a match we have today.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling pumped, and you know, as the same in the words of Lil Pump, I feel like a degenerate right now. But you know, you can escape it in that entire match itself.
Welcome to Gen Z, brother.
This is
No,
I'm
that's
sure they don't even know who Lil Pump is.
What is this, Sunday Pun Day? It's like every single word that comes
bro,
out
guys,
of our mouths
guys.
is a pun.
It's a change. It's a change,
Guys,
right? Stellark
it's
won
a
this.
pun plate right here, and I feel like the producer is telling me to rush because we're going to take a look at the mic check so that you get to not get punned by all of us, ladies and gents. With that said, let's take a look at the mic check. Sure.
Lapu no ulti ah.
Hey, there ulti someone eh. Hey, I got a Matis. Hey,
I go.
Okay.
Help me.
Hey, kena.
Nice. Nice, Justy. Oi. Let's see. I got
Pull.
Oh, Jesus. Go.
Nice. You try in or not?
Cannot.
Nice.
Nice. Burn him.
Nice one!
Hey, go.
Cho.
Nice.
Hey, pacifist.
Mati sah.
Pacifist.
Choking me.
Nice. Tawa.
Man, like...
Were you off your seat?
I was very vested in, you know, the
He was so excited. He was so excited in my
You
chat.
were excited last season with Stellark. What happened this time round?
I'm sorry.
Say sorry to the admins.
Yeah,
for
Tenchi,
Stellark.
please forgive him.
But
Allow
hey,
him back.
it's the caster curse. I voted for Alchemy to support Stellark. Hey, how's that sound?
I don't know.
Stop using stop using how I do it. Anyways, ladies and gents. Congratulations over to Stellark. I think this is a well-deserving victory, of course, from an abysmal day number one. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They made it work this time around with a revamp. They finally fixed something, but of course, hopefully we get to see other players from the side of Stellark as well. Alchemy SG, on the other hand, yeah, there's a lot of things they have to fix, right? Like, maybe Pacifist going from the roamer to a goal laner is a big problem because goal lane is really hard to call the shots. And then, you know, Danny is just not too familiar with, you know, going around the map, opening up the map as well. Yeah, it's just, we need to see more evolution coming out from Alchemy SG so that they don't get taunted by Repo again.
Yep, exactly. They have to fix the formula of the EXP laners as well, just to make sure that they can survive that early game.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw it back to Cheryl Yao, who will be talking to one of the members from Stellark. Cheryl, what do you have for us?
Thank you so much, Jimmy Neutron and friends. Just choking your hair. I can't. But yes, I have questions right here for Daddy Chesty. I think it's very interesting because right now he is like the leader, of all these brand new debuts, and we're very interested to find out more. HST, don't go so far, leh. Don't shy. Come. Off screen already, Sengek already. Come center. Okay. So yes, right now there are tough shoes to fill. And right now, as Daddy Chesty, is there anything you want to say to all of our viewers and your supporters here at Stellark?
I feel like our newbies, our rookies, they actually are all very good players. So actually, not much for me to do. Just maybe they make a little mistake, I'll have to just tell them.
Right, and I don't think you guys get to see this, but off cam, I feel that why I call him Daddy Chesty, right? Because he's really very supportive and wholesome. You're like checking in, like everybody might can hear her. Yeah, it's very heartwarming to see. So we're expecting a lot from you guys right here at this brand new team. Now, what I feel about Stellark now is you guys are a wild card. Like if you see the other teams, you agak-agak know what's going on with them. You can see their previous plays. You roughly know what are their hero picks and stuff. Do you think with your 4 new debuts, like you're going to throw everyone right here at MPL SG for a wild ride?
I hope so. I hope we can do well and surprise everyone.
And we definitely got surprised with some of the crazy plays, even for yourself as well. I've never seen Layla gonna mug so much. You know, Lilia, sorry. Like when everybody is dedicating all their resources for you. I think that is really a testament. Now, another thing that I want to ask is your brand new Roma. All right, I feel that when it comes to Stellark, Forza has been a very integral role. How do you think your brand new Roma has been doing so far?
I feel he's doing very good. Yeah, because for our scrims, he has been performing, and like today he also performed. Although yesterday was quite bad, but yeah, today definitely he stepped up, improved his game.
I think he should change his name, or maybe rather there is a typo. It's no longer Yunski, it should be Yumski, because he just yum. That Franco hook, he was landing almost every single one of them. I was afraid of hooks then. So, well played. Do you think it would make Forza proud?
I hope so. I hope he is watching at home, then he will be proud of us.
Forza, are you proud or not? Maybe you can leave it in the comments below. We are really looking forward to find out, like, how do you think, the young Yunski, do you think he is, showing progress, and do you think that he's doing you proud? I think we're all very interested to know that. So you guys are set up for a whole set of challenges next. So how do you think you, as right now the leader and Dirty Chesty, what are you going to do to calibrate the team, especially when times are challenging, when you guys are set back, maybe their morale's a little bit affected? What do you think you will do to help them recalibrate?
Still having talks after game, especially after a loss, it helps us. Like everyone just say whatever they want to say about each other. And yeah, yesterday we did that, and today we definitely played better.
Right, and actually in hindsight, I felt that even though it was all big talks, Pacifist kind of called it. He called for 2-0, but he didn't say which side, unfortunately. So you guys played with Alchemy previously in Season 5, and you guys relegated them. And the fact that you're facing them today, do you have anything to say as to this Alchemy that you're seeing in Season 6? Is there any differences?
They definitely improve. Like, you can see that their synergy is a lot better. Yeah.
So yes, still kudos to the team. And after all, this is regular season, right? So it's still fair play. So thank you so much, Chesty, for joining us right here for this interview.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're almost off camera already, but thank you. Yeah, okay, yay. Okay, thank you so much. yeah. So yes, guys, that was Chesty right here from Stellark. Now, a very, very interesting game to say the least. As you guys know, right here at MPL SG, you can talk all the smack you want, but of course, everything still has to show right here over at the Land of Dawn. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was match 2 right here for the day. So the next match will be happening at 3 p.m. So this is something that you don't want to miss. Stick around and we'll see you then.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, there's nobody who likes to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
My name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lane.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Go lane.
I believe this is just the process of us going into MPL as our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam, because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag.
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel I feel like the team and me, we are excited to face them, cause we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG. Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL, cause yeah, I want to prove it to you that he is below me. Yeah.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark, cause that time they knocked out Zion, but I was not playing. If I playing, confirm different.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometime during practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move lah. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind lah sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games lah. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility lah, to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead lah. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC lah, but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place lah. So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them lah. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys. Yeah.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lane.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Go lane.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam, because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag.
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from lah. Because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them, cause we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG. Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL, cause I want to prove it to you that he is below me.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark cause that time they knock out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead lah. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Spurnex Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
My name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Go lane.
I believe this is just the process of us going into MPL as our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam, because roam only use support and tank for the emblem, so like quite shag.
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them, cause we want to show that we are the new dark horse of MPL SG. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL, cause I want to prove it to you that he is below me.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark cause that time they knocked out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah.
Yeah.
You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play it differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to. I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also. Yeah.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC lah, but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place lah. So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them lah. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys. Yeah.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esport.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lane.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Go lane.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the room, because
And friends, a very warm welcome right here back to MPL SG Season 6, Day 2. And right now we are at Match 3 for the day. Now, earlier on in Match 2, we have seen some crazy plays, but of course, it ended right here with Stellark SG doing a clean sweep of 2-0 against Alchemy SG. Now, next up is going to be a match that you don't want to miss as well. This is our 3-time champions who are trying to defend their title right here for Match 3 itself. But of course, right now, once again, still, it is regular season. Anything can happen. And right here with this current meta, you know, we see a lot of different players and teams trying out different strats and even heroes. So are we able to see, you know, very exciting as well as unorthodox picks? Let's find out right here in this match itself. So without further ado, let's meet the teams right here for Match 3. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. So yes, right now we have Vanguard Esports right here, locked and loaded, ready to head on over to the land of Dawn. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, presenting to you our back-to-back-to-back 3-time champion, RSGSG. The boys are getting super comfortable right here at their desk. It's like, you know, they're home almost. And I have to say, I really love the jerseys. I feel that the red really pops right here. And they're getting comfortable and headed ready over to the land of Dawn real soon. Now, either on my either side right now, I see on my right, Vanguard Esports right here with a familiar face rather to me would be Ryan. We have seen him play before right here at the MPL SG scene, but we have 4 brand new wild cards right here from Vanguard Esports. So what we can expect right here at MPL SG Season 6, let's find out later here in Match 3. Whereas on my left, we have Bougie as the new face right here of RSGSG, making significant waves over at the land of Dawn. And speaking of which, I see, you know, for some reason, RSGSGs are having really lustrous hair. I'm not sure if it's using Head and Shoulders. But speaking of awesome hair, I'm going to throw back to our casters, Upin and Ipin, and the boys. Take it away.
We're just going to let that sink in.
I'm going to go to the toilet and let that sink in. So, okay. We need to know the biggest question. Who is Upin? I actually don't know.
I don't know. We will
I know
post
that he's
question.
Ipin. Wait, no, I'm not Ipin, I'm Jace. So, Upin?
No, I'm taller. Upin, Ipin, roughly same height.
You're shorter than me.
No! Anyways, ladies and gents, Cheryl, why do you do this? Why do you do me dirty to me? Dirty today? I purposely changed my hairstyle so that people don't call me Arashi, and now you call me with different names. Anyways, which one you prefer, Jimmy Neutron and Colin Sheen or Upin and Ipin?
I'd rather go back to Arashi.
Anyways, we're back right here, ladies and gents. This is going to be our 3rd series of the day. It's going to be Vanguard Esports going up against fan favorite RSGSG. This is one of the tough hills that Vanguard has to climb. They met Bleed, and then they met RSG. I'm just being thrown off by that comment. Well, at least one thing that we know of is the fact that Vanguard has to start off on a high note, or maybe on a low note to a certain extent, because Bleed as well as RSG, they are literally the fan favorites.
Yeah, I mean, this is a trial by fire, right?
Yes.
Imagine going into MPL, your first qualification, and then week 1, you have the big boys, you have Bleed, and then you have RSG.
Yeah, but as compared, since we're on the topic of Trial by Fire, Bougie on the other hand, I believe he's been impressive, right? Speaking of which, let's take a look at the lineup when we talk about. I'm still being affected by the Upin one. Luxenstein and Chute, Super Ryan, Slowly, Nick Stain, Vanguard Esports. What do you think about this, Abstract?
Okay, so the thing is, we have been watching Super Ryan since the revival times, and unfortunately, Ryan doesn't really exhibit a lot of that EXP flair that we see a lot in the current meta.
Since Zion era.
Wow. So this is like quite some time ago. But the fact is, this time, I don't know how he works and if whether it's great, but the fact that he left the previous seasons not really looking good, it's pretty fair to say that fighting against Diablo, it is going to be a losing lane for Vanguard Esports right off the bat. So he has a lot to prove.
Definitely, and of course, their contenders are Diablo, dead straight in the center, alongside with Super Ryan. Ken, what is this team about?
This team is about early game aggression. We take the lead and we leave you in the lurch, right? You eat your dust. So RSGSG, definitely, of course, the fan favorites, like we have said. This is going to be an expectation that, hey, it should be a clean sweep for them. But of course, you don't discount your opponents, right? Vanguard, yes, they didn't have the best start, but I think they managed to hold quite well against Bleed yesterday. So let's see if they have improved their standards from yesterday and what they can do against RSG today.
Now, let us remember the fact that yesterday's game for RSG, they fell short against Team Flash. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have an idea that, look, RSG is definitely going to be good, blah, blah, blah. But looking at their performance with Flash yesterday, I'm pretty sure there must be some kind of demoralizing factor that is played onto the viewers to the point that they will now start to believe that, RSG may not be the top dogs anymore, and new teams may actually be able to stand a chance against them.
Yes, with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to hop on to the team video. Don't forget, RSG shown sign of weaknesses. Let's see what the predictions are going for. But we're still in the RSG. I say that!
Why do we even have that conversation
I say that! Alright, time to track out. Let's just go straight to the draw.
The prediction does not do us any justice at all.
But of course, it's a worrying sign. Alright, don't forget, ladies and gents, when we put on the prediction, it was like 2 weeks ago. So
Exactly.
Right? So
definitely it wasn't like last week or a few days ago.
Not even this morning.
Yeah,
right?
not even this morning.
There's a lot of things that definitely has changed, and that's how volatile the scene is, right? And of course, the most important thing that we always ask: how is RSG gonna overcome said challenge? Because Vanguard to them is a small little speed bump, but it could be a big one.
Yep, exactly. And just to reiterate what Abstract was saying before, yes, they lost that one game yesterday, which could pinch them back because Vanguard was watching for sure.
Yeah,
and Vanguard could identify, what difficulties that RSG are facing and maybe try to replicate that in today's game. So that's definitely something that RSG needs to put in their minds, right? It's not going to be super easy. There will be difficulties, right? And how do we overcome those difficulties? I think it really comes down to Lucian QD as well. His role.
Okay.
Yep.
At the very least, their fans are still on our side this time around. It's not like the previous series where it's the other way around. RSG 84 and 89% in terms of the audience predictions. Thank you very much, McDonald's, for helping us with that. Yeah, but to the 16 and 11% on the side of the Camp Vanguard. What, any thoughts?
Honestly, nothing too surprising, I would say. I'm just, merely throwing out possibilities that the audience may be swayed. But it doesn't seem like they are so easily swayed. I mean, it makes sense as well because of the fact that RSG has been showing up time and time and time and time again. Even though, they have a couple of ups and downs, the viewership still believes in them.
Yeah, I mean, like, they have track record, right?
Yes,
on a world stage. They've improved in between each world stages. Especially, they ended quite well in MSC at the same time. I would say beating EVOS Legends. But of course, with that said, ladies and gents, let's take a look at the head-to-head video. See what they have to say for each other.
I feel that their past performances were quite insane because they won MPL for 3 seasons, and how Bleed has always been trying to overtake them and win them, but to no avail But as I mentioned earlier in my other parts, I feel that every team is beatable I feel like RG has a very specific playstyle, and they only stick to that specific playstyle. So maybe if we find out
the loophole, then we might be able to win them.
I think they are very strong. They are, wow, all their lanes very strong. I heard from people that their roster changed, so I feel that my team would have a higher chance of winning.
As impressive as they are in the qualifiers, we already faced teams that are undefeated in the qualifiers before. I believe they still got a lot to prove. But with the addition of the imports, maybe they might be able to integrate better than the previous qualifying teams.
I saw Vanguard Esport is a potential team because they import 2 players, that the jungle is slowly and the mid lane is short. When the qualifier, I saw they play the jungler very aggressive.
Yeah, for us again, playing against whoever it is in MPL SG, we are very confident. Yeah, not that disrespect the team, we still respect them, but we're always confident against whoever in MPL SG. So also Vanguard, they unbeaten in the qualifier, but not a challenge, not really scared.
I like the fact that Fro said the word scary, right? Because, yeah, it feels like there's a lot of respect, especially on Joe H as well. But then again, his second line kind of contradicts that. Yeah, I'm not... you know he cut himself off a little bit because at the point in time, I thought I heard him say very jialat.
Oh, what?
Not very jialat.
I heard very differently. I was thinking not very challenging, but...
Wait, he's an Indonesian import
Yeah,
that's
the
thing.
thing. Well,
Right? It seems as though he changed his language there a bit, He has right? integrated well into the Singaporean food.
Exactly. That's why when he said not very jialat, then he cut himself off. I was like, huh? So fast, So fast to become Singaporean.
Anyways, the most important thing that we have to also look out for is, of course, the lane priority of these teams. Kim, why don't you break us down based on the lanes?
I think first and foremost, we were talking about the EXP lane. Super Ryan, we were talking about this. He's going to have a very tough time, right? As the same for anyone in MPL. Anyone that goes up against Diablo is always a big challenge.
Yes.
So I think this comes down to the next person in line, which is going to be the roamer of each team. So right now, Nick has a lot to prove. He has been coached by none other than JPL, who is also a member of Bleed. So he has experience playing against RSG. Hopefully he does have some information that he can disseminate to the team and get them in a proper structure to really fend off the aggression, not just the early game, but the whole game of aggression from RSG.
Yep, so we heard from Vanguard, you talked about EXP lane. What about the gold lane matchup?
When it comes down to the gold lane matchup, I believe that there is definitely some chance in that. Even though we have seen a lot of flashes of brilliances coming in from Oki, to the point that there are the other casters in other regions, they look very highly on Oki, right?
Yep.
I'm not necessarily a gold laner, so when it comes down to those kind of like nitty-gritty stuff, I don't really see it that well. But if the other casters say so, hey, look, I gotta have to be a parent and say, look, Oki is the top of his game.
Yeah, of course, Abstract is the more, he's an XP laner, he's the one that pays attention to most of the XP laner. I'm sorry for posing that question over to you, me being a gold laner as well.
You should have took that question for yourself.
Okay, anyways, we're gonna go into the drafting phase right now. Drew H decides to take away that Fanny. Once again, a bit of respect thrown over the side of Vanguard. Don't forget, equal, a reasonable dose of respect, whereas Vanguard bans away the Valentina.
Yep, slowly, definitely. One of the main problems that RSG has identified, right? Even Lucian QT himself has said that he recognizes that very strong aggression from Slowly. So definitely do not want to allow him on a hero super aggressive as Fanny. When she gets a level 4, that's a whole world of disaster.
I can already expect that RSG is definitely going to be marking on Slowly. He's probably the one guy that can really change the entire tempo and the momentum of the team. If the jungle player is exceptional enough, literally can wreak havoc all around the map. You can go to the you can go to EXP lane, you can go to gold lane. Everywhere you go, you are forcing the opponents to respond to you.
Yep, that's right. And now on the other side, Vanguard, they're gonna pay respects to Bougie. That first ban on the Valentina. We have to give a shout out for Bougie yesterday. What an impressive performance, right? As a new mid laner in the RSG lineup, you know, we have had the likes of Roy, we have the likes of 505, who are brilliant players in their own rights as well. He has kept that mental up.
So honestly, at this point in time, what exactly is the game plan of Vanguard Esports, because it doesn't seem like they are focusing on the Diablo at all, like the other regional teams are. They are banning Khalid, they're banning they're banning
Diablo.
Yeah, they're literally banning Diablo. So honestly, Vanguard Esports, they are not concerned about Diablo. They are more concerned of the entire RSG as a whole.
Yeah, they're noting respect over the Bougie. They're also noting respect to Lucian Cutie. Of course, we always like to joke about
Come
the
on, Dexter.
No, it's that he's Mabisa Kaja, literally. Lucy translator, he only knows Kaja. Now, RSG will take away the Claude. As I said, BMI is a very annoying skill to deal with, and I really have to echo what you guys are saying. RSG is paying a lot of respect over to slowly. There you go, 2 of the junglers already gone for the first phase ban.
Yep, Vanguard, like you mentioned before, I think they know that, RSG, they are still a team. I like the fact that, Nick actually mentioned that all teams are beatable. There is a chance of success.
There is.
Low chance doesn't mean no chance. I mean, same as the police. But
Yesterday it happened.
Yes.
So honestly, we can expect something different to happen here.
But I think what will work out well for them for the side of Vanguard is actually a pick-off comp, right? That could work because we have seen RSG, they tend to start the crumble when Lucian QD is not having a good game, right? That's where the doors open for teams to really expose potential cracks in the armor. So maybe Vanguard can kind of take a look at a pick-off composition.
I mean, looking at the fact that that Slowly is a very aggressive jungler, I think what Vanguard would want to do is to go aggressive against aggressive, right? Because RSG themselves is very aggressive in the jungles as well. They do like to invade in the jungle pretty early, and Lucian QD always try to scout out the jungle super early as well. Just from looking at one camp, they have an idea what is the kind of rotation that can happen from the side of Vanguard Esports. So from this point on, the jungler from the side of Vanguard Esports needs to clear fast. In the meantime, their Roma also needs to have a very valuable way to scout out information all the way from the start of the game.
Yep, so this means, I mean, it's all early game centric, right? This is probably the formula that Vanguard needs to take a look at. And, they need to sustain against RSG's early game aggression. Most teams falter at this first part, which then trickles down into the mid game, late game, where RSG is just dominant throughout. So Vanguard definitely needs to find someone who can offer good sustainability but good damage as well.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Game is running into the late game, and they managed to trump it in the late game. But let's take a look at the pickup, right? RSG picks up Kadita. Vanguard already selected the Fredrin and the Eve, which is one of Shu's favorite hero.
Yep.
At this point in time, I suppose what we're looking out from Vanguard Esports is a very simple front-to-back kind of gameplay. We don't know exactly what the Roma is going to be just yet, but one thing that we can suppose and reckon is that they might want to go for a gold later first. Now that RSG has picked up the Irithel for themselves, I think that they can look at a couple of probably Beatrix or perhaps even onto Brody. Either 2 of them is a pretty good pick, so that they will be able to play a little bit more of a strategy game against what RSG could possibly pick for them.
Sun rises when I give the word.
Is a bit more mysterious.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, keeping your cards under your sleeves, I think that's one of the things that Vanguard needs to learn how to do, and very quickly in this game 1. The Khalid pickup, one of the signatures of Diablo. We all know, like we mentioned in the previous series itself, the Diablo Raging Sandstorm, definitely going to be a big problem. And here's how that formula works for RSG. RSG likes to start and take fights early on. And when teams feel very safe, they tend to clump up, right? The fight's over. But that's when Diablo actually shines and he comes in and says,
yeah,
hey, welcome to the party.
It
right?
is. He's an annoying bugger at that very aspect, right?
Yep.
Now, one thing I also like to focus on is the fact that, when it comes down to the goal laners, we have Irithel that have a very good trade-off potential. There could be a very good chance that Vanguard Esports want to look for something that can really retaliate against that. So Grok is actually a pretty good pick, yes, because in the end of the day, you want to have a lockdown. You want to find a way to eventually go over to the back lines, even as a Roma or perhaps even EXP lane. In fact, for Grok as well as Fredrin, they are still relatively flexible. So we don't know who is Roam, who is Jungle, and who is EXP. Either one of them can compete in that kind of role aspect.
And that's what I really like that Vanguard has picked up. The ability to keep your opponents guessing. Very well done. And of course, with that being said, the synergy between the Vanguard picks so far are really brilliant, because with the Guardian's Barrier as well, it potentially sets up a choke point where you can have free reign for your real-world manipulation and potentially as well the energy eruption into the Appraiser's Wrath. That would be a good setup for Vanguard that offers enough burst as well to get rid of a couple of the people from RSG.
We don't have a lot of tanky heroes.
Your team is banning.
It is still relatively split up, and they are relatively, fragile to a certain sense. Like, we completely take away the fact that Khalid himself, with the Quicksand Guard, is super tanky and all, but just by raw HP alone, he's very vulnerable to being caught out. Now, Vanguard Esports, they don't have a way to initiate. They have very good ways to follow up. So the EXP laner, or... okay, I'm very certain that the Croc is going to be a roam, and the Fredrin is going to be jungle. So what is left is going to be the EXP laner that needs to be the initiator. I haven't really seen Ryan play a initiator style of EXP laner
I am
just
the
yet,
priestess of primal lighting,
perhaps
the hunter of all the evil
gods. A little bit
gods.
different.
Yep, they're going to ban out the Edith with their final ban, and that's a great ban, because right now the composition of RSG works really well in providing so much space for this Irritel to just run rings around the backline while they're able to really cut off supply of counter initiation from the side of Vanguard. Because you have a Kadita who's able to pick off a single target with the Breath of the Ocean and the Ocean Art as well. And you have the Khalid, who can come in to stop multiple members together with the Raging Sandstorm. So while that distraction is being laid down by RSG, this allows Oki on the Irritel to really just run rings at the back with the use of the heavy crossbow as well. That's a huge amount of damage.
So with the last two picks left, Vanguard Esports now is going to be left with the Roamer as well as the gold laner. Just lock in on the gold lane, look at what exactly RSG is trying to look out for. The RSG don't have those tanky side lanes just yet, also those tanky front lines just yet. They have the mage, gold lane, and EXP. Now it's just going to be left with Bray's picks as well as Lucian Cutie's picks. Now, when it comes down to Bray, he's very flexible. He can literally play anything that he wants, to be honest, at this current meta. In fact, looking at a Ling may actually be not too bad due to the fact that they are able to jump over the back lines and completely eliminate the fact that Vanguard Esports wants to play a front-to-back strategy. Now, having a carry is not what I expect though.
Okay, the reason why they went for the carry, because you even notice RSG already said that, okay, I don't really have a tanky front line, so I need someone that's really hard tank because my EXP is that flanker. That's why Vanguard went for the carry to anticipate the upcoming two picks for the tanky side. Right? That's right.
Yep, so both teams actually, with the draft itself, is really buying as much time as possible for the gold laners to dish out as much damage as possible as well during that time frame. So right now we need someone on RSG, Lucian Cutie specifically, to be able to catch out the members on the side of Vanguard. Right now, you take a look at the Kadita. She could go into the roam, she could go into the mid lane as well.
I shall succumb to my power.
Dagger, Stand and Gun, Kufra, as well as a Arlet that is just going to be picked out right here. So, understandably, we know how the role is going to be mixed up here, and so we can have a little bit of understanding when it comes down to EXP versus EXP, right? So it is going to... Oh wait, EXP versus EXP is not quite out yet, but gold lane versus gold lane, it is a carry versus an Irithel. Irithel understandably has way better trade, and I will find that carry is gonna be having quite a bit of a tough time to actually stay in lane and get proper farm. In the meantime, the Kufra does have very good pick-off potential and catch potential, which leaves their lane in the gold lane super
land is our
heavy.
homeland,
As such,
and it will
the
soon be your
Lapu
burial ground.
will be the one that is gonna be picked up from the side of Vanguard Esports that allows them with the initiative factor and yet being able to hold down the lane in the EXP in order to have good trades against this Khalid and will be neck and neck in the lane priority.
Yeah, both teams have a very good composition and buying time for their damage dealers to really lay down the pain. But right now, I think I want to focus on Vanguard because Nick is going to play a very important role here. I cannot emphasize how important his role is, because if he does not provide a very safe environment for Liechtenstein to farm, it's gonna be a outright decimation from the side of RSG.
That's it, ladies and gents. That is the draft concluded. I feel like both of you guys really run down the draft tremendously in depth. I like it. I enjoyed both these teams have already secured their main win condition. Question is whether they can execute it. Let's hop on to the land of dawn, ladies and gents. This is game number 1 of the 3rd series of the day. Vanguard going up against RSG SG.
This is a game of mid-lane priority at the start of the fight, or rather at the start of the game. The mid lane really has to work on to be as fast as possible, and it does seem as though that really did help. We do have Vanguard that's already cleared up this wave, and they are more or less ready to move on to the next, which is why Choots is all the way in the opponent's jungle, extremely aggressive. Now, they are just anticipating this Alet to eventually make his way over there. Now, that's a smart idea due to the fact that Alet does not have an escape mechanism, doesn't really have a proper way to retreat. But instead of capturing them, they took the lane instead.
Yeah, they took the jungle creep, which is really good. Bray, don't forget, they're abusing the fact that Bray has that 3 million years clear. That's why they're abusing it. That's why they went all the way there. Now Lucian Cutie will be able to catch shoot. That's also the concussive blast doing quite a decent amount of damage against the mid laner from Vanguard.
Yep, that means Bray is going to get his level 4 very quickly. And if they can get another kill here, the first blood of the game, RSG will technically have this turtle with ease as well.
Now, I do want to take note that Diablo is actually running a concussive blast onto...
he did that yesterday.
Yeah, onto the Khalid. So generally speaking, he's not going for any attack strategy or like pure damage strategy like how we usually see, unless he realizes that, hey, I'm leading, so might as well just go for that. He is still running on Assassin Emblem and still have got the penetration on the first level or first tier, so at least he probably can still do a decent amount of damage, and he can still pilot himself for a little bit of a hybrid, or perhaps he knows he's not in the lead, so he whacks for damage.
Concussive blast technically is a burst damage. It scales based on HP, but Bray will be jumping in just a little bit. That's the final sweep. Fuji coming in, missed the mark. Unfortunately, Raging Sandstorm coming in at the same time. Real world manipulation by Chu, but Bray still comes in with a wretched finger, secures the turtle.
Yep, he did actually, make that Petrify useless, but he still got killed end of the day, right? The dash. So slowly, not a great start to the game so far.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, at least for now, right? Gold laner, it is expected that Oki will absolutely bully Liechtenstein out of the lane. As such, Vanguard really needs to respond to that. They need to anticipate that. Judes as well as Liechtenstein, they need to know that top lane is imperative to help.
Oh, that's a burst. Liechtenstein will be able to just flicker all the way out. Bucci comes in, but then again, it's just once again RNG dictating the aggression, dictating the draft.
Yep, and with this flicker being used by Liechtenstein, this is a marker for RSG. So RSG, you will see them being very aggressive in the next few seconds until at least Liechtenstein is falling.
Oh my god. That's not good because Bray could do something, or maybe perhaps not.
I've never seen a Kufra charging right in front of a marksman like that kid.
And it still lands.
Yeah, but they will go for it.
But still, you go for it. Lucian Kitty bouncing around, but Chu coming in. Fraser's Wrath will miss. Flicker coming out. Lucian Kitty will be able to jump on away. Buji coming in, sweeping in. Bray will be sweeping at the same time. Jumping in, picking up Liechtenstein as the casualty of that fight.
Now, of course, that is just a typical kind of proxy game from the RSG. Whenever they find the opportunity, they will do so. I can pretty much understand the reason that Vanguard tries to stay in the top lane. Like I said before, imperative for them to ensure the top lane gets themselves the lane priority and try to babysit this carry as much as possible. You wouldn't want your carry to have such a deficit against that Irithel especially. Now, you do want to look out for who is going to be the one in Vanguard that will go neck and neck against Oki.
We talk about the gold lane pressure, kid. Man, Oki going up against Liechtenstein. Lucian Cutie comes around and look at them. That's a winning gold lane, and that's also a winning EXP lane in the favor of RSG.
Sub 5 minutes, turret down especially.
Yep, and with this, the turtle as well should be going to the hands of RSG because they are going to be chunked down and pincered very shortly.
Yeah, so honestly, it will definitely take some time for Vanguard to eventually get themselves up to speed, especially since Slowly didn't get the first turtle, and as a Fredrin, your main objective is actually to get well, map objectives.
Yep, exactly. Now, I just want to tell you how Vanguard is so far behind. It might not look the case.
That's ultimate at the same time. Buji following on. That's a one combo slowly, really slowly coming in. Praises Ram doing lots of damage. Big Stain follow up with a charge. Super Ryan coming up. Bravest Warrior takes down Lucian Kitty for now. True would credit them for the kill. But now it's perfect. It is going to be Super Ryan. Super Diablo instead going for the backline. True, the mini decks lead the sweep coming in. RSG handshakes at 5 with 5v4.
I don't think that Super Ryan has the Bloodlust Axe just yet, right?
Not yet, but the main problem is actually Nick Stain, simply because he is unable to provide protection for his team. This level disadvantage, one thing, it reduces the amount of damage that he does with Wild Charge, but more importantly, he is not the meat shield he is supposed to be for his team. So there's no way they can absorb the damage, and Vanguard will just get run over by RSG, at least for the next 4 to 5 minutes.
I suppose that with his Dreadnought armor, it would really help Super Ryan to, stay a little bit tankier in terms of that trading potential, right? You definitely do not want to be out-traded by the Khalid. Khalid has a lot of ways to initiate on you, as you can pretty much see right over here. But he's got disengaging options, as you can see right there as well. The Raging Sandstorm gets himself out, but Diablo can just go right back in with the Desert Tornado. And in the event he loses the trade, he's got his Quicksand Guard. He's always going to be sticky in the lane, while the Lapu Lapu would take some time to eventually ramp up. Once he gets his Bloodlust Axe, maybe the game will be a little bit different.
I hope the production's counting how many times the TV is passing right now. That should be going into an infographic one day.
Wow, this is what I want to see coming in from Bray.
That's exactly what we all want to see. Buji gets knocked side high. Real world manipulation coming up from Chute as well. But whoa, beautiful appraisal swap. But where the follow up coming off of Vanguard. Lucian Buji coming in back in. Okay, he did not get the memo to get out of the way. Vanguard picks up 2.
Yeah, Vanguard playing to their strengths here. They knew that they could provide time, but Diablo comes and tries to clean up. He isn't to be caught out though.
Oh, he is definitely caught out. He already used the Raging Sandstorm as well. The taunt to cancel the heal. Diablo is trying to spin it for the win it, but then again, Chud credited for the kill, giving another kill over to Vanguard's pocket.
Well, there were doubts here, but Vanguard showing up, at least for this moment here. 2 kills on the side of Lucian Stain. That is going to be a huge help in terms of getting his farm up as well. He's giving good respect with that Purify as well, and it's working out for him so far.
Let's not forget about the fact that Vanguard, the way that their composition is made up
of... Lucian Cutie! Oh no, it's nice knock-up coming up. Buji, Omega, Wombo, combo! Not even trying to try on Vanguard will be able to stop this in their track. Slowly manages to secure the turn phone. Now that's still damage reduction, or well, damage control. 2 members on the side of Vanguard just for the price of a turtle.
Now, the previous fight, or rather the fight before this one, was literally the way that Vanguard wants to play, front to back. However, this specific one wasn't really the way that they wanted to. They didn't manage to get their setup properly, and that is why they kind of lost the objectives very simply and very easily. All Vanguard needs to do is to work onto the front to back cutting as much as possible.
Oh, another knock-up, another pick-up coming up from RSG as well. Slowly has to walk back to base, well, technically sent forcibly back to base slowly with a timer.
Yep, slowly now with this death means he's not going to get any blue buffs for the next foreseeable future.
It's never ending for the side of RSG. Vanguard just takes another one. Oh, Bray, a little bit low. Lucian Stain managed to land the second few light wheels. He's starting to pick up the damage right here. True coming in, real world manipulation, slow it down. Diablo, he has to get, yeah, he's able to walk away soft-free.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Super Ryan kind of jumped into that fight, right? And that is the kind of reason why I also would say that Super Ryan doesn't really have that kind of that flair as an EXP laner, right? So it takes some time for him to really understand how he can tank, how much he can tank, and how he can, absorb the enemy's attacks, how far he can stretch himself. So when it comes down to the macro game as well, he will find himself having a tad bit of a problem. So I really hope that he will be able to eventually use this as kind of like a training dummy kind of situation and come back even stronger in the next one.
Well, he is doing well. That's exactly what he should be doing. It's just that he doesn't have the itemization for it at this point. Yeah. Now, take a look at the damage. Diablo is #1, of course, with all the plays that he has been doing so far. But the second person right next to him is actually Buji, and that shows you how much impact Buji has had in his game. 5-0-4. The times he has caught out multiple members of Vanguard
and
with his ultimate.
Oh, that's a grok! Oh, okay. I saw the jump. Sorry. My bad. I saw the jump. I was ahead of myself.
But that didn't happen at all, unfortunately. But speaking of Grog, he is getting close, but he do have the power of nature to get himself a little bit closer. It's the jump you're talking about!
Yeah, that's the jump I was talking about. Knocking side high as well with the Bougie ultimate one combo. Bougie gets out scot-free, escaping with murder. Big stay, look to stay, sorry, would not be nowhere to go. Find a slash right in the face. Ray takes the damage from Chud like an Omega Chan.
Now, of course, I feel that what me and Kin is looking at is a stream that is delayed, while our friend here, Jace, is actually looking at the live one, whereby he actually knew that there's a jump coming in from...
Sorry,
He's looking into the future.
I socket the Sharingan in my eye, I'm sorry.
I would call that a demon eye, actually, instead of a Sharingan. Okay. Right? So at this point in time, RSG, they are...
I know that reference.
Way ahead. They are way ahead. 7,000 gold lead on top of Vanguard. And I find it a little bit difficult for Vanguard to get themselves back into this game, despite the fact that they do have the top lane and the bottom lane first tier defense turret down. However, with the middle lane first tier defense turret still up, there's not a lot of things that Vanguard could do in order to play a sneaky game. They can't go for a backstab in terms of a front-to-back strategy. So honestly, all they can do is play discipline and work on their game style.
Well, at this point, it's literally the land of dawn for RSG because the map is extremely dark for Vanguard, which is why they can't play a sneaky game, right? And you have Lucian Cutie, who is just using his Tyrant's Rage all over the map. Diablo, though.
Light wheels flickers all the way out. No biggie, he's back up. He's ready to fight again.
He's not afraid of anything at all. Super Ryan immediately comes to save his Warriors, but doesn't seem like he did manage to catch anyone at this point in time. The main thing that they are looking out for is to bring down the Lord. And RSG did not take that opportunity to literally dive onto Vanguard to extend the Lord's health, which is something that we see very often, but this time not really executed, allowing Vanguard to clear out the ways very effectively with this lineup of theirs that has strong high ground as well as wave clear.
Okay, right now, Diablo exits the stage for now. It's going to be Bougie jumping in Petrify right on into the turret. Super Ryan dead for the world. The XP laner supposed to be frontlining by Vanguard, not very strong.
Yeah, Bougie is the MVP so far at this game. He has been making so many clutch plays against Vanguard. And Vanguard, that's the reason why they have not been able to farm properly, because right now, wait, Diablo, gonna try something.
That's what's on as well. Nick Sane knocks Diablo sky high as well, but he's eating all the damage. Lucian staying, Predator for the kill for the Diablo as well. True real world manipulation. A little bit too deep, but at the same time, a little bit shallow to deal with, to do the job as well. Bougie coming in, trying to snatch some kills. Nick staying only half HP busted down. Vanguard will lose 1-4-1.
Ryan came back right in time to ensure the rest of the members from the side of Vanguard does not get cycled. Because in the event that RSG do want to continue onto the fight, I think that will be very difficult for Vanguard to even defend that from that point onwards. But, you know, to look at things in a positive way, Vanguard still has all of their inhibitor turrets up, and their composition works in the later stages of the game. They have opportunities to do so, and we are only 13 minutes into the game. Slow and steady is probably going to be the one that helps them win the race.
Literally, slow is Vanguard's jungle.
Wow.
The punts are unlimited. We're dispensing punts left, right, center. In MPL Singapore in the land of dawn right here. Diablo is opening up the map as of now. The lore enhanced, but on the other side of the map, most of the team congregating near the north side.
Well, we could be looking at a turnaround soon enough because Vanguard, if we take a look at Super Ryan, he does have his Bloodlust X ready. Right now, we're just waiting for Luxian Stain to get his trifecta up at this point. He does have the... No, he does. He only has the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe at this point. So he's still building towards his DHS. And, you know, he just needs a bit more time. But RSG, you know, we were kind of shocked at why they weren't too aggressive, right? The normal Lord push, they would have gone all in, forced to fight with Vanguard. But as of now, I think their plan is to take it slow a bit and wait for that next Lord push. We can expect this time RSG to be very clinical with the finish this round.
With 16-5, the current scoreline, and about 10,000 gold lead from RSG. Vanguard can't exactly just walk out and walk into the face of RSG. Even though they do have a Grok, the main idea of having a Grok is so that in the early stages of the game, they don't have to be too afraid about opening up the map. Nick Stain will be able to walk out completely, well, not dead. He's not completely unscathed, but he won't receive damage, obviously, but he's not dead. That's the main thing, right? Getting information. But right now, Vanguard have got zero information. they would not be able to do anything. They are losing all of the lane priorities. And there is super minions in the bottom lane with a slow push coming, and the top lane has got the Lord.
Top lane is the one that gets penetrated through. Slowly will Tom break up. Mid lane on the other hand, the minions are walking in. Rainforest slowly versus Ray. That jungle fight is still ongoing. No final sweep catches 2-3. Snuck to stay one of the victim at the same time. Nick staying real world manipulation. But Fuji petrify to push shoot away. Real world manipulation gets hands on, and RSG starts to trickle into the base right now. Raging Sandstorm, the last one of this potential game is Oki ring around roses with the Irithel Intel to try to take down the core once and for all, delivering game one over to RSG.
That is the beauty of RSG's game plan. They have a very good understanding as to how they should be cycling themselves to who tanks what. The front lane, the front row, the three members from Lucian Cutie to Diablo to Bray, they all have a fair share of damage to split amongst them. So they will always go in and out, in and out. They make sure that they get themselves out before even losing enough health. They have the sustainability that they need so that they can jump in whenever they are ready, and then they will cycle it all over again. In the meantime, Vanguard dealt so much damage, but to the wrong units, and they couldn't kill anything at all, just based on the raw health and sustainability.
I think what's interesting is that, you know, when we take a look at teams that have Eve in their composition, the real world manipulation normally is used as an indicator to start the fight, right? But RSG is the one that actually uses the RWM to start the fight. Every time Chud uses the RWM, that's when Buji comes in with his ultimate, and once that ultimate gets bursted down, that's 2 or 3 members of Vanguard taken out of the picture. And when you have 2 or 3 people out of the picture, it's a bad fight for Vanguard to take any day.
I feel like RSG purposely opened up. They know Chud does have the Yeve. That's why they picked the Buji for the Khadija for that particular job. My man is at 10-0-7. He hasn't died a single time. And that's also boils down. There's so many things that Vanguard has to look out for. Diablo coming for the flank for re-engage. Ray can always come back in for the re-engage with the final slash. And then Lucian QT can always jump. There's so many ways that RSG can engage. Vanguard, on the other hand, you can engage with Nick. You can probably engage with Super Ryan. But then again, they need to come in together.
Yep, it's a kind of a one-time usage kind of thing, but RSG has a triple threat, right? It's kind of like doing a shimmy, right? If you
triple threat.
Yeah, if you use Buji's ultimate, you can back off, and you know Vanguard will feel like, hey, I can enter and re-initiate, counter-initiate the fight. But then you have Diablo who comes in with the Raging Sandstorm, and you have Kufra that comes in with the Tyrant's Rage as well. It's really a hard situation to deal with.
Yep, you got 2 angry people from the desert, right? Kufra, the mummy himself, and the Sand King coming out from the side of Diablo. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's tough for Vanguard. There's so much things that they have to look out for. And I don't think even it's positioning. I don't think it's about the roster. I just feel like it's just how do you deal with RSG? Because I believe, man, ladies and gents, everybody in MPL Singapore knows what RSG wants to do. They have the same shopping list that I was talking about yesterday, but they don't know how to crack RSG.
I think that the one thing that didn't go too well for Vanguard is a lot of unnecessary rotations on their part between the mid laner as well as the EXP laner. The amount of rotations that they made, whereby before the Super Ryan was at level 4, he actually went back home during that short period of time to make his way to middle lane while the Yve heads over to the bottom lane. So one thing's for sure, Yve is level 4, Ryan is not level 4, and they are trying to compete for the turtle. Despite the fact that they are a team that needs to fight for turtle, they need all of them to be at level 4. So when it comes down to laning, right, EXP versus EXP, that shouldn't be the case for Super Ryan to not hit level 4.
I think he was really concerned with the fact that RSG is known to have very early pickoffs. They tend to pincer one particular lane, and that's the problem that a lot of teams can't seem to solve, right? It's which lane is he going to? RSG, yes, you can kind of say that they have predictable play styles, you know what they're going to do, but which lane they choose to pincer, it's something that's still a question mark, and teams can't react fast enough unless you have preparation.
Yep, right now, if you take a look, Chud right here does most of the damage, even as compared to everybody from the side of RSG. You know that he's actually doing God's work in terms of dishing out the damage, 100% kill participation as well. Where's the follow-up coming from Vanguard? But before we go on to that, we got to also review the MVP of RSG. I personally feel it's definitely going to be Bougie, because Bougie, he has been silent and deadly.
Yeah, we cannot neglect this guy.
He's silent yet deadly. He's not the flashiest of all mages, but you know he's carrying.
Definitely when we are looking at the mid lane, right? Previously, when we are looking mid lane, there is a huge shoe to fill it. But somehow, even though Roy has you know, kind of like quote-unquote retired, right? Bougie joining in, I thought that, yeah, you know what? Bougie is probably going to have a tough time to meet the expectations.
Exactly.
This is not too bad.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing that I think RSG has done spectacularly in this entire game that helps Bougie become the MVP. If you notice throughout the game in the fights, slowly he's always engaged in a 1v1 against Bray.
Yeah.
And that kind of slows down and takes away the tankability from the side of Vanguard. And when you don't have that very strong and beefy Fredrin in the front lines to get that energy eruption counter initiation, it just spoils the game for you.
Yep, let's
so
take a look at
definitely put a lot of support for Bougie.
Definitely, let's take a look at the highlights later on. You'll see more Bougie, trust me, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I think some of the casters from the other regions has already started to notice Bougie during SPS, and now this time around, we're going to give him where credit is due, giving his own highlight reel in a sense. Look at him, silent but deadly, catching people, doing the damage. This is still early game though, mind you.
Yeah, but that's exactly the shimmy that we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Lucian was low, he backed off, but the rest of RSG comes in with the support.
So he does have a very impeccable timing when it comes down to follow up. Early game, he doesn't really have a lot of damage, but just his presence alone there may be able to do quite a lot of things.
Yep, so at this point, it really is, you know, just them running out of steam. RSG always seems to have more options from the second or third fight instance in the fight itself. And here's the return, right? Every single time Vanguard has exploded, thrown all of the ultimates, that's when RSG says, hey, we still have more, let's go some more. And Vanguard just can't sustain that long.
It's like one thing that I really like the fact is that as a mage, you usually will want to, you know, target the backlines because you have the burst. But in the previous clip, you can see that Bougie has an idea of melting down the front line first. This way, at least Oki, who does deal a lot of damage to even, you know, squishy heroes, is completely fine. Because when you burst someone down, there's no time for them to sustain.
Exactly. Like, if you have enough damage to burst down the front line, there's nobody to peel for your back line. And Oki is a kind of marksman that really needs to fight like front to back, right? Now you have no front, you just have the back, I just run you down.
Yep. Even though their team composition actually allows them to just go for a straight-on dive, but that will also kind of mess up the flow of what Irithel is capable of target prioritizing, right? Like we saw in the middle lane, that is exactly what happened. They allowed Vanguard to play the front to back, and then Oki was completely lost. He was stuck in between of the two turrets, and then he was behind enemy lines, allowing Carry to get that double kill right off the bat. So I think from that, RSG learned their lesson, and they knew that, you know what, okay, Bougie, I think this is a point in time where you need to focus more onto the front lines, or maybe he himself knew it. Front line first, go to the back. Front to back, front to back, front to back. We play the front to back game with their front to back game. If we are leading, why would we lose?
Exactly. This is like the killer instinct, right? But of course, yes, we're gushing
Silent
about
killer.
RSG, but I think Vanguard as well has some merits that we should take a look at throughout the game itself. I think Lakshan Singh did really, really well.
Yeah, surprising. Like usually I would say I thought he's like a features one trick, but turns out, hey, he can actually play the carry quite well because of his positioning, and he was able to dish out the damage that's required even though without a front line. But before we actually move on to the second game, let's talk about some of the skins that we've been showing as well. You already see it all across the meta and also the meta, and it's a Neobis skin. Very flashy skin. I love the animation. I think I heard one of the pro players just telling me about it. It looks supremely awesome as well. And not only just that, get yours right now. It's live currently all the way to 4th of October. Enjoy 30% off for your first 10 times draw and guaranteed elite or better skin from it. And of course, after first draw every day will be 50% off. So remember to keep drawing every single day to get to accumulate even more of these tokens in order to buy that specific skin that you prefer. Aside from these, more exclusive skins are available in the prize pool as well. Don't miss out. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB New Skin, and hashtag MLBB New Beasts.
I'm a Fredrin player as well, so
Yep. We all are Fredrin players. So
Yeah.
easy to play.
Yes, I mean, yes. And I
But
don't
I
play...
can never play the Benedetta.
Okay, yeah, okay. I guess that's something great for me. But I can never play Lilia, so if I roll that, I really hope that I do get the Fredrin. And if
It looks good.
If
Yes,
I
it
was
is.
given, if I'm given the Lilia, then say goodbye to your mage roll. I'm one-tricking
What?
Lilia.
No. I'm gonna get the Lilia skin
Hey,
first,
guys,
and then we are gonna show off our different skins, right?
Don't leak out our roster for the television production. They are watching us. They are watching us. But of course, you know, I love how, you know, the energy eruption and also the appraiser's wrath, the style, it's just like boom, it's so colorful and
Yeah, the
I love it.
animation.
That's right. Looks so good.
Unicorn puke.
What?
I think it's enough for some graphic info. I think like yesterday I gave the audience a top scale on the graphics. I talk about like Frankenstein, you know, the limbs
Zombie.
falling apart, and then the eyes popping out, they're still connected by the nerve, and then you know, stuff like that.
That sounds like some
Yeah, I've been reading
Teen stuff.
Well, I've got people telling me, please stop. It's too much. But of course, you know, it's not Frankenstein game just yet. It will happen later on. Team Flash will be playing against, if I'm not mistaken, Evil. Thank you very much, production. I don't have my schedule up, but of course, we got to talk about the second game, right? Vanguard. Any adaptations that they can do in order to deal with RSG at this prime?
I think it all starts from Nick once again. I know it seems like I'm kind of focusing a lot on Nick, but I really feel that Nick is the cornerstone of Vanguard, right? If Nick has a good game, he will allow Lakshin to really perform at his best. Because as we've seen, Nick didn't have the best start to the game, giving away, I think, one of the first few kills in the game. And that's where RSG really capitalized on it and went in to get that pincer into the goal lane. Aside from that, it was also the silent threat that RSG members were always missing, right? And that's why we had their EXP laner, Super Ryan, who kind of felt uncomfortable. He didn't want to stay in lane with low health, which is why he TP'd back. But that was a wrong call end of the day because he was under level. He didn't get that opportunity to join and offer much damage during that turtle dance as well.
Okay, I remember one of you guys were talking about why the jungle looks really, really dark for the side of Vanguard. Is it the fact that, you know, Nick wasn't able to open up the map?
I think that is definitely one thing, right? Because looking through the previous game, Nick's role essentially is just to open up the map and give information. But unfortunately, with RSG's front lines, he's generally afraid of Bougie and the losing QD combination, even though he technically shouldn't be, right? When you're close to a wall, you don't have to be too afraid of all of that kind of lockdowns, for example. Probably not with Petrify, because I'm pretty sure that Petrify actually goes through it. If I'm not wrong, it does. So maybe that is the one thing that makes them a little bit scared. But regardless, Kadita is still their #1 pick, right? They picked it as #1. So if they pick up a Grog, they should be expecting what they should know what to expect. So right off the start, they're not exactly playing towards the gameplay that they want to. So they probably should just beeline and do exactly what they want and not to be too afraid, probably. Maybe what they couldn't do is to have a proper team fight, because it took way too long for Ryan to actually get the Bloodlust Axe, to actually initiate for the team. That's why they were actually falling off a lot, and once our Ryan actually managed to get the Bloodlust Axe, it's a little bit too late because the amount of goal disparity was already way too high.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late, right? A little bit too late for the party, for the side of Super Ryan. Unable to get the Bloodlust Axe, which is like a main core of a Lapu Lapu to be able to sustain all throughout. We also feel like, you know, Nick, I agree with you. Nick may be a little bit too scared, but I mean, if you see Bougie, right, the silent killer coming in with a Kadita that could just burst down your front line. Okay, it doesn't have to be you. Burst down Super Ryan like that, I'd be terrified, right, Kin?
Yeah, for sure. So I think maybe one of the things they can reconsider in this second game is to try and rework that draft, right? I think the fact that they drafted technically a losing lane for their goal laner really bit them in the late game itself, because Oki was free reign. He had the first turret in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. That is furiously fast from the side of RSG.
That's right. We gotta get more priority heroes for the side of Vanguard, and they need to do just that. in game number 2's draft. First off, on the chopping block, that's going to be a Kaja. Once again, another over to side of Lucian Cutie. Fanny is taken away by the side of RSG SG.
And what they're going to be doing on the side of RSG is exactly what's going to hurt Vanguard, because RSG can go for the exact same bans, right? Vanguard have not figured out how to counter the draft that RSG has presented so far, and the way that RSG has executed their draft in game 1 has been flawless, right?
Yep.
Every single lane was a winning lane, and we transitioned into the mid game. There was nothing else for them to fight back. There were no positive traits on the side of Vanguard.
They actually have a lot of unrealized losses, so it is understandable why that happened. Even though they didn't lose heroes at certain points in time, they are just losing a lot of economy all around the map, right? They're not picking up creep kills, they're not winning the lane. I think it boils down to a lot of the micro games as well. So RNG not only is really good in their macro, but their micro game is also exceptional, which is something that Vanguard Esports just can't bridge past.
Yeah. So at this point, I think it's really, they have to figure out how do we curate a lane that, number one, allows us at least basically to even it out, right? At least there's an even advantage for us, not a losing lane. That's one. Second thing is, okay, if we do manage to get that slight advantage in the early game to our sides, how fast and how hard can we take a tier 2? Because a taking of a tier 2 across the map will ensure a safe entry into the jungle as well from your team.
I really want to see... Okay, so in the event that Super Ryan actually plays the Lapu again, which honestly was a pretty solid pick in the previous game, that is probably one of the heroes that I thought that will fill up the gaps of Vanguard Esports very well. But I think that he gave way too much respect to
punch for a
just by
punch.
buying the Dreadnought armor. He should have just stuck to his guns.
His
and
core
just
builds.
Yeah,
The core items.
Stuck to the core item.
Correct.
So get yourself the Bloodlust Axe, because that is not only just quality of life, there's a reason why it's called core item, in order to enable your hero to actually do some work in the mid stages of the game, at least to catch up to the second turtle. Because as an EXP laner, you would want to be there for the second turtle. You will want to fight, you want to sustain, you want to peel for your team already. But that is not something that Super Ryan is capable of doing. That's why it snowballed out of control already, because they don't have an EXP laner to peel, while RSG has got free reign everywhere and constantly losing in lanes as well.
By the way, the warmer coming got me off for RSG is quite
Among
good
the
as well.
planes
I find one
exists the
person I target
equilibrium,
them down
which
because don't
I
forget,
was made for.
last game number 1, there's so many AoE knockups, so many AoE lockdowns. Right, you got the ultimate, you got a knockup from
Your team
the
is
Kavita. You
picking.
also got a Raging Sandstorm as well. Now, Vanguard picking up the Valentina as the first pick, trying to dictate the pace of the draft, Kin.
Yep, they are keeping it neutral at this point because they just want to see what options can RSG offer them, not just for the IMU, but in terms of the mid lane prio as well. We have seen how RSG is able to take very small advantages they've won from each individual lane and center it and funnel it into one particular hero that kind of helps them to scale all the way to the late game. And that person, of course, in game 1 being Bougie, right? So right now, let's see what do they have on the side of RSG that can kind of replicate that same result to make Vanguard have a losing lane, give them that slight advantage in the lane phase, and just snowball off of that advantage.
Okay, so in the end of the day, RSG still picked up the Fasa. I was thinking maybe, you know, Novaria or something like that. But hey, Fasa is a great solid pick, as well as a Bruno, although I don't remember, you know, Bruno being one of the first few priorities to pick.
It's actually very priority, especially
Really?
with the revamped,
damn.
the trinity of the crit items.
Oh yeah,
Heart's Claws,
Heart's
Berserker's
Claws.
Fury, Great Dragon Spear. It just so a disgusting amount of damage. By the way, apart from Ling being 100% crit and Leslie 100% crit, here comes Bruno that could also easily reach 90% crit as a marksman. And not
That's
only just
scary.
that, it is massive amount of numbers of damage when you build a weapons master with 5% additional damage. Don't forget, your crit items also has high damage numbers.
24/7.
Man, it's so painful.
Yeah, they're going to try and
with
match
the Heart's Claws heals.
crit for crit here, you know, with the Irritel as well. We have seen this matchup in the previous games yesterday already. But the thing was, no, it was a different game. The game had Bruno, who was advantageous in the laning phases. And in the mid game, he actually hit 2k per kick.
Yeah. And that's your
2,000
marksman
damage
gone.
per kick.
That's your marksman gone.
Nice.
Nice.
I hate you, goal laner.
Oh wait, I hate you EXP laners too.
Okay, so
you give me nightmares.
just in terms of laning wise, right? We're looking at an Irithel, Bruno. I think it's very safe to say that in terms of trade, obviously that the Irithel will be able to clear wave plus poking the Brody well enough. However, depending on how the micro gameplay goes, the Bruno outright beats the Irithel if the Bruno knows how to zone the Irithel away, because every kick is just so painful. So honestly, this is a game of strategy, a game of micro. Whoever is able to either number one, trade well, or number two, harass well enough is going to win the lane and expect the opponents to respond.
Minotaur.
In short, it's a skill game.
Who
is the better gold laner?
And I think in the future, I'm just gonna say that, right?
Yeah.
Gold laner, skill game matchup. Next.
Hey, no, you can't do that. You pair Bruno with a carry. I'm gonna leave over to Bruno. Bruno just poke the carry to do tomorrow. But then again, this time around, yes, I agree in the gold lane. It's gonna be a skill matchup, but where are you gonna put your money? Oki or Liechtenstein in this particular gold lane?
How can you ask us that at this stage? We've already seen a performance where one did well, one didn't do well, and you're asking us to bet on their performances.
But to be fair, Liechtenstein didn't do that badly at all.
Yeah.
He didn't.
It's like the matchup, right? It's like the matchup. So
I love how I'm creating drama between my two friends here.
So this is really the question, right? This will give us a very good answer at this very time of the day. Gold lane versus gold lane, who's got a better micro of these very specific heroes? But let's take a look at the bigger picture here.
All right.
Yep, that's the real reason why we have to compare the next set of roles, which is the Roamer, right? This Kufra is going to make it easy for their gold laner on the side of RSG, because when you have Kufra who's able to catch, he doesn't need the kill. That's the thing, right? In this matchup in the gold lane, you don't necessarily need to kill the gold laner. Of course, a kill would be better. But the fact that you send a gold laner back into base, back to home, gives you one extra wave. And then two extra waves gives you one level of lead, and that's game over, because not only do you have the EXP lead, you have the gold lead as well, which would then affect, okay, some gold laners decide, maybe I want to go for the win of nature first, right? It can change the game of the fight for us. Or you could just go full on, I want my critical trinity this time, since it is the Irithel against Bruno.
Now, this is my question, right? RSG and Vanguard, both in the previous game, they played heroes that, okay, at least for RSG, they played a winning, a trade-winning gold lane. Now, RSG doesn't have that. It becomes a micro game. So the question is, EXP versus in the EXP lane, would they pick up heroes that is vulnerable to death in order to, you know, kind of like shift their attention, put a heavy lane onto EXP or not? Because if they do that, then they literally play onto that gold versus gold mentality for a long time.
All right, right now, I will answer that question later. RSG is going to go for this Martis. I love this Martis to bits. Two reasons why. You got two hard-hitting damage dealers on the side of RSG. You got somebody to lock everybody down in AoE. And it makes this Martis so easy to execute, right? Dunk, 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 that's it. Let's add on one more layer of AoE stunts in the box of RSG to try to catch somebody in the back line. I was thinking you can always go back to Diablo's Yuchong, or even perhaps if you want to go for the Badang, that would be great as well, because with your fist crack as well, there's so many. It's also a CC.
Power of Pegasus! Flow from my spear.
Wow, Minzy.
Wow, Diablo, what are you showing us here?
Yeah.
What are you showing us here, Diablo?
I mean, Minsita is one of my favorite heroes as well. What? The ability to catch. Dude, his hook is sick. With the spear itself, you can catch multiple people.
I mean, yes.
And that's like the perfect setup for the worldie, right? So Oki is going to have the time of his lifetime if they get that combination of the synergy between RSG's hero picks are very synergistic. And I really like that. So they have a good all-rounded gameplay. But on the other side, Vanguard, they are not lacking as well. I really like this Arlet added into the fray. Now, Edith is a bit hard to execute compared to someone who is like the Kufra, right? Because your range is a bit shorter for your onward, so it doesn't offer you as much easy easy access compared to what a Kufa can offer. So that might change the goal lane.
That's it, ladies and gents. Let's hop on to the Landon this time around. Game number 2. This is a foot. Vanguard SG going up against RSG SG.
Welcome to
Yeah,
Mobile
I agree.
Legends.
This is a very scary looking drop. And knowing Diablo, this is definitely going to be an attack speed Mincetar. And it's also something very interesting as compared to your regular RSG SG.
Now, let's break this down very quickly here. The main thing that we are looking out from RSG is a very generic front-to-back strategy. What they want to do is just have Lucian QD to medium start the fight first, or perhaps Diablo. He does have the catch capability as well. Now, he definitely wins in the EXP matchup in the later stages of the game just because of his King's Calling, so it really locks down onto Super Ryan's capability to just dash around. This saves Fuji as well as Oki, so they don't have to be too afraid of Super Ryan at all.
Wow, that's a huge start though for RSG with the lethal, but I don't think they're going to get any kills at this point. But it's already a slight and small win for RSG. Now we are talking about the wave clear on the side of Diablo, right? With the Shield Assault, actually, he is one of the fastest clearers as well, as long as he's uninterrupted. But here's the thing about the Shield Assault, right? It is a very one-directional skill. So if someone actually displaces Diablo in the midst of a team fight, it could cause a lot of problems because there's a lack of damage.
Guess what Diablo went for his emblem?
Oh, I did.
Assassin.
Oh.
Assassin, attack speed, master assassin. Yeah, this is typical.
So attack speed means huh?
Yeah, and not only just that, Diablo. Oh, he's got a trouble right here. Fraser's Drive coming in. Super Ryan, 2 men, has to gank him, buying so much time. In the top side though, this Bruno is just kicking down Liechtenstein as well. Then again, it is still a favorable lead going over the side of Vanguard for now.
Remember how I talked about the fact that you pick a vulnerable EXP laner so that you leave the top lane up to skill game? I think that that's exactly what RSG is capable of. In the local league, they are that confident with Oki's micro gameplay that they can leave him all alone in a 1v1 fashion, and that translates very effectively as you look over to the top lane.
Facts on facts. That's exactly what's happening right now.
Oh, Nick, using the knock-up is going to be Lucian QD jumping over the wall with the flicker for now. Diablo Hook will not be able to land. King's Calling will be activated. Lucian QD jumping in at the same time. Fuji coming in real-world manipulation. Boom! There goes Ray with the Decimate as well. Will be able to catch onto one target. Fraser's Grab, not enough though to steal the kill. Ray still wretched the other side while he's dealing with slowly. This is the power of Bray going in for the side of RSG.
Yep, so I mean, this is exactly what RSG has calculated. You know, props to you, man, to play this out exactly with a losing EXP lane. You get that winning goal lane, right? And of course, if we talk about impact, a stronger goal laner will always have a bigger impact.
Yeah, so the thing is, there's always this saying in as an EXP laner, right? Even if you die once or you die twice, you just gank it once and the EXP lane is back to square one or square zeros or no what zero? Square one.
You're back to square one, right?
Yeah, back to square one.
Look, Super Ryan's level
Jace
4. Diablo is already level 5 already. And he's still A-okay. He's still within the fight. The assist and also the turtle is the one that allow RSG, well, especially for Diablo, to still remain toe-to-toe against Super Ryan.
And Nick is only level 3 at the 3.5 minute mark. That is very far behind. He just hit 4 as we spoke, but that's really a huge level deficit.
Yeah, I mean, getting the level 4 understandably gives you a lot more of a comeback mechanic. But regardless, even if they do not have the level 4, Vanguard should have a very good catch capability, right? Nickstein is able to onward and then a shatter downwards. That is a good long 3.5 seconds or maybe 4 seconds. Let's not forget about Super Ryan, right? He's got his first skill stun as well as final slash. And let's not forget slowly as well. He do have his own knockups as well as his own taunt. That is a lot. Hey, shoot! Let's not forget about him as well. He does have his own style of crowd control. Vanguard is chock full of crowd control. And if they're unable to crowd control one person to death, something's wrong with the cycling.
Well, they need to watch out about their entry points. I think that's a difficulty for Vanguard right here. Diablo gonna get caught out again, but King's Calling.
Yep, King's Calling will be committed just to slow down that push, which means that there's no King's Calling for the next hurdle fight. Don't forget, slowly relies on that one in order to get his combos out, but then again, topside, Lucian Stain burns the flicker, but Lucian Cutie will fall. The heavy crossbow, Oki coming in with the ball, bouncing around with the minions. What is going on up top? but at the same time, RSG still managed to secure the turtle down bot.
Yeah, because a win across the board for RSG might not look the case, but this is where the advantage really comes into play, because Oki now has gotten himself that one free turret on the top, and you know, it's a huge deficit that's going to start showing itself at this point from the side of RSG.
Okay, so the one that went down is Bray and Losing Cutie, right? While Diablo, Bougie, and Oki did not die. Let us go back to the fundamentals as to why a turtle is picked for its very reason. EXP. You want the turtle for EXP, not necessarily for the gold. Bray and Losing Cutie may not be able to get the EXP because of the fact that they went down, but let's not forget that in terms of the entire game orientation, those EXP is just to make sure and help your roamers and mages to catch up to the levels in order to, and even jungler, to catch up.
Gold laners especially, right? We rely on that. That's why EXP laners are very important in my life, I guess. Of course, slowly, that's going to be a taunt. Lucian Cutie will be able to bounce away. Vanguard's trying to throw everything they have at RSG SG and hoping one of it sticks.
But that's exactly what Lucian Cutie is good at. That is the role that he's been playing in RSG all this while. The Super Soaker, right? He gets all of the ultimates on him. He most probably survives, and that's when RSG comes back with the counter initiation as well.
So RSG is outright beating every single lane, except for middle lane, understandably. Top lane and bottom lane is all for RSG, while middle lane is kind of like more of a stalemate, even though it is to be expected that RSG is supposed to have a little bit better wave clear than the Valentina. Valentina is a lot more comical.
Yep. I want to note the differences between the mid lane and the gold laner, but we do have a chase happening at this point.
Oh, Diablo, that's a flicker. King's Calling activated. Chud gets dragged right back into the snapping jaws. Bougie had an airstrike just to zone. Nobody for the side of Vanguard could land to help Chud out.
Yeah, that is just plain unfortunate from Chud, right? Popping off the feather airstrike in the wrong place because he's a choke point after all.
Oh, okay, slowly gets kicked all the way down just a little bit. He walks away with a bit of life for now, but then again, yeah, it's just RSG right here. This roster on top of the bouncing ball that prevents you from dashing away. I still have
Yeah, right now, if you take a look at the goal lead, it's 4,000 for the side of RSG. But if you took a look at the itemization that was flashed on the screen a couple of moments ago, it feels like it's 13,000 because there's a big disparity in the items between the mid and the gold laners on both sides.
I think that...
Lucian Cutie literally woke me up right there. Butcher picking the forward with the better airstrike, will be able to strike.
And he stays alive!
And Lucian Cutie still is available and ready to pounce onto any single players from the side of Vanguard once again. Sorry.
Looking for single ladies?
Señorita!
Well, middle lane first.
I was sliding into your DMs like a tyrant's revenge.
This sounds like something I can hear from a song or
I cannot.
rap
I'm sorry, Lucian Cutie is already taken. My bad.
I'm pretty sure that this is Jay-Z working on a rap.
Hey, no, wait.
Single ladies by Beyonce?
Coincidence?
Yeah.
I'm already Jimmy Neutron. What am I, Jay-Z again?
Yes.
Oh no.
That's great, right?
Not like this.
Okay, so I wanted to point the fact that Vanguard... Okay, so
like
the
this.
difficulty is the fact that Vanguard is not only dealing with losing lanes and losing lane priority, let's not forget about RSG's pacing as well. RSG's pacing is whack all over the top.
Yep.
There is not a lot of time for Vanguard to even react to most of these capabilities that RSG is putting up onto the board. And whenever they are reacting, they are a tad bit too slow. This is why we are looking at Chud just popping the feather airstrike at a bad spot.
Okay, Bray gets caught just a little bit, but he's still able to just sustain out of it. Oki just kicking down, Nick staying down like no tomorrow. Right here, Bougie. Oh, nice run of Sweet Ryan actually jumping up, popping up, and will be allowed to set Chud out for a double kill.
Yeah, but that was important for them. It's a 6k goalie for RSG. I mean, RSG with the RSG shimmy, where they really pretend to back out and just come back in to deal all of that massive damage onto their opponents. Vanguard has been a victim of that 7 times at least. 7 deaths already.
Yeah, so that team fight was kind of like unrealized win, I suppose. Vanguard didn't really get much out of that.
Super Ryan, I think he heard
Bray.
your airstrike. Bray.
Oh my god.
Use the Reggie just to get out of dodge, and now Vanguard has full Lord control right here. Diablo coming in, will be able to stab Super Ryan all the way down.
Lucian,
coming in, bouncing ball, and of course with a soccer ball at the same time, and now it's just slowly gone, and Nick stay! stealing the Lord away right underneath RSG's noses.
RSG didn't have the opportunity to reset the Lord. That is what they are trying to do. But Vanguard still managed to keep themselves close to the pit. And not to forget, the members of RSG is literally in the pit as well.
Yep, that was very clever from Vanguard because they knew that there was no smite available for Bray. The fact that Bray did not have smite, could not contest. And that's why actually the Nick Stain got that Lord itself.
Yeah, it was just, I would say it's just spot of luck as well, you know, for the side that, you know, Brace had to use that Reggie just to get out of dodge right here. But hold on a second, Nick Stain coming in. Oh, Lucian Cutie pins Nick Stain down to the wall. It's also going to be Super Ryan just fighting for dear life right there, trying to peel for Lucian, against Lucian Cutie. He walks away scot-free once again. After all that setup, Diablo drags Chud all the way down. That's the King's Calling, preventing Chud from continuing on the onslaught.
Bray doesn't seem like he wants to let that fight stop though, and again, pacing. That's what we're talking about. RSG will constantly be on the attack mode and is not going to give Vanguard any time to breathe. Whenever they would want to go back and heal again and again, sometimes, you know, the timing is completely off. So RSG likes to tap onto that.
Timing completely whack for the side of Vanguard right now. RSG right here. Well, they're able to defend the Lord that Vanguard luckily got stolen. I would say that's a little bit of stroke of luck for now, but luck can only get you so far. They need to make something work, but maybe this is the one. Diablo right here, the victim instead. And it's also going to be an easy kill up top, but now the main thing is down bot. Two men up top instead, which means that there's not only 3% down bot. Bougie, Real Feather Airstrike already committed as well, but Vanguard is giving on chase.
Yeah, but they definitely can chase now. Lucian Stain has hit that mark. He is online. He has enough damage as well. Oki, he is alone, so he needs to be very careful. Right now, Nick Stain is playing probably the best game of his life so far.
He has to make anything and everything work right here. He misses. Oh, Lucian Cutie! Pincing slowly, and also the Roman down to the wall as well. It's also going to be Super Ryan. Maybe he can make it work. Oki coming in, the win of nature coming in, but Lucian Stain will be still able to pick it up. He's actually putting up a killing spree. Super Ryan is definitely trying to peel, but Chud decides to go home instead.
That was a beautiful bait. That was a beautiful bait.
Look, it's just your caster's curse. You guys were literally just talking about the fact that Nick Stain is playing out of the world right now. Immediately he misses his onwards. Almost immediately and got caught. Together.
Okay, right now RSG managed to crack down mid and also bottom as well. Right, I think it's just Vanguard is literally trying to throw everything. Lucian Stain is coming online as well with the items.
Yep, he is very close to his critical trifecta, but at this point, Oki already has everything, plus he has the Wind of Nature as well, so this is going to be a very big difference. Now, with Chud getting that Divine Blade, it could prove to be a turning point because finally, Vanguard can stand up against RSG.
At least they managed to get a little bit of control. They do have a little bit of real estate up in the northern side in their own jungle. So at least if they do want to, you know, kind of go past the fog of war to really take a look at the Lord's health, they can go and take that fight very nicely. But this is one of the main problems that I'm looking at, is that slowly he's the one that's really standing up in front, while the rest, such as Nick Stain as well as Super Ryan, they're actually staying behind, which is relatively questionable to me, because what I want to see is that slowly be backed up by your frontliners instead. You need your Fredrin to stay alive. If you allow your Fredrin to go in and start a fight first, there is a very high possibility that he's just going to be locked down to nowhere and unable to unleash his retribution.
Right now, slowly, Nick Stain looking for Bray. He does pass the CC immunity and explode, but slowly, once again, he's stealing the Lord away from RSG style, and now RSG is going to unleash damage like it is a vengeance for them. Slowly gets nicked down by Oki as well, and now Bray on the chase gets terrified. Chud has to run for the hills. The Lord coming out. Diablo asks Super Ryan where you're going. Stun locks him right there. Lucian Cutie jumps. Super Ryan burns the flicker. And wait, wasn't the Lord in the middle and decides to walk up?
A mind of his own.
We called emergency meeting right now.
Imposter.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Okay, Super Ryan, maybe they can make it work, but right in the face, he gets decimated, and RSG against the Silver Minions marching out, and the Lord, they clean up game number 2.
Oh man. Okay, so this is kind of like a series of unfortunate events, I gotta have to say. They did a very good job in trying to secure themselves the Lord, so at least least Nick Stain, he did put himself forward. He did onwards, he did whatever that he needs to in order to peel for his team. And then that allowed slowly to eventually creep in to steal the Lord. Unfortunately, that timing was just in the favor of our RSG. They have their macro sense. They know that the bottom lane has natural priority. So letting the waves completely push out and then go for the Lord, they especially went for the Lord because they know, or rather they saw, that Vanguard isn't responding to the adjacent lanes at all.
And they were ballsy about it. Okay, I'm not a gold lane player, right? But when I take a look at how Orki plays, I find it very irritating because, you know, most of the time your team will say, hey, gold laner, you don't stand too in front, right? In case you get caught and then you die.
But it's kind of like an irritant thing.
But that's what Orki is doing. In the last few minutes of the game, Orki kept standing forward to try and allow the Vanguard players to
I'm
get a glimpse
sorry,
of him.
Bruno's range is not that big. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, so what they're trying to do is that they're trying to get the Vanguard players to commit. They know that Nick Stain is very confident to jump into fights now with the Onward as well as the Earth Shatter, right? And that's exactly the turning moment where they got Lucian Cutie to jump in with the Tyrant's Rage, get that Tyrant's Revenge as well, and that's where they all powered up, you know, the Taopok that happened, and they just couldn't handle it on the side of Vanguard.
Running through the items right here, RSG, I feel like, I pointed out just now, look at Diablo's items, man.
Yeah, okay, nothing out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say. I mean, we're talking about Diablo, aren't we?
Oh, yes. I forgot about that.
We're talking about Diablo.
Oh, yes. Goals on full attack speed, a Mincetar right there. Now, this is also a Mincetar that also can wave clear very quickly. It's not only just a tank. Wave clear quickly, can grab people and act like a utility and continuously output the damage. Same idea for the side of Vanguard though, by the way, because Nick Stain as this Edith can also do damage as the Edith. Unfortunately, that's not enough against RSG SG.
Yeah, I want to highlight the mid lane and the gold lane. This itemization that you see at this point, at this page, is only representative of the last few moments of the game. Throughout the mid game, Chut and Luxian Stain were actually 1 or 2 items behind both Orki as well as Bougie. So the result you see here in this final stage is not the true state that was happening throughout the entirety of the last 5 to 10 minutes of the game.
So basically, Luxian Stain finally reached that power spike that they needed, but they just don't have enough time to really put it into play.
Yep, Lucian Cutie just came in, slapped their face and said, no, sit down.
No, he
Very
jumped.
Very
He
apt.
pounced. He pounced,
pounced
turned into a ball, and pushed them to the wall.
He got the baby seat ready
Yours
for
is literal, his is liberal.
Okay. Anyways, the emblems are up. I feel like, this is just standard emblems all across the board. You can see Valentina. Sorry?
Diablo is using Swift.
Yeah, he's just full on attack speed by this.
No, I would at least thought that he would go for penetration.
No,
instead.
more attack speed, brother. You get more attack speed. I've already got the Master Assassin already in
Is he gold laner?
He's basically building like a gold laner at this rate. He's been looking at my stream, following my items as a gold laner. But then again, look, okay, emblem for the side of Valentina for Chut is going in Master Assassin. So this emblem set that's more tuned to the late game. Yes, you can start to see the late game for the Vanguard is starting to shine, but it did not really shine because RSG just slammed the door shut.
Yep, he was always just slightly behind, and of course, on the flip side, it was a mage emblem on the side of Bougie, and you can see the amount of burst he did during the combinations. Yep. It was very painful, it's hard to deal with, and you know, with the weapons master as well, when you have an item lead, it feels like the guy has 2 or 3 more items out of the blue.
Now, of course, taking a look at the entire and overall game statistics, we do have literally the skills bleeding quite red actually, even though we've got, I mean, literally bleeding red because, you know, the more one is the red one.
Yeah, so I know. Don't need to explain your pun.
You know, no, I mean, okay, never mind, doesn't matter. Now, one thing that I gotta have to look out for is the fact that Vanguard actually didn't do a single damage to the turrets.
Yep, that was...
Was that right?
0 turrets taken on the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, that one's correct.
Holy crap, that means it's correct.
Moly.
That means that, okay, so top lane, the top lane turrets is like half HP, right? It is all by minions.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is all by minions.
That's a huge one because I think we were too focused on the action by the players of RSG and Vanguard, but the fact that they did not manage to take a single turret against RSG was this is quite dumbfounding.
Okay, that actually means a lot, right? Because that is actually the gold laner, gold lane. So generally speaking, if you're unable to touch the turret even once, that means that you are either number one losing a lot, or number two you are actually mobilizing a lot to the point that you're not in lane.
That's right. Let's take a look at the MVP this time around. RSG, they've outshone each other. I feel like they work like a unit, but we have to credit it over to one person. MVP for this RSG goes over to Lucian for this particular game. His sets are wonderful. He's been peeling and making everybody shine.
Yep, Tyrant's Rage, very critical usage. Lucian QD, I mean, we know him as the heart and soul of RSG. He's the stable guy, right? He's the cornerstone. Once he has a great game, you can expect RSG to have a wonderful game.
So honestly, time and time again, RSG has proved their worth. And despite the fact that yesterday's game fell short, today's games is where they'll be like, yo, we are still the same damn team.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's scary when strong teams lose a series.
Indeed.
It gets scarier as well.
You know, kind of like wavering, you know, what's the word? You know, your heart starts to waver a little bit.
No, like...
Heart attack.
No, not heart attack. Like, evidently, Onyx...
Heart destruction.
Onyx, for example, right? Like, they lost one game, they lost one series. The next day, they're just...
Like, you just smack everyone.
They're just smashing everybody. But they're putting out that frustration on the next team. And... because of Team Flash winning them in a 2-1 fashion, unfortunately Vanguard.
So they're charging their anger.
Yes.
Yeah, the victims of some.
Is that why
vengeance.
they are red? Red, you know, red is associated with anger.
Yep,
well, we need to find out. Let's take a look at the mic check and we'll see what exactly the RSG members have in mind.
One alimi, oi.
Nice.
Kiting.
Go.
No si Value,
I know Tia. I know mana.
Nice lah Diablo. Gas, okay free hit.
Go.
Okay free hit. Okay,
I know
nice
mana,
lah Diablo.
I know mana.
Okay, take bottom. Okay.
Go.
Go.
Go
Fred.
Just like that, guys.
Head back.
Carry right, nice. Can lock.
Just like that.
Go down.
Break the law. Okay. Mereka clear. Atas jalan dulu.
Yeah. Hey, clear the minion first.
Minion.
Clear the minion first.
Nice. Nice one.
I got bomb, you can try me. I got bomb. Next wave.
Okay, no there.
Nice.
Go.
Be far.
Nice. I got.
It's okay.
Can back.
Bantai lah bre. Can back.
Okay, kena swipe.
Oh yeah, no flick,
No pick.
Bantai.
Go.
Nice.
He chase.
I can sign him.
Nice.
Nice.
Bantai lah Braden. No flick. Arlot no flick.
Ada.
Well, I thought they were angry, but no, it's like they're having fun. Braden! Literally doxing him right on the screen as well. But with that said, ladies and gents, all fun and dandy, but this is still a match. This is definitely going to be on record. Vanguard Esports still needs to prove themselves. RSG are looking for vengeance. They're going around to collect points.
Let's not forget, you know, this is kind of like reminiscent back when we are looking at Revival, right? Revival fight Bleed, fight RSG. They kind of stomped the other teams.
Yeah.
So let's not forget about that.
The Revival.
There's still a chance that our friend here from Vanguard can actually be the vanguard of MPL SG and hold the front lines down away from the other teams.
That's right. And of course, now we have to throw it back now to our wonderful host, Miss Cheryl. So, you know, Cheryl, back to you.
All right, so earlier on in a mic check, who was it that was singing Diablo?
It was Bray. Songs of Happiness.
Songs of Happiness.
Songs of Happiness.
I didn't know he was a singer. Should we get him to sing?
Next week, if we win, get him to sing on
Confirm.
stage.
Okay, so y'all will definitely...
Celebratory song.
Celebration song.
Yeah, celebration
Okay,
song.
so when y'all win, Bray will perhaps come on next and then we'll get him to sing.
Correct. I'll personally ask him to sing for you guys.
Okay, so yes, Bray, you guys better win the next one. I can't wait to have you sing right here for the interview segment. So yes, guys, I have Diablo team captain of RSG SG right here beside me. And I do have many questions for you guys because I didn't get the chance to interview you guys yesterday, very unfortunately. But something I feel that all this while I'm here at MPL SG, I respect that RSGSG has very good sportsmanship. Even you guys are champions for like 3 times already. You guys still put up a good show even in regular season. You know, not disrespecting all of the opponents that you meet. But yesterday, you guys were met with a challenge. Was that something that you anticipated yesterday?
Honestly, after the first game, I didn't anticipate a tough fight. But I think game 2, Lozy showed us why he's the analyst of the team. He analyzed us, he knows what we always do. So he did a play that I find that he never did before when he was with us. So I was a bit shocked. So I was like, he actually know how to do this. Yeah. So that's why we lost.
Kind of one-upped you there.
Yeah.
But actually, I was listening to Lozy's side yesterday and I just wanted to ask you. Usually people was either I kill Diablo or I ignore Diablo, either or. But yesterday, you're at top lane, you saw him, he roughly knows you're there, and then you guys just didn't do anything. So what happens in that context?
Wait, so like when the Bruno showing top?
Yes.
Oh, I know Lozy was there. I was just thinking if I want to trade my life for Vanix. But I decided to play safe because I think my life is worth more than his.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the third option now. Know each other is there, but don't really do anything and see what happens. Okay, so I think a lot of people see you as a threat, definitely. And usually what they do is they target ban you. But right now, in this current meta, honestly, I don't think 10 bans is enough. There's too many to ban as of now. And the fact that what I found surprising is some of the picks, I knew that you had pocket picks ready. But yet, you didn't choose them. Like, why?
I just want to show the people here that I can play all heroes. So, if you only think I can Bada and Kali, then you're wrong.
Yes, we have seen Minster, Yuzhong.
I think meta or no meta, as long as it works in the game, I will play it.
Or Diablo will make it work. He will make it a meta. Wow, okay, that's very exciting. Now, another thing is definitely there are changes in RSGSG other than, you guys and the addition of Buji, but also the departure of Dolly. So is there anything that for you as a team captain is different in terms of the dynamic?
I think definitely like the chemistry and the trust needs to be rebuilt because with the departure of Coach Dolly, our draft revolving more around not our very comfortable picks. So we need to adjust and see what the new coach can be able to bring to the table. Because I think what Dolly drafted us for the past 3 seasons, people already know. So maybe this time around, you might see something different. Yeah.
Oh, actually it does make sense. Like if people think that RSG is an open book, right now with the new coach, they really cannot anticipate.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, that's very interesting insight as well. Now, another thing is watching MSC, right? I literally had phobia because of the great chemistry that Roy and Oki had, especially with that Novaria and Beatrix. When I sleep, I still see that in my dreams. So, with the departure of Roy and now with the addition of Buji, is there any difference when it comes to the whole chemistry of the team?
I would say Roy is a very stable piece in RSG. So, without him right now, our mid is sometimes a bit unstable, but I still believe in Buji because he's still new. But maybe over time, he will be able to outshine. Just like today, I think he performed really well. Yeah, maybe yesterday was his first game, so the nerves got to him or something.
Yeah, actually it was very evident. Like yesterday, perhaps he was nervous, but today's Kadita, straight up MVP. So this is the Buji that we should be expecting, right?
Yes, correct.
Oh, that's very exciting. Now, another question for you is, you guys have been on the international stage, not just MSC, but many times. And is there anything that you would love to share in terms of your experience to all of our viewers out there?
I would say in MPL SG, teams are playing very passive. If you want to compete with international teams, they are ready to contest anything with you, be it whether they have goalie or not. So that's the difference between MPL SG and international teams.
Oh, that's very exciting. And right now with the, if I'm not wrong, as of now, right here in MPL SG, there are 5 teams with import players and 3 teams that are full local players. So with that in the current MPL SG Season 16, do you think that there is changes which pose as a threat to RSG securing your throne?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, from yesterday's game, you can see. I think even though I tried to shut down Hades, but he still performed. Maybe it's the Hindu blood in him.
Right, and right here with, even for Vanguard, these are new teams that are right here in the MPL SG scene. Like, do you think the overall standards have increased right here in Season 6?
Yes. I mean, before that, when I was facing the teams, I didn't feel a lot of pressure, but this time around, I can feel the more pressure coming. Yeah.
Fantastic. And a final question. Lousy has been throwing shade left, right, and center in all of social media when it comes to our videos. Is there anything you want to say right here during this airtime to Lousy, which is currently behind
To
the camera?
Lousy, my mom always teach me to respect my seniors, so yesterday I gave you the game. So during playoffs, if you meet me, just get ready to get 0-9 because I'll find you.
Oh, our Capitan has laid it out here. So thank you so much, Diablo, for this
no
wonderful
problem.
interview. Wonderful stuff. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was captain of our defending team, RSG SG. So that was absolutely wonderful to have them play right here for match 3 itself. Now for our next match that is going to happen at 5:30 p.m., we're going to be seeing the likes of Team Flash going head-to-head against Evil. Now this is going to be a very exciting match because firstly, Team Flash yesterday in day 1, they actually beat RSG SG 2-1 in day 1 itself, whereas on Team's Evil side, this is different from their regular track record. Evil usually performs in playoff season, but right here off the bat in day 1 itself, they have secured a clean sweep. So anything can happen right here at MPL SG Season 6. Let's stick around and find out who will emerge victorious, closing up the show today for match 4, and we'll see you later at 5:30 p.m.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lousy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
So strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him
Only him
because he don't want to eat a lot of things then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Just wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve?
Yeah.
So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates. You not make the team go lah.
Bro, this guy, the face always the blackest.
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet so ask Venix.
Always me.
Venix got the most fans.
Let's go Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No worries, I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
supporting
watch us
Flash.
make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVO as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
Very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him
Only him
because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
Nothing. I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve?
Yeah.
So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
Bro, this guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah.
That's how we move forward lah.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet so ask Venix.
Always me.
Felix got the most fans.
I don't have fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already? Yeah, can already.
No, as I say, you keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah,
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
Watch
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection, dandruff and itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Edelmir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him
Only him
because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake up, wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve? So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet, so ask Venix.
Always me.
Venix got the most fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
And join us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
watch
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine because JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVO as well. and I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamiel, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
That's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him
Only him
because he don't want to eat a lot of things then you see no choice we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve?
Yeah.
So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward lah.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet so ask Venix.
Always me.
Venix got the most fans.
I don't have fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already? Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and watch
Flash.
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot lah. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared lah, because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine cause JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite member in EVO as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
expose him. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him.
Only him.
Because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Loser soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake up, wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. if we don't make mistakes in scrim, how do we improve?
Yeah.
So just treat every scrim as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates. You not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest,
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah.
That's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet, so ask Venix.
Always me.
Venix got the most fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash.
Thank you for the support.
And join us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, sian man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and
Watch
us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. You will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot lah. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared lah, because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine cause JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVO as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier
and friends, welcome right here to MPL SG Season 6 right here for Day 2 Match 4. Now we have had an exciting day so far, and closing off the show, this is a match that I personally am very excited about because earlier in Day 1 we have seen these two teams rock absolute havoc over at the Land of Dawn. So yes, this is going to be the final match closing the show, and we will be seeing the likes of Team Flash going head-to-head against Evil. Who knows what can happen right here in this wonderful game itself. So without further ado, let's jump straight into this match, presenting to you what I like to call and has been proven the Frankenstein Flash. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Team Flash. So yes, right now Team Flash is over at their battle stations. And right here today we see a little switcheroo. We see Miku right here replacing Jay right here for match 4 itself. So there has been a little changes right here to this roster, and we're very excited to see what's on later on in match 4. So yes, going head to head against Frankenstein Flash, ladies and gentlemen, your community heroes, Evil! Now, this is not the Evil we once knew. This is the new and improved Evil, winning a 2-0 clean sweep even on Day 1 itself. And as we can see right here on the desk of Powerful, the all-new hardcover 10-year series ready to rock and roll right here for match 4 of the day. So once again, guys, this is going to be a match that you don't want to miss. And without further ado, there's so much to talk about right here for this match. And I'm going to hand my time straight on over to our wonderful casters. Take it away, friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of the day. And we are now going to be looking at Evil versus Flash. Although we do have a really long day, but regardless, now is... Oh,
I'm pumped, man.
I didn't bring my watch, but...
no.
It's 5:30, so it's actually not that late at all. The timing is pretty neat. So I'm pretty sure that every single one of you guys are still wide awake. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros as well as Kindofu. And the three of us is going to be your cast for today.
Well, I'm really pumped about this. I've just woken up from a nice little nap that I had just now. And I want to reiterate what Cheryl had said. Frankenstein Flash versus Evil Knievel. Both of these teams showed great changes for the entirety of Season 6. Had a very good start, especially for Flash. But will the absence of Jay not being in the lineup cause a change or a blunder in Flash's strategy or composition?
Well, I think I'm pretty confident Miku is going to do well as well. He has been very consistent. Now, he has not performed on screen yet for most of our viewers, but you know, he is a very consistent player, right? In comparison to all of the other mid laners across the league itself.
So honestly, I really do want to see how Miku is going to fare after, you know, the hiatus for so long. But, you know, we'll talk about him in a bit later. For now, we're going to be taking a look at Team Flash. Now, do you have, Churros, what can you tell me about Team Flash so far?
Team Flash, Frankenstein Flash, Vanix in the GOAT lane, Bloopy Miku playing mid lane for today, Admir in the EXP lane, Hades, our Filipino import, down on that mid lane, and Lawsy sealing and tying the team together in that roam. Played a phenomenal job, and the reason why they're called Frankenstein is just bits and pieces of very excellent players from all over the league, just jumbled up and glued together in this one team. but the equation works so well for them that I am so excited to see how they pull this off yet again.
I'm just looking at the fact that they are literally from everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
everywhere.
Like in a single season, they are all probably in very different teams altogether. But on the other side of the map, we do have Evil that is completely different. They are all the same.
Yeah, technically, all right. These are all names you have seen before, but it's a slightly different lineup for Evil, right? This time, JCS is going into the mid lane, and Twist are going to reprise his role in the EXP lane as well. Now, we have seen they're very clean 2-0 yesterday. Now, the question is, can they stand up to the pressure of Team Flash? Because Team Flash, they have taken down one of the biggest giants in the league in the form of RSG SG. So, can Evil actually manage to pull one out against Team Flash?
Now, of course, both of these teams have got great performance yesterday, but today one of these teams will have to, unfortunately, fall. So this is where, I kind of want to have a, very good understanding about, even for the two of you, how do you guys weigh,
I think we're not Vertigo, so we won't go on the opposite end, but who is the opposite end? It's such a even Stevens kind of matchup. It's going to be like a boxing match between two very highly cast professionals. All across the board, it will be Team Flash.
Yeah.
We don't have the Vertigo, not curse, but like the Vertigo thing anymore.
Yeah, Vertigo thing. You know the funny thing is, in the previous season, I think it's pretty obvious that a lot, or rather, it's like, it's pretty obvious that we can look at the teams and we just be like, yeah, this team is gonna win that team, just right off our heads, and we have like probably like 70% accuracy, that kind of stuff. But this time is very different. It's literally close to 50-50 for some of these teams out there. So I am very generally happy for the fact that we're starting to see a widening of skill gap.
That's right.
Narrowing.
So of course, with that being said, I think, yes, definitely there is a very high chance it does become a 50-50 matchup because the teams have been improving. And for Evo itself, you have seen the difference. This is no longer the regular season on the low energy, we're training up, right? They've even said in the interview, this is where we're going to shine. And I think the audience might maybe not feeling that same way yet based on Flash's performance yesterday. They feel that, Flash might still outshine Evo even at this stage of the game.
Now, of course, if whether Evil is going to do well against Flash, or maybe even Evil doing well against the entire board, there's only one thing that will probably make a difference to the equation.
What's that?
The book.
Oh, yes. And it's hardcover.
Well, now.
Yeah, it's hardcover.
Now hardcover already.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I have to say though, like, the reason why I believe in Flash at this point of time is because I see individual players, and yesterday I saw that they worked very well together. Even though they were from different teams, they played together for quite some time. It's a sort of like a friend-to-friend kind of like, hey, you want to join me in this squad? You want to join me in my journey to M5?
Yeah.
It's insane, like how well they adapt to each other's playstyle, adapt to each other's shot calling and target prioritization. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. For Eve, on the other hand, again, it's like friends to friends again. But it's a different thing. It's a wild card.
So honestly, now, if whether they are synchronized or not, that is the question. So regarding the questions that are thrown to them, are they synchronized? So let's take a look at their head-to-head video.
I think Team Evo has a tendency to be experimenting during the regular season and kind of finding what works for them and what doesn't work for them. And I think this is mainly caused by the lack of organization for them. And as 5 individual players, they are always taking the time to discuss, and this process takes longer lah.
Okay, so for the team fight wise, I think Team Flash will definitely have the lead over Team Evil because of our Tapok style. We'll be using Vanix, me, Adamir, and KZP to smack one. I think Carrot. Carrot is the only one that's bigger size, but for us, we have 4, and definitely there will be. It's like having like 4 Atlas on like 5 Mia. Yeah. So definitely we'll come out on top on the team fight. So if they fight us, please use the macro.
don't team fight us. If not, you all will feel the wrath of the giants.
I think they adapt really quickly in the 2 to 3 weeks break that is often between the regular season and the playoffs. So I faced them many times in the playoffs, and a major change is that they no longer keep to what they do in the regular season most of the time, and that is also because of their unpredictability, which is why teams are not used to this new evil when it comes to the playoffs.
Maybe try to limit the mage role, because Jay was having a very big hero pool, so maybe you can think outside of the box and like ban their heroes, having a better draft.
Their draft is definitely very flexible, so it's hard to get an idea of what they're planning during the drafting phase. So we'll definitely have to look more into that.
We have to take the fight correctly, and we can't make small mistake against them, because they will take the opportunity to make a comeback. Since they are veteran, they have experience and all, so I believe like they got more brains in the game, but I'll outmatch them. I think they will import other players as well still, so I want my revenge. They kicked me out of the MPL during Season 5. This season, I want my revenge.
Dalpok style, huh?
Yes. Sandwich.
I cannot, I really cannot.
The Singlish is strong with this one.
And the fact that he's just like 4 Atlas against 5 Mia. Come on. Oh my god. So at least Losey said that, don't fight them head on.
Yep.
Use your macro. And powerful ends with I'll out macro them. I think this is a consensus between these two teams. Both have very good ideas that they can't hit on fight one another. Or rather, on the evil side, they can't hit on.
Yeah,
we were talking to Youngin right before like MPL Season 6 started, and Youngin in his time as coach of Bleed Esports, he identified that Evo actually has something called the magic of team fights. A lot of teams are very wary of this. They don't want to fight Evo in a team fight to team fight kind of position, because they know that Evo will pull something out of their magic hat and make a miracle happen out of thin air.
That just kind of means that they have better micro, right?
I guess you can say that, because based on what Yang was discussing with us the other time was that it always looks messy when Evo fights.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, when you give them 5 heroes who have AoE damage, AoE CC, suddenly they manage to pair the timings well, they get the execution at the correct positions, they know where to put the choco on you, and it suddenly becomes a very different Team Evo, which is what they were talking about with that unpredictability.
Oh, okay. I think that's very interesting to find out. But how exactly is Flash actually gonna draft now that, Jay is actually not playing now?
Miku has a very mean Eve, right? This is something that we have noticed behind the scenes as well. So Miku is very confident with that Eve. So I'm expecting a Eve pick as a priority for Team Flash. Now, the question is that going to be the win condition, and are Flash going to weave around these Eve as the synergy of the team?
I think Flash might want to open up something
Among the
that is
planes exists the equilibrium,
I mean, Evo,
which
they identified
I was
what you have
made
said.
for.
Eve is one of the main target heroes that you don't want to give over the hands of not Miku, but Bloopy Miku in this time around. Flash, they might want to open that Kadita because they are first pick. So having the Kadita, having the map control, and turning the entire map into a land field or a minefield will be very significant to this game. But for Team Flash, they do have a coach in KZP and Romanison being the analyst as well. So I just want to put it out there. Having no coach again for the 3rd season in a row. Evo is just drafting for themselves. Let's go by instinct. What do you think about that?
I think that's actually extremely scary, right? The fact that you don't have someone with another set of processing power, right? You don't have someone to take the strain of drafting and focusing on drafting so you can have a better game. This guy, powerful, has to go through all of the different states as one singular person. And the fact that he has done so successfully for so many seasons coming into Season 6, it speaks volumes about what Evo are. And the fact that they are super confident, and the
I
the
am the
matter that he
priestess of
mentioned
primal
that he
lightning,
wants
your
his
team, the
revenge,
hunter of
this is
all
gonna
the
be a very
evil
scary
gods.
Evo lineup that they're going to be drafting for sure.
Okay, going into the first draft pick, it will be the Edith going to the hands of Lawsy. He played that like a mean beast yesterday. He called himself an Atlas, but I think he is more suited to be an Edith in, you know, robotic form. But then again, Kadena is going to be very, very highly contested in this entire series because of the fact that Carrot and Jace's actually plays a mean Kadena as well. Map control, map awareness, vision control, very important in this stage of the match.
They're going to secure Maris for powerful. And, you know, Maris is one of the comfort picks that powerful loves, right? With the other option being the Fredrin. And, you know, with that, I think this time they want to build something around this Maris. And Maris having a very good early game means that Decimation is something that Flash has to always keep in mind when they start a team fight with Evil.
Yeah, I do agree with you 100%. And looking at Team Flash's sort of like bans as well, thinking through how they're going to approach this entirety of the game, it does seem like they want to target lock or they find Jace's as a threat. They find Powerful as a threat. They want to take their comfort heroes out of the equation and go through the motion. I mean, Flash have been doing
Time and tide wait for no man.
For ages on ages on ages. Flash,
See value in me?
Your
is
team
just
is
get
picking.
Vanix
You
to farm
should.
up, create space for Vanix, play to the late game, and then rinse and repeat. That's all they need to go.
Yep, and they will go and do the counter here on the side of Flash. They will secure the Fredrin, so it's going to be even in terms of the beefiness of both of these junglers, as well as the damage output, right? So Marius able to chunk you down with attack speed, but Fredrin will be able to use the energy eruption to really stall the amount of time spending in the fight itself and get a nice Appraiser's Wrath.
Okay, we talked about the magic of team fights. It does look like they want to go for really heavy artillery backline team fights because Flash, what they're lacking right now is backline dive heroes, backline dive potential. They have a lot of frontline, they have a lot of tanky frontline. They're setting their sights on protecting Vanix to the best of their abilities. But the fact of the matter is, they need to soak up a lot of damage with the Mystic
southern
from
seas
the
are
board
my
itself.
domain.
Fighting from range, it's going to be so hard for Team Flash to come back from that.
I think that right now, looking at the fact that Evil do have quite a bit of high ground from the God, and not to forget that Iritel is a relatively annoying hero, it will be best that you'll be able to find, like you said, some kind of dive mechanic from the side of Team Flash.
That's right.
The first thing that comes to my mind is looking at the fact that we have Hades in Flash. So it would make sense to find an assassin hero along the lines of Ling or perhaps Lancelot. Both of them score extremely well.
I am the power of light and
if we are talking about Ling, I think that's one of the best ways to probably stop Mystic Gush as well.
Yeah, that's right. You know, like we said, Fredrin is a flex pick as well. He could go into and definitely this Edith can go into the roam position as well. And I think, yes, it is important to use God because if you let God scale out from that early game into the mid game, his combination of the Injunction as well as the projectile will be able to catch out any of the roamers on the side, rotations from the side of Team Flash. And when you get caught by a God in the middle of the river, when he is level 4 with the Magic Gush as well, Mystical Gush as well, it's not a good sign for you because he offers true damage and a lot of damage in that segment as well.
To add on to that, I think Evo is also paying an oath of respect over to Bloopy Miku, taking out all his comfort picks. Yves is off the table, Kadena, Farsa, as well as Valentina. Novara as well, all the artillery mages is not up for grabs. It does seem like Evo is trying to force Flash into picking up a Lilia. I think they know that they want to try to find a way to mitigate that effect. It does seem like Lilia might be effective in the early game rotation that Flash wants to create, wants to deny from Evil as well.
Yep, definitely. We have already seen in the Homebois game, right, the ability to use their Black Boots really just this diminishes the effectiveness of Mystic Gush, right? Simply just one ultimate for one ultimate is going to be a good trade. And they can follow that up with a combination of either the Renner's Apathy or the Nimbus Passion on the side of Vanix.
Yeah, I really like how Evo is drafting right now. Two very strong bullets, I like to call them, diving straight to that backline.
Reporting for duty.
Take out Vanix. They know that Vanix is going to be one of the heroes that, one of the players that's going to create a lot of opportunities for the side of Team Flash. And Evil, they understand this. The only problem is leaving Jace's wide open. So if Flash finds an opening, a window of opportunity. They just take out Jaces. They don't really have a lot of late game damage. So Flash, again, going with the same equation. They're going with the same sort of
Sand
recipe
rises
for
when I give the
success.
word.
Taking down the front line, letting Vanix have a lot of space to farm up and get his power spike items. The last pick will be Twist on the Khalid. A lot of early game pressure for Evil.
Now this is looking to be pretty interesting, but I just want to have a quick little understanding. Flash or Evil, Churros?
Man, I gotta stick to my prediction, my own prediction. I think Team Flash might know what's up right now.
Kindo?
I would have to play it safe in this case, right? For Team Flash, they will get the win if they're able to negate the Mystic Gush. Any time that they get rid of the God or get rid of the Evitel, it's going to be a guaranteed win for the team fight. So this matters in the sense that Team Flash, as long as they win the early game, this game should be theirs.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, let us move on to the final series. Game number 1 between Team Flash versus Evil. Who's going to be the one to come up on top? Well, we shall take a look here in the Land of Dawn.
Looking at the macro plays, I mean, this entirety of this game
is a game of macro.
Control. Macro plays, vision control, and map control. Look at how Flash is rotating as we speak. We're going to get that level 2 start very, very early on. In the mid lane, though, that is where Evil wants to start with. So they're gonna be lacking behind in terms of EXP, which leaves Flash a little bit faster in terms of that early game rotations, early game aggressiveness into the jungles of Evil. So Evil, they might want to bait this out, want to go for a little bit more reactive approach and let Flash enter their jungle so that they can capitalize on that situation, turn things around, and then go for cycles and team fights. Taking a look at emblems.
So it does seem as though that we don't really have anything too out of the ordinary per se. So far, Lilia has been really liking the cooldown reduction coming in from the natural mage emblem. But besides the fact, all the other mages usually go for assassin emblem, except for this god actually, support emblem.
Yep, and also he goes for the lethal ignition, which is kind of different, right? Most gods will actually go for the Impure Rage due to the constant damage that they're doing, right? So this tells me that Evil, they're expecting to go in with a pick-off style of play. They want to just get a huge burst damage down onto Flash and get out.
Hold on a second right here. Twist in a spot of bother a little bit too soon, though. Twist in a spot right now, it picks up health and will be sent to the netherworld.
Unfortunately for Flash, 2 of them has already been taken down, only with 1 casualty. Evil very expectedly managed to get themselves a very good trade. Right off the bat, with Hades as well as Lolsi down, this isn't good for Flash at all, considering the fact that the Turtle is popping up right now, and Powerful is alive with 2 kills, and Retribution is ready, Turtle is ready as well.
Yep, they have the ultimates ready on Jaces, and this is going to be a huge turn.
Powerful immediately getting himself right out. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to capitalize on all of that to get themselves the turtle. Adamir even came in right in the nick of time to bring Powerful down.
Yep, JC's I think just a bit worried there, but they will go for the re-engage.
Time and time again, action after action, and Longsi went straight in for the onwards as well as a slam down on the Jaces, but unfortunately wasn't able quite to really bring him down.
Oh, impeccable timing though from Twist, you know, with that Raging Sandstorm, he actually stopped Lawsy from getting the kill on Jaces. That's a huge save.
That's how Khalid should play. You have very, very fast wave clear, so clear your wave and go help out in those team fights. Evil, they understand this, so they're pretty much going on with the full invade. But one thing I noticed about the emblem as well, on the lane-to-lane matchup, we talked about heavy lane, loose lanes. The loose lane on, the heavy lane on the gold side, Vanix picked up the Weapon Master, so they're really gunning up for the very, very early damage. Whereas Evil, you have Coconut picking up the Tenacity, which is pretty much what most marksmen would do. Take the Tenacity, maybe survive a little bit, have a little bit more sustain, and then slowly farm your way through and play to that late game. So the late game insurance in Evo is a little bit stronger than Team Flash right now.
Yep, so, you know, Vanix with the Weapons Master, he needs to have that early advantage, right? But that advantage is not apparent now.
Oh, unfortunately, it does seem as well the Bushwhack formation onto Hades. Every single one of them is just channeling their inner doom and stacking stuns upon stuns down onto Hades with 2 deaths on him already. Miku forced with black shoes, only to find himself traveling back in time right in the hearts of Evil.
Where did Khalid come from? Where did Twist come from? Out of nowhere, Twist comes right in. We're right in the backup. This is macro play at its finest. Evo is really waking up this time. There is no more regular season nerf for Evo. That does not exist at all.
Yep, and look at the map control that they have this time. The turtle is up, but they're rotating all of their members down already because it's already a one lane on the goal lane. Now they've killed everything.
Evil is increasingly aggressive, and we are really just looking at the fact that the EXP laners are trying to get dual lane setup going on in the middle lane and the bottom lane. Adamir is playing an Xbox after all. He did manage to get himself a quick little flicker to get himself out of there, leaving Twist in a really hard spot. Unfortunately, Hades wasn't able to get there in time to really catch Twist out due to the fact that he was really juggling the turtle.
Oh, looking for that 50-50 though. Powerful just gonna stroll around first. There's no rush on this. Right now, there's still a lot of space and time for both teams to reconsider what they want to do.
As Carrot jumps in and lands the Tyrant's Raid down onto Hades. His HP goes all the way down. Not quite dead yet until now. The turtle will go down to the hands of Evil as well. And Longsy forced to flicker backwards. Flash outright lost in that fight.
Evil's looking like a completely different team from what we've seen last season. Evil, when they had that small little fight right before that turtle, it does seem like Twist and Carrot went back, but they took the scenic route, took the long way down into the long bush down on that bottom side. Just because of that, they surprised Flash. Flash was not expecting that jump. Flash was not ready for that team fight to happen, and Jace's was just right there at that back.
Yep, and if you find things difficult for the side of Flash now, Evil is going to be even more painful because Twist, he has been successful in getting his Raging Sandstorms coming in out of the blue, and he has a Blade of Heptasis which will increase the amount of damage and burst he's able to offer.
And now, unfortunately, Carrot didn't quite seem to manage to lock anyone down, and Evil literally sent 5 members all the way to the northern side, putting a lot of these, well, efforts into the top side. I'm not too sure whether that is all great and all, but the top lane's defensive turret is almost going down, but thanks to Vanix, is all clear.
Yep, they're forced to respond to that though, because Flash right now, they cannot afford to lose any trades anywhere. If they lost at tier 1, it would have been very disastrous for the vision as well as map control.
Evil really, from the start, established which is going to be their heavy lane, which is the lane that they're going to prioritize on, which leaves Vanix really stranded right at the top side. He has nothing to do. He can't do anything. And the fact that he picked up the Weapon Master does not enable him to sustain enough damage. So the early lane swap is going to be happening right now. It's still going to be that heavy lane. Carrot winding it up. I don't think he's going to go for it.
I'm really surprised though at the fact that Evil actually sent 5 members up to the gold lane, and yet the middle lane nor the bottom lane, none of these turrets are down just yet. Twist, you always comes back in time.
Yeah, Flash is playing a bit passive. I was expecting them to really go in for the dive here, but looks like they want to focus on the turtle instead.
It doesn't seem like either one of the members from the side of Flash is really just working on getting a kill on the Evil. They are very objective oriented.
Evil has a master plan. If you look at it from a macro kind of perspective, they just want to pull Flash away from where Coconut is. So they're basically using Flash's recipe against them. Buy enough space, create space, spread themselves thin, and then let Coconut go in ham.
Unfortunately, as you can see, Team Flash tried to go for a little bit of an assassination attempt on the Powerful. But we are talking about Martyrs after all. He does have his Mortal Coil to get himself out of those sticky situations pretty easily.
Yeah, but Flash at this point, they're sticking true to what they're saying, right? They want to outplay them in the macro, and so far they're keeping close to Evil, even though they have lost quite a few team fights already.
Little bit of a slow maneuver right now for Evil, but they have been successful in controlling the entirety of the map from the early game until now. 8 minutes on the clock. This next big objective coming up is going to be that Lord. What Evil should do right now is play a 3-2 objective, which is pretty much what it seems to be. They seem to be doing. Flash, on the other hand, they're sticking together as 5. So there's no loose member, which means that Evil could very well capitalize on that loose lane, the far lane. That Flash has to spread themselves over just to defend. So maintaining lane pressure is what Evil's next plan is.
Yeah, I want to focus on the God for a little bit. It is going to be the Ice Cream Wand first for them, just for the extra slow with the Magic Injunction. And that's going to set up the team fight for Team Evil when Flash makes a small mistake, right? So far, it looks as if Evil has been punishing little mistakes from Team Flash, right? And Team Flash hasn't been able to replicate the same kind of punishment yet.
You know, when you said Magic Junction, the first thing that comes to my mind is this guy is so happy that God is being picked. He can finally say the name of God's skill.
You should know, Kin. You would know.
I know this.
Is that the long name of God's skill? Because I know there's one name that's like long. Very long or like
that's the longest. So
that's the longest.
Yeah, Mystic Injunction is the longest.
Injunction.
So it's just a simple combination, right? Injunction into the projectile and you get your gush.
Fair. So, okay,
Blue
Lord
team
coming
turret
up.
has been
Evil,
destroyed.
they're trying to push Flash away from that Lord. They know that Flash is going to be starting on that Lord fight, but Evil, they have other plans. This is the 8-minute Lord, so even if Evil loses this, even if they don't contest with this one, they still might be able to win this game.
It's really interesting to see that Irithel is actually the one split pushing instead. And Evil can't make it back in time, or rather Coconut can't make it back in time to actually fight for the Lord. As such, I think that Evil probably won't do that again, and probably just leave it to the Khalid to kind of push on instead.
Let me offer you some perspective into maybe what Evil is thinking, is that the fact that they're all hunkered up and going for the Lord itself is the safest moment for Coconut to actually farm, because they know the existence and the position of each of the players on the side of Team Flash. And they will then be able to funnel all of that gold into Coconut. And who else would you want gold on? Coconut.
But at the risk of losing a Lord?
I think they didn't want to contest for the Lord.
Is that the value that they are looking for?
This Lord does not offer a lot of value just yet, as of the gold advantage that they give, just a 1-to-1 trade. So you take down the turret, you take down 2 waves full of minions for that bottom side. You give Coconut a lot of economy just to get his power spot items. Just like that, getting that Great Dragon Spear as well as the Berserker's Fury.
Yep, and it's an easy clear. This Lord is a level 1 Lord. Nothing much.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
So you're looking at it a little bit like a small little investment, even if they're losing a couple of turrets. Because in general, right, the first Lord equals to the objective of the first Lord is to bring down all of the exterior turrets. So is that really the value that you're looking out for to kind of like battle against Flash?
We might be wrong, but it's a gamble. So they took down that Lord. The Lord took down 2 bottom lane turrets, or actually
one bottom.
All 3 tier 1 turrets are down. Bottom lane tier 2 turrets are down, leaving the economy really narrow. But it's a gamble. The reason I say it's a gamble is because Evil wants Flash to dive. Flash has this tendency to go a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too comfortable with themselves. Once they dive underneath the turret, that is where Evil will capitalize. We said in the grab that Evil has a little bit more high ground.
Now, Adamir finds himself in the front of Evil, and kind of seems as though he's really trying to bait out Evil to jump onto them. But they themselves know that they can't just head on and dive right in.
Yeah, I mean, Evil probably banking on the fact that Coconut is kind of like a Lord herself, right? She can take towers pretty quickly with the farm that she has acquired so far at this 12-minute mark.
It does seem like it might be a very late game, both teams on the passive, on the defensive. They don't want to make any wrong maneuvers. Every single move very carefully calculated. Coconut constantly farming, Evil funneling Coconut to infinity and beyond. Flash, on the other hand, doing the same exact thing.
I hate you so much.
But this Lord definitely going to be contested by both teams, right? This is going to be the second Lord of the game. So this is where we will see, right? What's the play for Evil and how do they set that up? I mean, honestly, I really like the fact that they have a God, because that's an easy setup without the risk of getting caught out. He's able to throw his Mystic Projectile without having a risk of being caught out.
Now, of course, with the Lord coming out soon, I'm just really genuinely curious if whether Evil is going to do the same thing, to actually have their Irithel to farm in the long lane and to join the team fight.
This Lord is very important for Evil, and I cannot understate this. I cannot overstate state this fact. If they lose this Lord, Evil will be in a huge deficit. Right now, it's still very narrow. It doesn't really matter right now, but Evil, they're trying to control the lane. They're trying to manipulate the lane to their favor. They want to have open the opportunity for a backdoor kind of approach.
So his answer is no.
Okay, understood. But speaking of which, the no is Lolsey going down, because no, you would not take the Lord. No, you would not kill our enemies. But unfortunately, at the expense of their own 2 members as the fight is eventually going to split up into two, with Biku as well as Hades focusing onto one member, onto Twist. And just like that, Evil has already lost 3. JS and Coconut, the last 2 members remaining from Evil. Ironically, the 2 of them is also the damage dealer of the team. So there could be a small little possibility something could happen here.
Yeah, the extremes of 2 ends, right? They have a jungler, one team that has all of the needs for the jungle, and the other doesn't. Coconut though.
Immediately jumps into the ultimate, tries to steal the Lord away, but unfortunately Hades, with the superiority of having the retribution, takes it off very easily.
Yeah, Coconut's not at a stage yet where he's able to dish out like 2,000-3,000 crits with his auto attacks yet.
Yeah, it's still pretty early into the game. I'm not seeing the itemizations just as of yet, but I believe he is almost finishing that full 6 item builds. But the fact of the matter is, the Lord take is not going to be looking too good for Evil. What they can do is just hunker down and wait for Flash to make a mistake right into their faces, right into their bases.
Well, they have decent wave clear on the side of Evil. They have the Irritel as well as the God. So, you know, with the Injunction as well as the... Okay, we're probably not going to burst a heavy crossbow for a defense, but, you know, the counter initiation is also pretty strong from Evil. So we could expect one very big jump from the side of Evil if Flash makes a mistake in their position.
I think so far Evil hasn't really managed to find a proper way to catch the enemies in proper big team fights just yet. But maybe this is the point in time where they will actually be able to, as Carrot channels up onto the Tyrant's revenge, but he didn't release it. He didn't find the opportunity to do so. Evil, on the other hand, focuses on bringing down the Lord slow but steadily, and in the meantime also trying to deal with the adjacent waves. The bottom lane is pushing very slowly, so they do have quite a lot of time. So at least on that front, the Lord has only brought down the top lane inhibitor turret, but hold on a second, because it seems as though Evil is up to something. Powerful HP down to half HP. Hades caught him, but the Mystic Gush coming in from JS, unfortunately, did manage to bring Vanix to a low amount of health. However, he did manage to flicker himself away and also bring Twist down. The rest of members from Flash knew that they have already won the fight and decided to retreat.
Yeah, very good call there.
That was a very, very good team fight from Team Flash. Very reactive, and Adamir was always in front. Adamir is the apparent threat that Evil has to face. You can take him down, you can challenge, break his Firaga armor, but he's going to stand right back up. He has a inbuilt second life, and along with that, he has an immortality. So he's being that annoying nuisance mosquito thing that's always around you, that never gets off, and that is the play here for Flash, just denying the farm up from Evil.
I'm just waiting for the point in time where JS Mystic Gush eventually becomes a touch of death. How much would you reckon, you know, the God requires in terms of economy to really get that?
I mean, he is close. He's really close to the Holy Crystal at this point, and he already has the Glowing Wand, right? So with the Ice Cream Wand, with the slow, he's able to get in that extra percentage damage as well. He's lacking a bit of magic penetration. So, you know, at this point, it's really a decision of whether he wants to go for the Genius Wand. But I've seen some people go for the Divine Glaive as well. So, personally, I prefer the Genius Wand because of the stack of magic penetration. But we'll see.
Now, also, my greatest curiosity here is the fact that Evil, they have very, very good backline damage dealers, right? Coming in from the God as well as Coconut. Coconut doesn't have that burst capabilities to deal with the front lines. In the meantime, JS Mystic Gush can deal a good amount of damage to the front lines instead. So I thought that why not just pick up the Divine Glaive over the Holy Crystal, since the front liners for Flash already has magical defense?
I think that's something that is difficult to answer, not because of how God is going to play, but actually because they have quite a lot of coverage on the side of Flash. Lawsy with the Onward actually causes a lot of problems for the side of Team Evil, because you can't just brainlessly dive into the backlines. You will get caught.
I think the answer for the defense is they're just psyching themselves up for that backline. Vanix is the one, but hold on a second. Adamir diving into the back.
Does seem as though he doesn't have any more Firaga armor. Powerful manages to snatch that Lord right under the nose of Flash. The Mystic Gush coming from the side of JS stops Flash for a tiny little bit and flickers backwards to safety. Team Flash, they didn't lose anyone except for the Lord, while Evil only lost Coconut.
This was a spark of life for Evil. This is the first Lord of their possession marching down that bottom side. Coconut down for 20 seconds, this is not looking so good for Coconut because of the fact that you need Coconut to be able to push down that wave, push down turret objectives. And if you take a look at the minimap, it does seem like Flash still has their mid lane turret still standing. So Evil is playing very, very defensive.
A quick catch from the side of Longzy on the powerful, but it doesn't really deal any damage at all, as there's not much of a follow-up. In the meantime, Adamir with the last insanity right in the face of powerful, it dealt absolutely nothing. Kind of tickles him actually, while JS still hides behind in the back lines with the Mystic Gush, while Adamir, he does have his second life after all, so a quick little flicker ought to get him out of that.
Yeah, even with this Lord, Evil just burned it away. The Lord was to no avail. Didn't take any, didn't push any lane pressures, didn't push any lane priorities. Evil just sitting back and just continuing to defend. If you might think that Evil took control of the early game, but there is a tipping point. And the tipping point was they became a little bit too passive in the mid stage of the game.
There is, of course, a slow push up in the top and the bottom. So I thought that Flash would probably find an opportunity to catch them off guard while they're trying to rotate. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
They can be very patient because they have a lot of life that Evo has to get through before they can even kill any one of these members. And the fact that Adamir and Lowsy, you'll always see them in a pincer movement, right? Adamir now, he's not going to be too ballsy with his plays because he does not have his immortality already. So Lowsy is the next best target to really just step in front and soak up all the damage while he gets his onward into the Earth Shatter.
I think at this point in time, for both Eagle and Flash, they're fighting 5v5. They're all five just staying together. Twist is just going on the offside, trying to push that wave and trying to maintain equilibrium in terms of the lane priority. But for both teams, what they should do is get an offside member, just try to get the split push going on, because you know that you need to adapt to the changing play styles of both teams. And both Flash and Evo, they're playing a team fight to team fight. They want to fight 5-on-5. If you have one member on that offside, you could very well apply pressure on that off lane, and that loose lane will become a huge threat to your core.
Actually, I would say that Team Flash keeps on drawing the short end of the stick, right? Because this is probably the third Lord in a row, or okay, second Lord in a row, ever since they've gotten the first inhibitor turret in the top lane, right? The Lord keeps popping up at top. Because whenever you have the Lord at the bottom lane, it will be great because you already have a natural pushing lane all the way in the long side, and that requires a lot of mobility from the side of Twist, and it gives them a lot of ways and play arounds with the Lord.
Well, it's difficult, right? But it's not the end of the world for Flash. And in fact, Flash doesn't mind it because every Lord take, every successful Lord take means more neutral objectives for them. And Evil don't have much left. It's just 2 tier 3 turrets standing before in front of the crystal.
In this case, Team Flash has the better position to contest for this Lord. Adamir doing God's work, pushing everyone back, but Carrot jumps in.
Oh, he actually jumps onto Adamir. Definitely not what I was expecting at all. The entirety of Evil is hiding right on the backs of Powerful, and they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to eventually take a fight on. We do have a sideline fight coming in from Carrot as well as Adamir, but that is definitely not going to transpire into anything unless someone else follows up, which is both Lowsy as well as Hades, baiting out the Mystic Gush from the side of JS. No more Mystic Gush for this upcoming fight, but Hades is just going to be holding on to the backlines. He's going to be working on Twist. Twist with the quick sand gun is just going to be buying so much more time, allowing Powerful to actually bring Lowsy down. That is a 1-person deficit from the side of Flash, while the rest of the side of Evil, Carrot's HP is down low, but they haven't bring him down just yet. The rest of Evil understands that this is a dire situation. They're going to have to bring themselves back even at the cost of Carrot's life.
Well, it's the first life and it wasn't taken, so it's definitely a win for Evil.
That was a very, very massive fight for Evo, solidifying their role on top of Flash at this moment, because they were not expecting Twist to be able to sustain so much damage, going straight for that backline. Vanix has to back off the entirety of Flash. The Flash's composition is situated around Vanix, so if Vanix gets hurt, the rest of the team follow up.
Yeah, but they will not have the same result because Twist right now does not have immortality. He needs to catch Vanix once more, but Vanix now has immortality ready on the go as well.
Now Adamir, he doesn't have the Firaga armor. In the meantime, Twist just going to be working onto the Sandstorm, just right into the face of Flash. Twist, unfortunately, will go down for the Miku. That is a very valuable trade coming in from Evil, forcing Flash to back off, and Lord now is in the priority of Evil.
Yeah, but they can't do much now because Powerful is low as well, and it's going to be a reset. And every time there's a reset, Evo is in a losing position because of that pushing lane on the top.
The Coconut is not in the position to have that team fight just yet. He popped his ultimate a little bit too early, causing Evo to lose 2 members. Because the Coconut was a little bit too far, Flash took advantage of that one.
As now Carrot is back into the game as well. Adamir just being such an annoying bugger right in the face of Evil. And we all know that he's got like, what, 4 lives, half of a cat? No matter what, it's so much to deal with. A lot of iframes or downtime onto this Xbox, which makes very good sense why Xbox is pretty much quote-unquote back in meta.
Well, we're looking at a potential 50-50. This is a battle of retreat between the jungles, right? Who has the faster fingers? And like I said, Flash, they're happy to reset. We will just drag this Law Dance for days because we will eventually break your base.
Technically speaking, Hades does have a little bit of advantage because when it comes down to the his ultimate, he actually have a lot more burst plus retribution than what Powerful has. So eventually, that retribution battle between Powerful and Hades would win if both of their skill levels are absolutely equal.
Evo needs a little bit more information. Where is Vanix at all times? Because they need to
Carrot.
target that, but hold on a second right here.
Immediately jumping onto Adamir, that is his first life lost. But he's not going to be too difficult at, he's not going to be having so much difficulty at all.
The Twist is not in position just yet. Evo, they're very, very disciplined. They know that they need all 5 team members to be able to execute the magic of team fights. Flash, on the other hand, they're very, very ready. They know where Vanix is at all times. Whenever they pull the trigger, Vanix will show up.
This is a very tight timeline. When we're looking at the short lane, usually the marksman will be the one going to the short lane. In the meantime, Adamir is still beefing up, and he's still doing whatever he can. Longzy went over to the backline with a quick little flicker, was hoping that he will be able to get something with onwards. He's gonna go down, Twist is down as well. There's a 1-for-1 trade coming in from both sides. While Coconut, he loses his life, but that is the immortality that has been popped. He immediately popped off with his own Wind of Nature, only to find himself absolutely bursted down by Adamir's last insanity. This cat have went through 3 lives and still managed to land flat on the ground and kill 1 person on top of all of that.
It's a perfect game for Adamir so far.
Hades also changed the entire fight. He focused on Coconut, getting him down. If left unchecked, Coconut would have cleared the entirety of team on the side of Flash. So Hades made a huge play there.
I think Lawsy as well. We're just forgetting that Lawsy even exists in this entirety of the game. Evo was not expecting Lawsy to come in from that back. It was a team fight that Evo was not prepared for.
It has been 26 minutes.
Oh, wow.
It has been 26 minutes. And Evil has been aggressively fighting for the Lord while having a auto-pushed priority lane in the short lane. They are just macroing just obnoxiously well and still managed to drag the game out for 26 minutes. I think they were fighting for the Lord for like, what, 5 minutes?
Yep, you know, and it's not looking good at this point because after they clear this wave, I don't think they will be able to sustain any longer here, Evo. If Powerful falls now, it's going to be a flat 4-on-5 fight for the rest of the game till he revives.
JS still has got his Mystic Gush. If he really wants to go for it, he can just clear out every single one of these waves if he could. You can see that the Lord's health is going down, but not exactly melting down at all, while Flash extends the team fight even longer by whacking down onto Evil, and the Lord slowly, with his trusty trident, brings it down.
Very, very long extended game, but in the end of the day, Flash takes game 1. There was a very, very well-positioned, well-mannered Team Flash that we've seen since yesterday.
So I just want to say that Team Flash, they kept to their statement. They played the macro game, right? They made sure they had the advantage in terms of neutral objectives. They had the tower advantage as well. And they just slowly, you know, cornered Evo to the point where they couldn't survive anymore.
You know, even as a new team, even as the so-called Frankenstein Flash, each individual one seems like they've been playing for ages, for years, man.
Honestly, I'm a tad bit speechless based on the fact that Evil held on for so long, and they actually were doing very well in the early stages of the game. It felt as though the pivotal point of the game was when they actually gave that first Lord away.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was a gamble that EVO wanted to take because of that first Lord. They thought that they could defend against the skirmish that Flash brought onto them, but taking a look at the itemization so far, it does seem like Coconut Soda of that boots Vanix as well. So that's a full item build and beyond for both of these marksmen. Vanix, on the other hand, his positioning was just crisp, very, very crispy. There wasn't a point of time where Evil could take Vanix down because there's always one stay back force. Even though there is very, very strong sponges in the front line, you have Adamir, you have Hades, you have Lolzy, but Bloopy Miku is just right there, always right there with Vanix.
Yeah, I like that you guys mentioned it's a Frankenstein Flash, right? One of the things that is really scary about Frankenstein is you can't exactly kill him. And that was the winning formula for Team Flash here.
That's true.
Right? There was too much health for them to chunk. And
4 lives, Adamir.
They couldn't kill each other to the point where it was a clear win. So what Flash did that really changed the game in their favor was literally the Lord take. Because yes, you can try to kill my players, but you can't. If you have to focus on our players, you can't kill the Lord. And that's how they
Vice
won
versa,
it.
right?
So and again, this emblem, I want to reiterate, the Weapon Master in that late game, 5% is a lot of damage. And this really came through for Team Flash. Vanix always on that bag, always waiting for that right time, waiting for the ultimates to be popped, and waiting for that critical timing, the critical window to open up for him to go in and just gun down anyone in his path.
Now, of course, when we're looking at the rest of the heroes out there, it doesn't. I don't necessarily see anything too out of the ordinary at all. I do, of course, especially like the fact that there are people, or rather, you know, when it comes down to the emblems, the first time that I saw the Tier 2 defense emblem, I thought like, aren't everyone just going to be using this, even marksmen?
It's insane. The amount of defense that you give is equivalent to basically...
It's a lot, actually.
Yeah, you don't even have to
base, right? Base and raw defense.
That's right. That's right. 50% health.
Honestly, with that all said, we are looking at the general game stats over here, with Flash actually leading up the board with damage taken, damage to tower, as well as total heal. But when it comes down to Evil, they actually dealt so much more damage than Flash.
If you take a look at the kill participation for both sides of the teams, you have Adamir, Bloopy Miku, and Hades always being at that front line. Vanix and Lolzy are basically your stay-back forces. You have that stay-back forces, you don't really have to engage into any one of the team fights. Just wait for your team to just soak up those damage. But for the side of Evil, though, you have everyone into every single team fight at all times.
Yep, Adamir, I mean, I have not seen a game recently that we have a player that's taken 200 over 1,000 damage in one set, right? And that shows how much work Adamir did. And of course, the winning team, we definitely have someone in mind who is going to be the MVP for this result itself. Who do you have in your bag, man?
I'm saying Adamir. Adamir is just unkillable. 4 lives, Adamir. As Abstract just once said.
Truth be told, it is going to be Adamir. He was the rock of the team, the EXP laner that made the huge difference here. He survived so much with the Brave Smite, with the Vitality as well. There was so much health to chunk through. And like Abstract, you were mentioning, 4 lives. He felt like a cat, half of a cat.
Half of a cat, yeah. So it's either you can look at him as a half of a cat or a cockroach. You know, there's this saying, 打不死的蟑螂.
Yeah,
which directly translate to...
Why are we being Chinese into this?
A cockroach you can't kill.
Yeah, a cockroach that you can't kill. Or direct translation, kill cannot cockroach.
What
No,
are you saying?
Beat cannot kill cockroach. Yeah, that's a direct translation.
But at the end of the day, with the new addition, the small slight buff, enabling export to buy the ice cream wand. Ice Queen wand.
Are you hungry?
Ice Queen wand.
Ice
It enables a second layer of utility. So you got Lilia slowing you down. You also got export who's slowing you down. So I don't know. Would the rapid boots be a better boot choice that mitigates that movement speed? Because you have a lot of like slows for Team Flash, which sort of like stops you in your tracks and and disables you from running back.
Now, of course, I would love to find out more about what that game was all about. So let's jump right into the highlights and kind of like break it down a little bit. Now, of course, what are we seeing here?
The early game, Evil just going on with pickoffs. All 5 members are there at all times. every one of them working as a unit. But there is a tipping point which Flash identified, and they just counteracted Evo's movement. So every single time Evo came in, Flash, they knew that Evo was going to be running in with that flank. So they need to settle twist, they need to protect Vanix, and then they go in to that back line. So target prioritization, very, very clear for Team Flash.
Yep, talking about target prioritization, right? They actually very focused on to Vanix as well as Miku, right, in the early games. But right when Adamir as well as Lousy got their immortalities, they got their itemization, they just could not walk past that wall. And it was really difficult because Evo, yes, they had good mobility, but they didn't have enough damage.
It was still a 50-50 game. This was one of the moments where Lousy made one of the plays of his career, going straight for that backline, creating a lot of time and space for Vanix to just do his thing. So Vanix gets caught up here. The immortality still keeps him alive, but look how Bloopy Miku is trying to zone the rest of the members of Team Evo away, protecting Vanix with his life. It's sort of like two peas in a pod.
The whole time I'm looking at that previous fight, my eye was just glued onto Adamir. He lost his first Firaga armor, then he got stunned and stunned and stunned, and then he finally died in the brush.
Immortality.
And then the immortality popped, and then he's got Firaga armor back again, and then he ran
himself back
away,
up.
and then he healed himself a little bit, and then he got stunned again, and then out of nowhere, boom, suddenly he went for last insanity and killed the bloody Iritha. I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's like you're having a cheat code, right?
Huh.
Yeah, today is a good day to die. If you don't know, that's an old cheat code for one of the old games. But anyway, so it felt like he had a cheat code activated. He was not
I never
worried.
tried that before.
Yep, and he could just walk the, let's not say the front line, he could walk the entirety of Evo. He just walk through them, take a stroll, like, hey, what's up, what are you doing there? And, you know, his team follow up with the kills as well. Hades, more importantly, really catapulted himself into correct positions, catching Coconut multiple times in multiple fights.
I think where Adamir actually had his moment of brilliance was when Twist left his lane to help out his team fight with the early team fight potentials. Then after that, Adamir, who was just farming up, who was farming in 2 lanes because Meat Blue had to ditch his lane, go and help out on the goat side. He loses a lot of his farm early on. So Adamir, taking down 2 lanes worth of economy really brings him up a little bit faster, and he really maintained his position.
Technically speaking, Twist had the same thing, right? Twist is also like reacting.
But he's going for team fights, so it's a little bit different where you're going straight for team fights. You get a share, a huge slice of the pie, but you have only pretty much one crumb. Whereas if you're taking 2 lanes, you're pretty much having the whole pie to yourself. So it's trades upon trades upon trades. It's micro plays on micro plays. So I think Adamir really played out of his mind on this one. He really capitalized on a lot of the situations. He read Twist like an open book.
Now, of course, one thing that you guys gotta have to find out more about is the fact that we have some diamond rebate. And not just any, small amount of diamond rebates. It's actually a little bit too much of a diamond rebate, actually, because all you need to do is just purchase the weekly diamond pass, and you pretty much will be able to get a diamond rebate of 455%. And you can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase, and another 120?
Every single day of the week.
Logging in like every day for like every 6 days. No, 6 days for like the entirety of your 6 days.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you don't really need to worry about rewards as well, because you just need to log in every day, and then the Layla comes in with some savings box that will automatically like kind of hold it all in. That's why you can see Layla over there. He's got some diamond box over there as well. So you don't have to worry at all. Just buy, get 455% diamond rebate. So what are you waiting for? Get yourself one now, and Layla will say hi to you even if you don't say hi to her for 5 days.
Yeah, and it takes less than, 2 minutes to go through the entire sequence of events before you actually get rewarded for your efforts?
I'm actually on the Diamond Weekly rebate right now. Because there is a
Why am I not surprised?
There's an event. You buy the weekly diamonds, you get free tokens for the Neo Beast event.
Oh yes, those are nice.
Man,
yeah.
Have you seen? Like, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know why a lot of teams today always pick up the Fredrin and Layla combo. I don't know what is it with this combo, but they use the same skin. I don't know if Moonton was trying to hit us with something.
So this thing is what we call the Neo Beast buff. So basically all you need to do is pick these two heroes with these two skins, and you almost automatically win because of all that rainbow puke all over your opponent's screen, and they can't focus because there's so much things going on.
A +10 intimidation for the
for sure
for the team as well.
When you see it, boom, it's like, oh, rainbows. Normally when you see rainbows, you're quite happy, but you know, right now when you see rainbows, it's like, oh no, rainbows, my death.
Yeah. Side note. Like the first time I saw the skins, right, I saw how flashy it was. You know, the typical Appraiser's Wrath, you cannot really tell where the triangle will be. But this one is super obvious, and your entire screen just lights up when you slam the sword. I would know. I had the skin.
Okay, someone's showing off.
Show off.
But yes, get your weekly diamonds rebates every single week. Not just this week, but every single week. 455%, 280 diamonds, guys.
Alright, so let's take that diamond box and pass it back to Layla, and we have our own desk here to talk a little bit more about the previous game and what to expect for the upcoming one, right? Because personally, I feel that Evil did extremely well in the early stages of the game, but just so happened that that one small little mistake of squeezing in a little bit of gold for their Aerithel to farm in the long lane effectively lost them the lead and the tempo. So what should they be doing? Is it as simple as don't let Aerithel farm long lane?
No, I think
definitely
it's
not. Yeah.
I think it's just they did everything right in the early game, but they're not playing to their hero's potential. So what this means is that Martis really needs to snowball hard. Flash gave themselves up within each of the other lanes. Evil played S5, but the problem arose when they were a little bit too intimidated during the 6-minute mark. If you see 6-minute mark, they were very passive. They didn't want to go for pickoffs. They didn't want to go for fights. Carrot was always springing right back up and then canceling that skill, walking back. I think it was the passiveness that Evil has. So again, we were talking about like on brand. Aggressiveness is very Evil, very on brand with Evil, and they should continue with this aggressiveness on
I think they should match the macro game. I think one of the things they will probably look at doing better is that macro game, right? Get more of the neutral objectives, get more of the map control, because that's essentially how Flash won the game. If you give them the same formula as well, I don't think it's a outdraft. It was really just slightly slower execution of what they could have done, right? If they had taken more turrets itself, it would have opened the map more. They would have done a bit more, done things more with more efficiency. And the same thing is, I kind of think that they went back into their team fighting mindset, right? They want to get fights started, but Flash just didn't allow it, and just made the macro plays
I'm the priestess of primal lightning.
In my mind right now,
the evil
still want to
gods.
go with the aggressive gameplay, but I think Export in that late game, it's holding them back. They have to be very careful. Again,
Sir,
yes,
what's your command?
Watch out for the late game potential coming out from Flash, because Flash always plays towards Vanix, and you see this recipes for success for seasons on end. So now, Valentina wide open. Kadita is still up for grabs for both sides. Export also opened up. I think those might be priority heroes that Evil might entertain. Fredrin is also open, so Evil might very well go back with that Fredrin, powerful, one of his signature heroes.
Yep, and I want to point out something that Flash has just banned. They banned out the Novara,
See
and I think
value
it's
in
a
me?
huge ban
Your
for them,
team
because
should.
Evo, if they had a bit more vision on game 1, they would have executed their draft slightly differently at different points of the game, which would have changed the result. So Flash knows that they need to deny this information sourcing from Evo, and that's exactly what they did. Now, Evo, we all know how strong, powerful it is with this Fredrin, so it's definitely going to be a comfort pick for him. Now the question is, Team Flash, what do they have in store? Are they going to try and counter this Fredrin pick right off the bat, or do they have something else they want to build off their draft on?
I still think maybe a XP board might be well in Flash's favor. It might not be played by Adamir this time around, but we've seen Xborg in the jungle as well. Xborg deals true damage, and Fredrin having high health, high defense, you have to have a true damage source, or a source of true damage, to be able to slowly but surely melt that Fredrin down.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a nice combo as well. It's a good counter initiation from Team Flash, right? If someone like like Vanix gets jumped on, you could potentially have Adamir jumping, returning them with the penalty zone, and a huge turnaround happens again, as we have seen in Game 1. But now, this pick from Adamir. It could be a Roam Terizla as well. We have seen a couple of Roam Terizlas in today's matches, so it's still a flex at this point.
Ooh,
Your
wow.
team is
Okay,
banning.
okay. Hades showing off his assassin. I do like that.
Fight.
It's very
Fight for the
difficult
ultimate
to deal
answer.
with a Hayabusa, especially when Flash knows that Evo's main threat in that late game where they're playing towards is Coconut. Coconut on that Earthel. But Jace is going to be playing on the Valentina is something that he's very, very comfortable with doing. So Valentina would be able to take the penalty zone from Adamir, but then you're basically throwing your body over to the side of Team Flash and then starting up and setting up for the rest of your team.
I actually thought that there might be a very interesting interaction between the penalty zone and Valentina. In fact, I think that this is actually a very good combination. When you jump in with a flicker penalty zone, you almost instantaneously land your first skill, right? So just a double dash and a second skill, you pretty much terrify everyone within of your own penalty zone.
Yeah, so stun lock on stun locks.
Yeah, that is...
Sand rises when I give the word.
That will happen if you absolutely just don't respect the Valentina at all.
Well, it's a theory thing, right? It
Yeah,
always
it is
sounds
in
great
theory,
in theory,
yeah.
but it's really difficult to execute. With the draft they have on
The
Flash,
southern
it's
seas
pretty
are
hard to
my
catch this
domain.
Hayabusa. Yes, maybe they could pull this off with Vanix if they hide in the bush and try this strat. But I'm interested to see if they actually can pull this off, because that definitely would change how fights will go.
Well, for Evo, they are still going back to basics, trying to respect Bloopy Miku in that mid lane, taking out Farsa, taking out all the artillery mages, something most of the heroes that he's comfortable with, because he knows that he's going to be one of the main game changers of the series. However, he still has that Lilia, and we've seen how his Lilia was very, very instrumental in having that very early, quick rotations down in order to have his team scale up. So Lilia is going to be one of the main heroes.
Guess who's the stunning brainiac detective?
I think the Lilia in Game 1 really made a huge difference. The amount of times they had the Black Boots as well changed the game itself. But that was because also it was against a Gord, right? So Gord is kind of like a one-time usage, big shot, big damage, until he gets the cooldown on his Mystic Gush. So right now it is actually going against a Valentina, which has a much shorter cooldown in terms of availability.
Oh, hey, unpopular opinion, because you have the Hayabusa to deal with, maybe an Estes would be good. Bring back the Ube. What do you guys think?
I mean, technically that could work, right?
It could work.
Because they already did pick up a Fredrin. Fredrin
Yeah,
ultimately just
exactly.
very tanky in the front lines. But that will also mean that they gotta have to look out for someone that commands the bottom in the EXP lane. In this very instance, it kind of seems as though they are looking out for... This is kind of tough to say, isn't it?
This is 3 tanks. 3 tanks for the side of Evo. So previous
They wanna use
game,
the same
3
strat.
fighters. This game, 3 tanks. It's just super, super tanky. It's the magic of team fights happening all over again for Team Evo.
Now, what do you guys think about the roles? Could it? I have a feeling that it's kind of like a Grog Roam, right? Grog Roam, EXP Baxia, and a Jungle Fredrin.
No,
do you guys
EXP
think it's something else?
I think it's EXP
Grog?
Fredrin,
Okay.
and then
Jungle
Baxia. Baxia in the jungle clears the lane
A lot faster?
fastest for tanks, because he can just spam his skill. His second fastest is Hylos,
Ah.
but we don't really think about
Hey,
that.
hey, don't look down on my Hylos, man. Hylos was such a great
Yeah,
hero.
I'm saying it's good, but Lowsy going back to basics, picking up that Cho.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Knowing Jay, no, it's no longer Jay Cho, it's Lowsy's Cho now.
Jay's Cho.
Yeah. Oh man, 3 tanks, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know how this might work out. Fredrin might have an easier time in the EXP lane. On a lane-to-lane matchup, it does look like Evo might take this game.
We could see a very early invade as well. Brock is pretty much very strong within that level 1, level 2 stage. Already one of a very strong early game from Evo. And we all know Evo, if you give them a lead, they can take it away and run away from you and take the series itself. So of course they're banking on this draft to work for them in this, looking to tie this up for 1-1.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be
seconds.
jumping
The enemy
in over to the land of dawn
battle.
once again
Slash,
to
slash,
observe if whether this could be very possible to see a 2-1 fashion, 2-0
Welcome
game
to
from
Mobile
our
Legends.
Flash Boys. Evil, show me what you've got.
Well, I'm hoping for a tie at this point, because my prediction is Yes, it is a flash win, but it's a 2-1 scoreline. Respect given to Evil, of course. I think they can put a good fight. And this, I think, is one of the best drafts so far. Granted, it's been 2 games only, but Evil, I think they have a very strong chance here.
Topside, Jace is in a spot of bother, unable to get that quick level 2. The quick rotations coming out from Rupi Miku and Lalzi because of the fact both of them are very, very fast wave tearers. You have a concussive blast on Lalzi as well. So Evil gonna be very, very pressured in the early game.
Wait. Are you telling me that Terizla single-handedly managed to choose 2% only?
Power of Adamir, man. He's on fire today.
That is just absolutely amazing. But you know what? What's amazing? Flash. The fact that they actually just ran straight into the face of Evil and managed to bring Powerful down as well. So technically, Evil has got a losing mage because he gotta have to teleport home pretty early, right? And didn't even get much EXP from the lane.
So in game number 1, I'm taking a look at Vanix's emblem right now. It used to be the attack speed emblem for the first slot, but right now it's the physical penetration on all 3 members, all 3 damage members, the Terizla, the Hayabusa, as well as the Beatrix, because of the fact that they are facing up against 3 tanks. So Flash really vying up for that late game. Early game invade up to Hades. It's a 2v1 situation.
As he's
playing
well, it's just outplaying. I mean, I wouldn't say outplaying, but it's just shadowing around and clouding around. And in the end, the Hayabusa is not going to be finding himself in any problem whatsoever. While Lalzi single-handedly just bought so much time against 4 other members. Oh, Flash, what is all of that? Powerful. Oh, God. Okay, so at least Lalzi is definitely just going to buy a lot of...
Oh, I
you
mean,
know what?
it's a W for Team Flash at this point because they have pulled away the jungler from that turtle take, and not only that, they expended 3 members to actually try and chase him down, which means there's 3 members missing from that farming time that's available to them at that moment.
It's such a Cho thing, isn't it?
It's a very Cho thing to do. I think this small little win for Lalzi securing them that turtle, securing all of the members, a little bit of shield, they can go for a little bit of objective trades.
It's so important because of the downtime of farming from the side of Evil, just because they want to have a measly little karate kid.
And he's still he's level 4 ahead of Carrot as the role.
Oh man, yeah. I mean,
after the death.
There was just like a 1000 IQ play from Lalzi. I get so excited when like these pro players, they try to taunt each other. It's not merely just a mind game. It's like a mental kind of psychological kind of game that Lalzi is playing onto Evil.
Exactly. At first, we're just kind of like looking around, level 3 Cho. It's just a karate kid, right? It's just Jaden Smith. But now, level 4, he's Jackie Chan already. So let's be honest here. He's probably just going to be setting quite some things up for the side of Team Flash. And I would love to see how Miku take advantage of all of that. In fact, Team Flash have got a lot of people that actually could just take advantage of that kind of lockdown possibility that Lalzi have. As you can see right now, Lalzi actually tried to Jikundo onto Carrot, but unfortunately, he did have his passive, so he's not going to be locked down at all.
Yeah, but you know what's the benefit of that? They actually send Coconut back home, and it's going to provide a lot of space for Team Flash to continue farming and build up that lead as well.
They're playing towards the heavy lane. Like I said again and again, Vanix needs to farm. The same recipe for success, just buy enough time, create enough space for Vanix to slowly but surely get that gold, get that power spike items, because you will be needing him a lot in the later stage of that game because you're dealing up against 3 tanks. But so Evil, they might be lacking a little bit more damage. A very, very different Evil and their playstyle this time, very passive on the way that they want to pick off a single target from Team Flash.
Well, JC's actually has stolen the Way of the Dragon away from the Cho, so we have to see, right, who is he going to target in this next big team fight for the Turtle?
I mean, for Way of the Dragon, it really just is a means of
defensive
disengagement. Oh! Lalzi with the Way of the with the Jikundo on down to Powerful Coconut as well. JS isolating Powerful. Unfortunately, not quite enough to really bring any one of them down except for Coconut. I mean, it's a win in their books after all. They lost the roam for the gold laner.
A very, very well-placed attempt. A good re-engage from Lalzi, securing them 1 kill. But Flash is still up on top. 1.2k. Oh, that's the space created for Hades to chow down onto another member. Miko in a spot of bother right there. Black Sheep's keeping her alive.
Chowing down like a hungry toddler indeed. Team Flash currently have got 3 kills only, but they did have a total of 1700 gold lead. And that is definitely going to be quite a bit, especially since Team Flash do have the turtle priority. That is going to skyrocket them to 2200.
Yep, and it's so painful, right? The fact that they actually left the turtle to take after a win means that Evo had to reconsider, like, oh, do I go back to the lanes to farm, or do I go and contest this turtle? That's wasting even more time.
It goes to show Flash adapting to target priority. So do we go for the turtle now, or do we wait for a little bit more before we attempt to go in? So Twist.
I don't think it's enough to bring Twist down, unfortunately, but they did spend a lot of ultimate, unfortunately. Powerful came in right in the nick of time just to bring Lawsy down. He re-engaged even though his Jigundo can actually allow him to run away. I think that because of the fact that Adamir as well as Miku was just so close, they were looking for a way to fight back.
It's just creating a lot of space. Now, it's just, think of it as a scale. You have a lot of those heroes going up on that top side. Wanting to take any one of the members of Team Evo down, Team Evo has to respond. Flash, on the other hand, they are trying to retaliate with the same kind of strategy, same kind of movement. Take a look at the itemizations. It does look like Vanix a little bit more till he gets his BOD. He's ditching the boots altogether. 6 minutes in on the clock. He still doesn't have his boots. This goes to show how much Vanix values the farming up time that he has right now. He doesn't need to move around. He doesn't need to rotate. He just needs to stay in place. He just needs to get that goal.
Yeah, he has a steel leg plate, so respect still towards the Irritel, right? He understands that there's a lot of damage that can potentially come out of Coconut. Coconut, of course, with the hard cross, he is going to be able to sustain his lane, but
low HP, powerful on the chase, managing to bring him down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two majors. Well, I did manage to see that a couple of them actually flew up into the sky. The rest of the members from the side of Evo just going to be banking all in onto Lawsy. He escaped with just a sliver of health, while Vanix as well as Adamir is just going to be holding down the fort over here while waiting for Hades to eventually come in. But I don't think that the OT Shadow Kill actually did anything at all, allowing Flash to actually just disengage.
Evo is still staying afloat in this game. Very, very well-placed engagement time onto the side of Team Flash. You have 3 tanks just running at you. Jace's, you can't even reach him because he's dealing so much damage now. The turtle fight is staying Adamir.
Adamir, HP not looking good, but Twist immediately pushes himself right into the face. Adamir sliver of it. I couldn't do anything. Twist finds himself right on top of those glooms, and he's gonna be taken down. Flash did have a good amount of lead right now. In fact, they did manage to get some value, and on top of all of that, Vanix wasn't in the fight.
Yeah, he actually took the turret,
exactly.
And that's making good use of the resources here. So many wins for the side of Team Flash. It may be little wins, but they will transform into huge wins now. Oh, another one.
Oh, with the dragon, carrot goodbye.
That is a huge burst. He was just deleted right there, but Flash bought so much time. Adamir again with the perfect play. They're going for more. Jace is trying to run for the hills.
He did manage to use the Black Boots in order to kind of reset things. He was hoping that he will be able to he will be able to peel for his team a little bit, but I suppose that he didn't expect how far he would actually fly.
This is where Flash is trying to extend their gold lead, trying to extend any sort of lead that they have. Now, cracking down that mid lane first tier turret, they open up the entirety of that map, which is where Vanix will be having a little bit more easier time to farm up, get his power spike items, getting the infinity stones, like I like to say, and then in that late game, play towards Vanix. So Flash now tipping the scales right again, play towards Vanix, Vanix.
Yep, a lot of map control as well. Similar situation in game 1, they have such good macro across the map. And you can see they split their resources here. Coconut cannot survive against Hades here, and it's looking not good at all for Team Evo.
And this is one of the reasons why I say that Evo really have a lot of lockdowns that really enable them
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Right?
Yep.
That's why I actually wanted to see JS actually picking up that the penalty zone, but we didn't really quite see that one at all. He kind of preferred to kind of peel for his team, even though his team is naturally quite tanky, which I'm genuinely surprised actually.
I mean, they're a little bit far behind. It's 4.8k advantage to Team Flash, and take a look at the damage dealt, right? Adamir at the top of the list together with Vanix.
Hey
up the
man,
lane.
4 lives, Adamir.
Yeah, I feel like you should tell him it's a different game.
It's a different game. But anyways, he's just playing in his soul out. Take a look at how much damage he's soaking up. Powerful.
Carrot just gonna be going down. Powerful will do so as well. The next one that's targeted is going to be Twitch. It's kind of like a one after another kind of thing going on from the side of Flash. They are isolating one member after the each, and that is just singling out vulnerable heroes. And that is great prioritization.
Yep, and you know, Jace is lost in this fight, not because he's a bad player, but he has no options. Every single time he throws out the Arcane Shade Shadow Strike combination, it's just mitigated from the side of Team Flash. Most of the time he throws it on Miku, and Miku just goes in with the Black Moon.
Very, very methodical play. Very, very textbook. Lord marching down. Then you go for that offside, the loose or the long lane away from the edge. Oh, that is why you pick up a Hayabusa. Jumping straight onto Coconut. Doesn't matter if you don't get the kill. Coconut doesn't get his farm at all.
Now I'm looking at the fact that Miku is playing Lilia again, right? Isn't this his season? The fact that Lilia is like being played in meta, and the fact that there's a new skin, yeah, this is hands down a Miku thing. It's a Miku season. As you can see, he's just gonna be working his way together with Hades right in the middle lane, while the Lord and as well as Rosie, Adamir, as well as Vanix takes down the bottom lane. That is very effectively bringing down a lot of inhibitor turrets, while Rosie completely...
Oh!
Adamir! You can't just go in like that! You have a lot of gold! You are very tanky, but you can't just go in! Face tank, face slam onto 4 members! And that absolutely obnoxious play gave Flash a lead out into that game win. 2-0.
The hammer of Thor and 4 4s to the floor.
It was all set up by Lawsy, and let me tell you what happened, right? Lawsy actually flickered in with his Jikundo, and I was like, what? What was he doing?
So and that's a bait?
Yeah, that was a bait. He missed his skill on purpose. That's why you can see Lawsy laughing at the end when his face was in the frame. That's exactly what he wanted to achieve. Them jumping onto him and allowing that 4-man penalty zone, my goodness.
Oh
just
my god.
One out the way.
You saw it, right? You saw it.
Abstract is just watching the replay again. This is how beautiful that was. Waiting so much for that right time. 4 members coagulated together, and then Adamir just throws down Mjolnir. Boom!
Yo, no shot.
Boom, shakalaka, man.
A player like Lawsy, there's no way that he would have known that the distance is way too high. And to make matters, well, even more obvious per se, is the very fact that he actually flickered upwards, which is towards Carrot and Powerful, when Coconut is down below. So it's either number 1, his fingers actually slipped up, or he's actually just super big brain 5 head, flickered and make it seem as though he absolutely messed up, giving Adamir that win.
No, he purposely made it in that position so the entire map was open. When you see the minimap, you'll see that he's right smack in the middle. That's the best place for everyone to catch. But anyway, let's talk about the itemization.
We have to talk about itemizations.
Teams here. I mean, it was a decent start, I feel, for EVO. I think EVO, they did perform really well, but they just can't out-macro Team Flash.
In the side of Team EVO, they prioritize the Radiant Armor for Twist and Powerful, so the tanks are going straight for the magic defense. They know that I keep it's a muscle memory. Bloopy Miku is dealing a lot of damage and keeping them at bay. But on the on the side of Team Flash, they're all going offense. Vanix almost full build, but doesn't matter. Adamir takes control of the entirety of the game yet again.
Yep, and I like the fact that they actually funnel a lot of the farm into Hades. They actually played this pick-off composition really well. Hades ending the game with 7-0-6. You know, most of the time when you see a Hayabusa just having kills left and right, a player like Coconut on this Iritel is definitely going to be very worried. And Carrot couldn't do much. Take a look at their KDA, 0-3 and 2, 0-4 and 1. They really couldn't do anything. And, you know, respects for Coconut. He took the Purify, you know, scared of the Cho. But it wasn't Cho that was the problem. It was the Hayabusa. And Hades just made life a living hell.
Indeed. I absolutely echo that, right? Hayabusa was just absolutely scary, with a lot of gold overhead on top of you. As an Irithel, the first thing that I will buy is probably adult diapers.
That's your item prioritization.
Exactly. Yeah. First item in.
Yeah. There's no way in hell that Coconut was getting out of there. Even no matter how far you sprint, how fast you sprint, Hades, you are going to be the main target for this demon, this monster of a player is always going to be on your back.
King of the Underlord for a reason.
King of the Underlord. We should be aptly named, right?
Yeah. Wait,
Oh,
Underlord?
man.
No, King of the Underworld.
The Netherworld.
Yeah, so he's the Underlord.
Yep. So, I mean, I think once again, we have to remind our two favorite players from Team Flash at this point, which is Lawsy and Adamir, that this is game 2, it's not game 1. You don't play like you have multiple lives, right? Because the way that Adamir and Lawsy played throughout this entire match,
Agreed.
they played as though like they had immortalities on no cooldown.
Yeah, their confidence is just soaring through the roof.
Yeah.
You can see just from the damage dealt and taken and all that kind of stuff, right? Damage dealt from Flash, understandably, right? Look at Miku, look at Hades, look at Vanix. But in terms of the sandbag, actually, it wasn't exactly Adamir nor Lawsy, because it would make sense. We've got 2 members that from the side of Flash that had got to split up the damage, while Hades, Miku, and Vanix got to have to focus at 1 damage onto someone else. Oh wait, never mind, I'm blind. Sandbag, yeah, damage taken is powerful. Yeah, I'm right. Okay.
Yeah, powerful always going in alone. He's the only one. He's the only one chasing down any one
Adamir
of
top
the
damage
heroes.
dealt?
Oh wow, okay. I just noticed that as well.
Probably from that last penalty zone.
Probably
added on with the 4-man penalty zone. You know.
But hey,
maybe.
yeah, it does make sense. He's
Hey,
still a
but-
Terizla. You as an EXP main, you play Terizla a lot
Revenge
as well.
strike, execution strike with the 2 damage.
The swings, the triple swings,
Yep.
that's a lot of damage.
Yes.
And right from level 1, it's crazy.
Yes.
Crazy.
So honestly, this puts a very tough question out there,
Yeah.
right? MVP, who is it? Is it Adamir, the man of many dreams and tankability?
Or the Lord
and
of the
damage?
Underworld.
Or the Lord of the Underworld, where it's like 1007 or something like that? I would call the Lord of the Underworld. Or
Did you just see
706.
that? Did you just see that and then just said it?
No. Let me explain myself. I said Lord of, and then the picture comes out, so it's very convenient for me to say Underworld.
You could very well switch it to Lord of the 4 Lives, Adamir.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, but this entire team basically was raised from hell. They were all unkillable. It was all untouchable. Hades was the mastermind, Lord of the Underworld indeed, creating so much potential, so much opportunities for the rest of his team, for Team Flash, to just chow down front to back onto the heads of Team Evil.
Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with, and like we mentioned before, you know, for Coconut, for Evo, I think they had the draft in mind that let's play the macro game a little bit better, but they just couldn't handle the snowball effect of Hades. When he got their first 2 to 3 kills, that's when Coconut really started to have a difficult time, and you know, Carrot wasn't having a good time as well. He ended with a 0-4-1. As a Grok, if you can't protect your goal laner, it's a tough situation for them to be in.
Yeah, I would have thought like with the Valentina and with the Grok, it would be a much easier sort of like laning phase for Irithel. But I don't know, the entirety of Team Flash, I want to know what's in their heads at every point of time.
They want to make them stuck in between a Grok and a hard place. But anyway, yeah, we have the mic check coming up here, and so let's take a look at what the players are shouting during the match.
The Grok in a hard place.
Oh, shout at me, relax, bro.
Nice. Hey, guys. Watch Ozzy.
I done. Hey, you oi me. Kali. Nice. Hey, guys, slowly, guys. Hey, watch me.
Kufa.
Hey, Irithel.
Help, Venice.
Irithel, no one. Help me, guys, help me. I will protect Banix. Look, help me, we go forward, man. Go for the side, Phoenix. Attack. Tower. Nice. Guys, I know that. Nice. Back.
Guys, I need backup. Guys. Okay, nice.
I'm pushing bottom, guys. Nice. Just fight, help me. Nice. Oh, that's nice. Go naughty. Go first. Nice. Hey, we win.
Easy, guys.
I wait for you.
Nice bait. I told you, bro. You bet. I counter.
Go.
Good game.
That has got to be the most communication, the most loud, the most amount of words spoken per minute. It's like I just go down to my void deck and I go down to a Kopitiam and there's like 5 friends playing in there.
Yeah, exactly that. Like 5 friends just having a beer, just having a little bit of fun together. Hey, want to play one rank game together? yeah, that's just how it is. Go. There's no I don't know about you, but I don't.
Did you hear Hades?
Go, 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 go,
No,
go,
no,
go,
no,
go.
no.
Irritated.
What? Dude, he was fast. Hey, Hades, do you want to cast with us or something?
Oh, he might
Alternate-
he might
alternate
make a
career
very
here.
good play-by-play caster, but with fast mouth comes fast hands as well. Him on the Hayabusa, something to look forward to in the coming series. Man, Flash, what a game, man.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it out right now. They are gonna be title contenders for the playoffs. this season.
Definitely.
With the standard they're playing at now, I'm very confident they are gonna be top 1 or top 2.
Honestly, with the fact that game number 1 was like long and extended, I'm honestly kind of surprised that the Team Flash managed to end the second game in a flash.
It did,
Yes.
yeah. They're making up for lost time.
I guess so, yeah.
It's
so,
a little bit late anyway.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. The game 1 kind of dragged on for pretty darn long.
They
so-
really want to go back to a kopitiam.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it's time for us to kind of wrap it up real quick, pass it over to the host. But that's pretty much the end from all of us. My name is Abstract. With me here is Kintofu, Churros, as well as Jace at the somewhere in the backside or something like that. We'll see you again next week. And we're just going to pass it over to our host, Cheryl. Take care.
So yes, friends, right here I have MVP Adamir right beside me of this Team Frankenstein Flash. Welcome, Adamir. Oh, is your mic on? Okay, 1 second. I just want to make sure everybody can hear you. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so
Hello?
let's check this. Fantastic.
Hello.
Okay, now I don't know what happened. There was like a 360 change. There was a Uranus, which I felt was a little bit iffy yesterday. What happened?
My teammate lied to me. He abandoned me and went back to mid lane.
Cannot. So what do you call that? Like unclear. There were 4 other teammates. Which teammate?
My mage. We said that we will clear the lane together, but he just left me.
So that's why he's not here today. Flash so cutthroat.
Yeah, we decided to bench him for today to let him reflect.
Wow, yikes, guys. Sheesh. So today we are seeing Miku, and it was quite surprising that Miku, they didn't ban on the side of Evil. It's pretty known that Lilia was Miku's comfort pick, and still they didn't ban it. So was it a mistake, do you think, that Evil made for not perhaps considering Miku and his comfort pick on the Lilia?
I think that Miku's hero pool cannot be banned out completely because there's just too many majors. Yeah, so I think in the game 2, Evo actually banned 3 majors already. Eve, Fasa, and Karita. Yeah, but I think even if you ban all 5, Miku still has a hero to play lah.
Right. Actually, other than Miku, if I'm on the opposite side, honestly, I don't even know who to ban. Take a look at that crazy Xbox. Honestly, guys, as the casters already said, it was a cockroach that was super, super hard to kill. It's like that long-form Taiwanese drama that you watch, right? After 20 episodes, that person is still about to die. And that was this Xbox right here. That was absolutely crazy. And is this the level that we can be expecting from you, Adamir, right here for MPL SG Season 6?
I think hopefully I'll be able to keep up the performance and keep giving the viewers good matches to watch against any team lah.
Right, and we're very excited for that. And you know, when it comes to the what we call Team Frankenstein, the Frankenstein Flash, right? Not only it is about the players. Apparently there is like master surgeon, you know, the doctor or the one that's putting you guys all together. Like, what is the brains behind Team Flash? Can you tell us a little bit more?
Definitely the brains has to be Reminiscent and KZP lah, I would say.
Right. And with you guys, you come from a broad experience, like coming from different teams. Like, how has this played out for you guys?
I think initially, coming from different teams and such, we have some frequent arguments and disagreements lah. Yeah. But with the help of the KCP and Reminiscent, we were able to sort things out and make sure that the 5 of us were holding hands as we come into game today.
And do you think that you guys have a competitive edge, that you guys know the ins and outs of most of the teams right here in the scene?
I think that there's no real competitive edge because the meta changes every season or so. So whatever that we knew back in the teams, they are kind of irrelevant now. Yeah.
Right, and that's very interesting. So yesterday you guys faced off our defending champions, and then today you faced off Evil, the known dark horse. Who else you guys are looking to face off right here in the regular season that you are excited about?
I think I'm equally excited to play again for all matches. To me, I don't think the opponent is important, but more about being able to play.
Right, and now the fact that you have been in the MPL SG scene for quite a while, do you think that the standards and the stakes have been raised right here in the local scene?
I feel that the standard has definitely raised with having more import players. The advantage of having these import players is definitely that we'll be able to match out and scale better against international teams and international tournaments. So yeah.
We're very excited for you to shine even brighter right here in the scene. So thank you so much, Adamir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful stuff. He was slowly inching away from me. Was I very intense? I don't know. But yeah, it was good stuff that Adam shared. And as you guys can see right here at Team Flash, they all shine individually, which makes it really hard to counter them. And they adapted so quickly right here over at the Land of Dawn. Definitely a trait, as they say, championship contenders right here for the MPL SG Season 6. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our day 2 right here at MPL SG Season 6. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the overall standings. Now we have cleaned up the battlefield for the day, and right now, tied neck to neck, we have Homebois SG as well as Team Flash SG in the top position. Now right behind them, hot on their tails, we have Bleed Esports and RSG SG forming our current upper bracket tentatively. Now, right here in the lower brackets, we have Evil with 3 points tied neck to neck with Stellark SG. And of course, we also have Alchemy SG and Vanguard Esports with no points to their name. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, and as you guys know, right here at the regular season, usually in the first couple of days, you know, things are a little bit tense, players are a little bit nervous, or they're just trying out new strats. So anything can happen still, but of course, teams have to buck up over the week because that upper bracket spot is extremely crucial because it entitles them that extra life in the playoff season. So let's take a look at the schedule that's coming up next. So this is the next day schedule, or rather coming week's schedule that's going to happen coming Saturday. And what's going to happen for match 1, we will see Evil going head-to-head against Vanguard Esports at 10 a.m. Thereafter for match 2, this is something that you don't want to miss, and this is RSG SG going up against Homebois SG, and this will be happening at 12:30 p.m. Thereafter, match 3, we will see Alchemy SG duking it out with Bleed Esports at 3 p.m. And closing the show, we will see Stellark going up against Flash at 5:30 p.m. So next week, we will see a greater divide in the overall standings. So stick around and join us. And remember, we will be streaming on your favorite platforms. And remember to show, your support for our wonderful players by hashtagging us at #OurPride, Now, we also have live audiences that you can come on over and enjoy the electricity in the air, cheer for your favorite teams right here. All you guys got to do is just stick around and be sure to follow our social media pages at mpl.sg.official. Now, MPL SG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPL SG Season 6 is powered by Moontan and Zenray Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. our official partner, Head & Shoulders, and our partners in esports, OSIM. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are cleaning up the battlefield and we're preparing for you next week, Saturday at 10 a.m. And we'll see you. Be there or be square. My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'll see you next week.